But apparently, I wasn't the only one who knew little about her. Oh, Doke SEO, Who's she? Pink hair? Oh, Doke SEO glanced this way. She probably thought she was sneaky, but my senses picked it up. Oh, Doke SEO, was there a character like her in the previous cycle? Her hair color stands out for an extra. But she's got a really nice impression. Probably older than me. Maybe I could befriend her. Even Doke SEO didn't know about Go Yuri. This fact held a significant hint. From observing Doke SEO, it seemed clear that she'd read a certain novel. Surprisingly, the protagonist of that novel was me, the Undertaker. It was unclear whether it should even be called a novel. It was more like my documentary or biography. Doke SEO knew too much for it to be anything else. But she only knows the really old stuff. It was like reading a novel that was updated at a snail's pace. For instance, Doke SEO, okay, got the elixir from Houndy. Wow, getting the elixir right after clearing the Busan station gate. This is super fast progress. Maybe I've got some talent. Doke SEO, with this, it's possible to defeat the terrifying final boss. 10 legs. 10 legs wasn't the final boss. In fact, it wasn't even a mid-boss. Its time of freely exploring restaurants across the Korean peninsula lasted until around the 20th run at most. After that, it became a delicacy itself. Doke SEO, I need to join up with Dang Seorin somehow. She's the most reliable guild leader among those bastards. If her cursed song incantation activates properly, she's the strongest DPS. Dang Seorin wasn't the strongest DPS. At the very beginning, she might have looked like one, but her true strength emerged in the role of a supporter. As Old Man Sko and I became stronger with each passing run, Dang Seorin gradually withdrew from the front lines to support us. In short, Doke SEO, the protagonist has to withstand the 10 legs assault, but it'll be tough alone. Should I help him out after all? Doke SEO didn't even know Old Man Sko existed. The conclusion was simple. The novel Doke SEO read-only covered my life up to the 4th run. In other words, an unfinished autobiography. A half-written novel. A story where not all chapters were serialized yet. An ongoing series by a slow author. It was truly a unique ability. If it had a name, it would be Author's Nudge. But assuming Doke SEO's novel only summarized the first 4 runs of my life explained everything. It also clarified why she treated me like a psychopath. Well, I guess I was a little edgy back then before I met Old Man Sko. Of course, I wasn't as much of a psychopath as she believed. I simply preemptively separated the heads from the bodies of troublemakers, threatened to kill everyone if things didn't go my way, and wouldn't be satisfied unless I profited the most from any event. Just your standard web novel regressor personality? Doke SEO, wow. Look at that terrifying expression when he says he'll join Dang Seorin. This madman, once he chooses to trust someone, treats them like a real person while seeing others like me as less than human. It's heartbreaking. A conversation was clearly needed. I quietly observed Doke SEO for about 4 months. In the end, I decided she was trustworthy enough. Doke SEO. Huh? What's up, all of a sudden? I'm surprised you spoke to me first. I'd like to talk. Some were quiet, just the 2 of us. I approached Doke SEO while the party members were away. I double-checked to make sure Go Yuri was gone, so now it was safe. Doke SEO, eek. Shit, he's going to bury me without anyone knowing. Apparently, Doke SEO didn't feel safe at all. Yeah? Sure. A good party leader should listen to their members. Well, I wasn't sure about that, but at least she was good at controlling her expression. Despite freaking out internally, she chewed her gum with a poker face. We went into a local cafe with a sign reading, closed until August 20th. Today was October 25th. Inside was neat and tidy. I cautiously sat down, thinking of the owner who couldn't organize their heart even after arranging their belongings. Alright, what's this about? Doke SEO looked at me with a calm face, determined eyes, and a fearful heart. I disabled telepathy for a moment. It wasn't suitable for serious conversations between people. First, I'd advise you not to be too shocked. Huh? What are you going to say? Let's get straight to the point. Oh, Doc SEO, I know you read a novel you believe to be this world's original work. Tick, tick. The wall clock, still working because the battery hadn't died yet, diligently ticked away. Unfortunately, it wasn't one of those cuckoo clocks. Oh, Doc SEO's jaw dropped. What? By the way I'm speaking now is to fit your expectations. I'd prefer to return to my normal tone, if you don't mind. This isn't comfortable. Wait. Hold on. Oh, Doc SEO practically screamed. A novel? What novel? I have no idea what you're talking about. Of course, it's omniscient Regressor's viewpoint that you claim to have read. You might not know, but I have an ability called telepathy. It converts surface-level thoughts into language and lets the user hear them. Huh. That's a lie, there's no such ability in the original work. Ah. Oh, Doc SEO blinked. Was that some kind of leading question? No, it's true. I also know you think I'm half psychopath. I never said that. Oh, Doc SEO denied it with a trembling voice but stood firm in her innocence. She had the brazenness of a politician. 10 minutes later, after some conversation, we cleared up our misunderstandings, or rather, her one-sided misconceptions. Oh, Doc SEO showed a wide range of expressions during the talk. She muttered in disbelief. What? This is a scam. A scam? In novels, regressors never reveal their secrets to the protagonist. I'm the protagonist in this case. Anyway, they usually hide it. But it was obvious from the moment we were summoned to the Busan station. This doesn't follow novel logic. Sorry, but the world isn't a novel. It was until just now. Oh, Doc SEO slammed the table. And what's with your tone? Where's the Undertaker who would kill his companions at the drop of a hat? Honestly, it's so long ago for me. Imagine hearing you were such a good kid when you were 5 when you're 50. Would you relate? Huh. That long? That long. How many runs have you had, from your perspective? 555 runs. 555 runs? Oh, Doc SEO screeched like a cuckoo clock. What's up with that number? Not 55, but 555? Even if the 10 legs is tough, couldn't you have killed it by then? What are you, neglecting your duties? The 10 legs isn't the final boss. It's actually the weakest. Oh, Doc SEO's face turned pale. 10 legs who turned Dang Xiaoren, the great witch and guild leader, into fried chicken is the weakest? I've been grilling them on skewers lately. Bullshit. Wait a second. Undertaker, how old are you? I cautiously answered. Child, age is meaningless for a regressor. No. It's not meaningless. Let's see, even if we assume 10 years per run. 5,550 years old? I pled the fifth, not because I didn't have anything to say, but because saying it would only worsen my case. Like the fact that the average duration of each run was longer than 10 years. Oh, Doc SEO, looking at my expression, was horrified. What? You're an old geezer. No way, the protagonist I thought was so cool is actually an old man. And thus, old man became how Oh, Doc SEO would refer to me. I felt a little down. Such cruelty. Kid, I hope you live to my age too. Footnotes. Chapter 26. Prophet 3. From the day I came out as a regressor, my relationship with Oh, Doc SEO rapidly improved. I also became more comfortable because I stopped pretending to be an insufferable cool guy, which was fun but ridiculous, and Oh, Doc SEO, no longer needing to guard against a ticking time bomb psychopath who could snap at any moment, also felt more at ease. Kid, let's go. Where all of a sudden? Gangnam. A little later, I went out to Seoul with Oh, Doc SEO, just the two of us. Originally, there were few parks south of the Han River, making the neighborhood a rather poor place for walks. However, since the residents had relocated to the afterlife, it had become quite pleasant. GRRK? 10 legs stood dumbfounded amidst the empty, abandoned buildings. Even after the residents disappeared, it remained like a true caretaker guarding the apartments. Grrr. In the eyes of this caretaker, we must have looked suspicious. It immediately lashed out its tentacles, charging toward us. Given how suspicious the times had become, this excessive response was inevitable. In fact, its judgment wasn't wrong. What else could one call someone who had gone through hundreds of regressions and a person who had read this world like a novel, other than suspicious? Oh, Dokesio screamed, "Eek," and hid behind me. Are you crazy? That's 10 legs. You need to gather every awakener in Korea to deal with it, so why are you alone? Secret technique, octopus sashimi. I swung my sword. 10 legs was difficult to subjugate due to its terrifying regenerative powers. No matter how many tentacles were cut, they quickly grew back. The condition that both hearts had to be destroyed simultaneously wasn't easy either. In other words, from the moment I mastered sashimi cuts faster than its regeneration, 10 legs was nothing more than live octopus on a chopping board. After my half-dozen strikes, both 10 legs and the abandoned buildings around it collapsed. Its screams were buried beneath the rumble of falling structures. When all the buildings had fallen, everything became quiet. Oh, Dokesio mumbled blankly. What, is it over? Is that really it? Yeah, the final boss you talked about is dead, so now the world is at peace. Go celebrate. Damn. You really got strong, huh? Oh, Dokesio looked back at me with a hint of admiration. But even with that power, you can't stop the apocalypse? I can't. 10 legs is only strong in terms of regeneration. It doesn't have annoying traits like immunity to physical attacks or magical attacks. It's really the weakest. No way. Oh, Dokesio's expression hardened. While she had already believed me, this incident made her completely trust me. Oh, Dokesio disbanded the party she had carefully nurtured. It seemed unnecessary, but she was firm. No matter how much power I gather, I wouldn't have been able to fight 10 legs, but you destroyed it on your own. My party is meaningless then, right? I should switch strategies to support you as much as possible. Whether Dokesio's judgment was right or wrong was a secondary matter, but thanks to her, I found a good reason to part ways with Go-Yuri. Upon hearing the party disbandment order, Go-Yuri looked incredibly disappointed. At least, that's how it seemed to me. I wanted to be with you and Undertaker. Do we really have to part like this? Oh, Yuri could still. Cock. I pinched Dokesio's arm as she was about to mutter something strange. I had repeatedly explained to her how scary Go-Yuri was when alone, but when the time to break up finally arrived, she got brainwashed all over again. Only then did Dokesio snap out of it with a ha. So sorry. Yuri. I've agreed to become his disciple for a while. This old man insists on only taking one disciple, so I won't be able to go with you. Dokesio bowed her head deeply as if she felt truly sorry. Go-Yuri calmly studied her. Then she turned to look at me. Was I overreacting to think I glimpsed the shadow of red flesh in her bright red eyes? It can't be helped. The master-disciple relationship is as important as that of parent and child. It's not something outsiders should interfere with. Go-Yuri spoke in a way that appealed to me while staring directly at my face without a single twitch. I'll take my leave then. Are you really? Yes, even if we part now, I feel like our connection won't be severed. We'll surely meet again someday. Despite the state of the world, I hope you both find happiness. Go-Yuri took 2 steps back and bowed gracefully like a noblewoman. Then, without adding another word, she walked down the hill alone. Soon, her figure disappeared down the slope. Waya. Dokesio slumped, her whole body melting as the tension left her. Even her cap, which was practically her main body, slid halfway off. So, you were telling the truth. What the hell was that? I didn't think much before we talked, but afterward, I suddenly thought, why am I being so cold to Yuri? She's always like that, but it's a relief she acknowledged the importance of a master-disciple relationship. What are you saying? She told me that even if it's a master-disciple relationship, it's dangerous for a man and woman to wander around alone together and that I should be careful. We looked at each other, then quickly turned our heads to the hill Goyuri had descended. Since we saw her going down, she should have been climbing up the opposite slope by now. Cicadas chirped. No matter how long we waited, Goyuri's figure didn't appear. We wandered through the crumbling world. I didn't want to describe that collapse in detail. Some astute readers might have already noticed that I intentionally avoided such descriptions. Thanks to the Saintess's efforts, South Korea was relatively secure. However, her reach only extended to the Awakeners. She couldn't control the majority of ordinary people. Looting, arson, violence. People who had lost their loved ones to violence filled the emptiness by adopting abandoned pets. Political factions became military fiefdoms, and the military became political. The fingers of the impoverished, the first carrier of an unprecedented epidemic, misfortune piled up endlessly. I only handled the misfortunes I could manage. Unbearable misfortunes were transferred to others' hearts. I'm not playing the regressor just to spread epidemics. One of the novels I read, the one where you're the main character, Omniscient Regressor's Viewpoint, had just about 30 chapters released. One day, Seo said this while casually wiping what looked like blood from her face. Actually, it wasn't blood but a petal from the red-flowered Adumbra, a parasitic organism of a vicious epidemic. There will be an opportunity to mention this in detail in the next episode. 30 chapters? Yeah. I never read any novel shorter than that, no matter how interesting it looks. You never know when an author might stop writing. I think I started reading it maybe 2 or 3 days before the soul gate broke. Seo was similar to me in nature. We often talked more about our hobbies than about misfortune. Where did you find that novel? Just from my usual web novel platform. I noticed it was already favorited. It's like adding something to your bookmarks. So there's an author writing Omniscient Regressor's Viewpoint? I don't know about that. Seo chewed her gum. To be honest, I don't remember adding it, but my favorites list easily exceeds 200, so I just thought I'd forgotten about it. But now that I think about it, maybe it was favorited without me knowing. Ah. While walking through Anyang, a large stray dog approached us. Seo embraced it. Our 2-person party had gained a new member. I think it's your ability. Ability? A few days later, as we secretly stocked up on dog food in a department store taken over by a guild, luckily, the pet corner had little security. I spoke. There's someone named Seogyu. His ability is creating and running an online community. Since Awakener's abilities vary widely, it's not strange if yours manifests in the form of reading novels. But my ability was already revealed as Shield Generation. You're a multi-ability user. Huh? Really? Isn't that super rare? It is rare. But in life, you realize that a 1% chance isn't as unlikely as it seems. Oh, I see. So I actually have another ability that takes the form of reading novels. For convenience, I've named it Publication Demanding. Publication Demanding. Woof, darkness, the dog's name, barked. Its sound resonated through the darkened department store. Oh, shush. Seo tried to quiet it, but we had already been noticed by a patroller. Oh no, danger. Let's run. Wiping out the guild occupying the department store would have been easy, but they would later become a valuable ally in fighting for humanity. We quickly fled. Woof. Woof. Darkness, cradled in Seo's arms, barked happily. Isn't my ability more like prophecy than publication demanding? A few months later, on the way back from a guild coalition meeting, Seo asked me, prophecy? Yeah, knowing your life story is practically the same as foretelling the future. You know how prophets in novels see the future as vivid images like in movies? In my case, it's manifested in the form of web novels, which I'm most familiar with. Doesn't that make sense? That certainly made sense. But if Seo's ability was prophecy, there remained some unanswered questions. Then why was there no sign of anything strange until the 555th cycle? You wouldn't know, Doke SEO, but from my perspective, this cycle is highly unusual. In your terms, it's like an extra character suddenly awakened to the prophecy ability. Your tone's a bit off, but still, it's strange. Oh, Doke SEO stroked her chin. Maybe it's just that 555 is a special number. It's my name after all. Regressions aren't a numbers game. That can't be the reason. What could it be, really? Why didn't I approach you until the 555th cycle? Oh, Doke SEO tilted her head. Our questions were finally answered on a day both distant and near, when the 555th cycle ended in failure and became the 556th. Oh, Doke SEO, wow. Busan Station waiting room. I read this in the novel. Soon, the tutorial fairy will appear and blow the head off that man who says you fucking asshole. Huh? Why's the protagonist suddenly coming toward me? This time, I approached Oh Doke SEO first. Of course, this was to completely block Go Yuri from interfering. The unexpected event startled Oh Doke SEO. But just like in the previous cycle, she quickly trusted me after seeing how easily I cut down 10 legs. He also revealed something surprising. But old man, is it okay for you to be hanging out with me like this? Huh? What do you mean? That, what's his name? Schopenhauer? Anyway, shouldn't you team up with that sword master, old man? My eyes widened. You know old man Sko? How? Yeah? Of course. He's in the novel. In the previous cycle, Oh Doke SEO hadn't mentioned old man Sko. Though I had told her there was another regressor, it was just a side story for her, having only read up to the 4th cycle in the novel. I met old man Sko for the first time in the 6th cycle. Yet now, Oh Doke SEO brought him up first. This was clear evidence. The novel that Oh Doke SEO read had more chapters? I looked at her intently. Doke SEO, how many chapters were released in Omniscient Regressor's Viewpoint that you read? Oh? Maybe 32? 33? Something like that. That confirmed it. As the cycles progressed, the novel that Oh Doke SEO read gained more chapters. While it had only reached up to 30 chapters in the previous cycle, this time, at least 2 more had been added. The standard for this increasing serialization was as arbitrary as a peddler's whim. Sometimes, a single chapter would be added over 60 cycles, while other times, 2 chapters were added after only 1. It was completely random. Further exploration was needed to determine the exact criteria for adding chapters. But there was one thing I was sure of. This child is following my life's track. A shiver ran through me. With a slightly slower step. At a pace slightly behind mine. But at a consistent speed, Oh Doke SEO was following me. Before reaching 30 chapters, Oh Doke SEO wouldn't have read the novel. She had said she never read novels shorter than that. So she only read the novel for the first time when it reached 30 chapters. That was during the 555th cycle. Oh Doke SEO's guess was right. Her ability was prophecy. She just hadn't realized it and wasted it through 555 cycles. But it's not a perfect prophecy. According to Greek mythology, the god and prophet Prometheus had a younger brother, Epimetheus. Unlike Prometheus, whose name meant forethought, his brother Epimetheus meant afterthought. The brothers became the origins of prologue and epilogue. Oh Doke SEO was Epimetheus, who had awakened to the prophecy. Her prophecy wasn't quick. She was slower than any other prophet, following the tracks I had set long before, with a time lag of about 5,000 years. Yet, despite this, Oh Doke SEO was steadily following my every step. When I crossed the 555th cycle, she reached her 5th. When I crossed the 560th cycle, she would be at her 11th. So someday, really far in the future, Oh Doke SEO will also reach the 555th cycle, won't she? That the story wasn't fiction. That what seemed like tales from another world were actually stories from her own. That she would meet me, the protagonist, travel the world with me, deal with warlords, and adopt a dog. All this would someday be serialized in Oh Doke SEO's novel, and she would read it. I realized this future and trembled slightly. It felt like a ray of light had pierced the world, where destruction seemed inevitable. Old man, what's going on? Oh, Doke Seo tilted her head at my reaction. Suddenly, my right forearm itched. Dang, Seorin's last words echoed in my head. You have dreams similar to mine. You're also moving forward, repairing the tracks in this broken world. The tracks the 10 legs destroyed, the broken lines that other monsters shattered. If we keep fixing it step by step, the tracks will eventually connect from station to station. Others can walk along those tracks too. Yes, in the end, Dang Seorin was right. What she had muttered then was just a hope, and I had accepted her last words because I shared that same hope. But now, after more than 5,000 years had passed, reality had finally caught up to our hopes. In that case, I held the trembling in my heart. I'll wait for this child to catch up to me. Until when? Until Doke Seo arrives at the station named the 555th cycle. That cycle was like Pandora's box. When Doke Seo realizes that the novel she read is actually the tracks laid out in reality, this world will fundamentally change. As a regressor, a new joy of waiting had been added to my life. So, I waited. The 556th cycle ended. The 557th cycle ended. Hey! Old man. You can't abandon old man Sko like that. Doke Seo shouted when we reached the 581st cycle. She must have read the latest chapters where old man Sko had left on an indefinite vacation. I smirked. Who did I abandon? Nothing could have been more unfair. I abandoned old man Sko? He abandoned me. And I never once gave up on him. It's confusing, the sequence of events, the perpetrator and the victim. But interpreting and commenting on a novel is always up to the reader. As new chapters were added and the cycles progressed, Doke Seo kept leaving me comments. Wow! How do you take down the Adumbra boss? No way! All the constellations were lying. Community building ability? What kind of trash ability is that? Simarian is a complete troll. I could never get along with someone like that. Online game weirdness? Wow, seriously. There was such a gimmick? It was never mentioned in the original. What's up with Goyuri? Is she even human? Isn't she a monster? Like a reader leaving comments for the author, Doke Seo screamed and complained. Not that I was the author or anything, but I generously accepted her comments. Even if I was still childish at over 5,000 years old, at least I knew how to let others step within my boundaries. Keep following, Doke Seo. Hurry up. You may be slower than me, but your steps are quicker than anyone else's. Tread my failures, my guidebooks, and my life story. Though my life was originally for others, it's now also for you. Of course, not all this waiting was fun. Finally, Doke Seo read up to the 52nd cycle, when I founded the 6th International Convenience Store with the fairies. From then on, the way she looked at me fundamentally changed. Old man. What is it? You know, you're a total psycho. And could you cut down on the SGNet talk? And take it easy on the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Doke Seo, I have my reasons for bringing up the Three Kingdoms threads. If I don't, a certain anomaly. Enough. The way you talk doesn't match your age. Or maybe it does. How old are you, anyway? I invoked my right to remain silent and quietly drank my coffee. There was no point trying to salvage my tarnished image when I knew better than anyone that it was beyond saving. That's right. This might sound ridiculous, but sometimes, just sometimes, I miss the days when Doke Seo shivered, mistaking me for a cold-hearted regressor. That brat. You should try growing old like me someday, brat. Footnotes. Chapter 27. The New Buddha Eye. As I mentioned before, besides 10 legs, numerous boss-level monsters emerged across the globe, like the meteor shower, which rained down endless meteors from the night sky when I ran a convenience store. The term monster was mostly used early on. However, just like the meteor shower, many monsters were more phenomena than living beings. As the story progressed, Awakeners began using other terms like anomaly, fiend, yokai, and lost in addition to monster. In Japan, boss-level monsters were referred to as angels. Quite odd terminology, considering they were called demons in the West. Later, a puppeteer, an awakener who had lived in Japan, explained that the term originated from classic Japanese anime. Gates faced similar issues. Many gates didn't resemble doors, so terms like void, abyss, inferno, and hell were used more frequently. In fact, distinguishing between anomaly and void was difficult. Today, let's discuss one of the primary culprits behind these linguistic changes, namely, the new Buddha. Huh? Hey, what's that on your head? What? Is that a leaf growing by your ear? That monster wasn't a living creature. More precisely, opinions were divided on whether it was living or non-living. A leaf growing by your ear, a zombie virus? Where the virus originated remained unknown for a long time. It was likely North or South Korea. Just as Busan Station's waiting room had become a wasteland for awakeners, the Korean peninsula was also a paradise for monsters. It's like the world itself was balancing things out. Zombie virus. People panicked and caused an uproar. After all, zombies are a staple of any apocalypse. When infected with the virus, leaves or flowers sprouted from the human body. There were even cases of weeds growing on bald heads. Yet, despite this peculiar occurrence, the initial response to the virus was surprisingly lukewarm. There was a reason for that. No. I'm not a zombie. Huh? See, I'm talking normally. My memory's fine, and my head's clear. Damn, having a maple leaf under my arm does feel weird, but I don't want to die because of this. Simply put, the people infected by the virus were surprisingly functional. While the human body had suddenly turned into a flower pot and looked bizarre, there appeared to be no harmful effects from the virus if one could ignore its appearance. In fact, it even came with significant benefits. That damn monster. It killed my mother. Ah. I will kill it, no matter what. Even if I die, I will end that monster. Son. Please watch over me from heaven, Mother. Your unfilial son will soon follow. Son. Huh? I'm not dead, you fool. How many times do I have to call you? And Mother? But your stomach is torn open. Don't know why, but I'm fine. Maybe because I had a tonic yesterday. People infected with the virus were hard to kill. As long as the brain wasn't destroyed, even severed limbs and damaged organs couldn't cause death. Even if the body's vital functions shut down, if one soaked up enough sunlight during the day and drank plenty of water, they could survive serious injuries. In this collapsed medical system, how did ordinary people react? God has blessed us. Me too. I want to be infected too. People clamored to get infected. Awakeners with healing abilities were rare, and the skilled healers were busy assisting others on the front lines. In this era of uncertainty, where death was always near, gaining an extra life point for free was a gift. It was like finding a lifeboat on the sinking Titanic. A zombie virus? No, it's the blessing of life. Become a plant too. You won't need to search for food. With sunlight and water, you can live without worries. This is the greatness of the new Buddha. Believe in the new Buddha, and you will be free from suffering and gain a body that can live in a new world. Even cult doctrines sprouted. The zombie virus became worshipped as the new Buddha. Although not related to Buddhism, its slogan freedom from the suffering of needing meat and grain for sustenance resonated with people. Followers of the new Buddha shaved their heads. Unlike Buddhists, however, new hair didn't grow back for these new Buddhists but instead sprouted weeds and flowers. They claimed that shedding human skin was part of accepting a new Buddha. Oh my, Lady Yellow Rose. I hope you slept well. Yes, thanks to your care, Lady White Rose, I slept peacefully. The new Buddhists adopted new Dharma names, similar to Christian baptismal names. They called each other by the names of trees and flowers that grew from their heads. They named their group Wadam, meaning a flower bed of a million blooms, and called their ideology Huayan, one. It was fitting, given their penchant for living with flowers on their heads. These flower-headed people are going to kill us. Deng Xiaorin once muttered this, probably in the 5th cycle. As the vice guild leader of the Sanshin Guild, I shrugged. Well, in a world this chaotic, it's no wonder people want to rely on cults. Why else would the Yellow Turban Rebellion have occurred? The Vice Guild leader keeps using the Three Kingdoms metaphors. It makes you sound old, so please stop. What's wrong with the Three Kingdoms? All the kids love Liu Bei. Filial kids admire Cao Cao. Sun Quan is, well, liked by psychos. Seeing my expression, Deng Xiaoren chuckled. I get why they do it, but these people are poison to us. She was right. The new Buddha had its drawbacks. It didn't negatively impact ordinary people. But after about 2 weeks of infection, once the flower fully bloomed, awakeners couldn't use their powers. A deadly poison. Be careful too, guild leader. Nowadays, any criticism against them is met with accusations of plant hate. But they hate awakeners. Another valid point. In the early stages of the Gate Crisis, awakeners were highly respected. But backlash against their superiority grew, and the new Buddha systematically incorporated this into their teachings. Awakeners are no different from monsters, as shown by how their powers vanish once they receive the new Buddha's blessing. All awakeners should join the new Buddha's faith and quickly free themselves from the sin of killing. Those who don't oppose Huayan's will. They shatter the peace of all life. Non-killing eternal life. Eternal Huayan. Billion-mile stability. They were truly troublesome cultists, but Deng Xiaoren was a capable guild leader. It wasn't for nothing that she formed a multinational guild in Korea. She coolly solved the issue by donating a large amount of goods to the new Buddhist flowerbed. Haha. Although Deng Xiaoren has yet to receive the Buddha's blessing, how could we flowers mistreat one who devotes herself to the greater good? Thanks. Amit ba my foot. If Siddhartha had seen that fake monk with the tiger lilies growing from his head, he would have shaved it clean with clippers. Korea was still a relatively good place. On the Korean peninsula, there was a phenomenon called constellation. This phenomenon kept awakeners relatively grounded, and their superiority couldn't flourish. Consequently, hatred toward awakeners among ordinary people was low. But when the new Buddha spread to other countries, things changed. The new Buddha, along with the virus, became an intellectual infection exported worldwide, and this cult shook the world. Everyone. What is faith? Non-killing eternal life. Eternal Huayan. Billion-mile stability. That's right. Faith is merely a name for flowers. Why? In other countries where constellations didn't exist, awakeners' supremacy was rampant. Governments were paralyzed, laws collapsed, and even those keeping an eye on me were absent. Of course, awakeners with some power caused trouble. Naturally, the ordinary people who suffered despised the awakeners, and the new Buddha justified that hatred. Thus was born a K-cult that swept the world. There was another cult in North Korea, but its influence was limited to the northern region, so its impact paled compared to the new Buddha. This is difficult. Truly difficult. The number of volunteer soldiers we expected from Japan has plummeted. Deng Xiaoren rubbed the frayed edge of her cone hat with her fingers. It was her unconscious habit whenever she was genuinely troubled. You might have forgotten, but in the 5th cycle, we retreated to Busan instead of fighting the 10 legs directly. Hundreds of awakeners from Japan had promised to join us, but the numbers suddenly dwindled to 20. 20's too few. The flower-headed people have expanded their influence in Japan. From Kyushu to Kanto, they've taken over nearly half the country. It's difficult to leave their base. I've heard that even India, Europe, and America are beginning to succumb. Humanity's future looks bleak. The rise of cults and the bleak future were a chicken and egg problem. While the 10 legs was visible and could be defeated with enough fighting, the new Buddha had no such solution. How could a virus be eradicated? The virus labs were busy researching life-threatening epidemics, so the new Buddha virus wasn't a priority. Each cycle brought different new Buddha victims. Sometimes Deng Xiaoren was infected, and other times, even the Saintess. Whenever I suspected I was infected, I'd quickly end my life before the leaves bloomed. If my awakening ability stopped working, what if I lost my regression ability too? I had to die quickly. Well, with old man Sko around, it was unlikely I'd have trouble, but better safe than sorry. Here's what happened to the characters when they got infected and which flowers bloomed. Saintess, blue hydrangea, with drops of violet dye. Dang Seorin, pitch black violets, like the night sky enveloping a moon halo. Seogyu, unknown. Sim Orion, white lily of the valley, trembling amusingly. Lee Juho, bright yellow sunflower. Go Yuri, unknown, presumed to be daffodil. Old Man Sko, unknown, presumed to be clover, not four-leaf. O Doke Seo, red spider lily, also known as Lycoris radiata or higanbana. She was curious what flower would bloom for her and deliberately got infected to find out. Not normal either. Like Old Man Sko, I didn't know what flower would bloom for me. If I suspected an infection, I'd kill myself before the flower bloomed. I did this twice. If I had to guess, maybe a pure white lily. Symbolizing innocence and purity, it seems fitting for me. Anyway, the new Buddha was more troublesome than 10 legs. Letting them be since they didn't harm civilians was my strategy until the 17th cycle, when it had to be corrected. Undertaker. We're in trouble. Old Man Sko burst through the door. I had just fallen asleep and frowned deeply. Ah, what is it? Let me sleep. I'm not old like you. I still need a lot of sleep. What? You damn brat. That's not it. Outside. Look out the window, you fool. What's the problem that you're freaking out in the middle of the night? I opened the window. I looked up at the night sky. I froze, gripping the window frame. What the hell is that? Yggdrasil. A massive red tree covered the entire night sky. Footnotes. 1. The term refers to the Huayan school of Buddhism, also known as the Flower Garland School. This tradition is named after the Avatamsaka Sutra, Flower Garland Sutra, one of the most influential Mahayana sutras. The Huayan school is known for its intricate and profound philosophy which emphasizes interpenetration and interdependence of all phenomena. In East Asian Buddhism, it has been particularly influential in China, Korea, and Japan. Chapter 28. The New Buddha 2. In the 17th cycle, Old Man Sko and I were running an academy. He was the principal, and I served as the vice principal. It was a ploy to easily attract and cultivate promising awakeners from various countries. We managed this academy earnestly for a while, accumulating plenty of data on the awakeners. There will come a time to discuss this academy in more detail later. Gather all the graduating class and faculty. I've already done that, you brat. You're the last one. Old Man Sko lied. We had to roam the dormitory in our pajamas, waking up every combat team. After preparations were complete, we set out for the rendezvous point agreed upon with other guilds for emergencies. Samchin Guild Leader. Oh, Undertaker. Swordmaster is here too. Along the way, other guilds joined us one after another. Samchin World, one of the two strongest in Korea, had quickly arrived with their elites. The sight of 60 awakeners in pointed hats, wielding staffs, looked ridiculous, but their combat strength was no joke. What kind of mess is this? We're still figuring out the exact cause. The constellations are giving me hints, but I need to see it with my own eyes. That giant tree was first spotted around 2 a.m. today. Did it suddenly bloom? Yeah. It grew that big in less than an hour, and it started glowing red only after it fully grew. So the report was a bit delayed. Ominous. I agree. Then a Samchin Guild member approached Dang Seorin and whispered something to her. All the guild leaders gathered at the rendezvous point looked at Dang Seorin. Despite 10 legs being subjugated, she was still relied on as a leader. She sighed. Well, you all should see this. Bring it. Yes. The guild members dragged something bound tightly with ropes. It was a human, or to be precise, someone dressed as a new Buddhist. To be more exact, it was a human gnawing on their forearm and mumbling incessantly. Hunjry. 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 Even tied up, the biting didn't stop. They bent their head as much as they could and twisted their elbow backward to gnaw at their own flesh. In the dim night, we couldn't see it clearly at first, but now we noticed their legs and left arm had already been devoured. The guild leaders' faces hardened. What's that guy doing? Is he a zombie? At least he's a polite zombie, eating his own flesh. Or maybe he's just a modest zombie. What's he mumbling? The live sight of someone tearing off their own flesh was grotesque, but the guild leaders who had survived till now were not easily shaken. Their expressions were grim, but their sharp eyes observed the zombie. From what we've seen so far. When Dang Xiaoren spoke, the guild leaders fell silent. All new Buddhists show the same symptoms. All of them. A murmur of shock spread. Every single one? Yes. Ah, I misspoke. You don't even have to be a new Buddhist. Anyone infected with the new Buddha virus, whether ordinary or awakened, is the same. I knew it. Old Man Sko grumbled. There's never been anything good that comes from cults. What, you get an extra life point if you get infected? No way such a lucky thing exists. I've been suspicious from the start. The guild leader's stares bore down on the German's indiscriminate grumbling. Clearing my throat, I carefully took over the conversation. Sanchin guild leader, are these the only symptoms? Like Tammy, a creature that devours itself? While intriguing, I don't see the connection between the world tree and these zombies. What's Tammy? Anyway, watch a bit longer. Something curious will happen. Even while we spoke, the zombie didn't stop feeding. Hungy-ry. 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 Soon, the last remaining right arm fell off. The zombie stood tall like a matryoshka doll. The zombie raised its head and looked up at the night sky in the direction of the world tree. Its mouth slowly opened, and a red flower sprouted from within. The guild leaders collectively held their breath. My God. Fuck, what? Someone muttered, looks like a cordyceps. A fungus that parasitizes its host before blooming into a mushroom. Except in this case, it wasn't a mushroom but a brilliantly beautiful red flower. The red flower used the zombie's body as a flower pot, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to the height of a one-story building. It was as if time itself had malfunctioned. We were speechless as we looked up at the crown of the red flower. Pop, like popcorn bursting, the petals exploded. The red flower blossomed and withered in 10 seconds as if each was its own season. But unlike other trees, it didn't shed its flowers downward. The guild leaders were speechless. Hey. They're floating up? Not falling, but ascending. The red flower's home was not the ground but the sky. The petals floated upward like lighter winds, fireflies, or cherry blossoms. And it wasn't only happening here. The dark night sky glittered with countless red lights. They were far closer than stars, though much dimmer. Red petals scattered like the Milky Way from abandoned buildings, open fields, and all around, returning to the night sky. Beautiful. That, too, was someone's murmur. With the world tree reclaiming every speck of red from the ground, it looked more magnificent than ever. Its radiance was so brilliant that both starlight and moonlight were overshadowed. Old Man Sko let out a sigh. When I turned to look, he wasn't staring at the night sky but at the zombie. Its gaunt body looked more like the husk of a long-decayed tree than flesh. The human corpse drained of all its red had been reduced to mere remnants. When Old Man Sko poked it with his sheathed sword, the zombie pot crumbled. Undertaker. Yes, old man. Looks like we're fucked, right? I nodded. I hated to admit it, but it was an accurate diagnosis. The boss-level monster that appeared after 10 legs. Or rather, the anomaly that had emerged before 10 legs but hid its power for years, parasitizing hosts until finally revealing itself. The world tree, the return of Adumbra. Adumbra, a mystical flower revered in Buddhism. A legendary blossom that didn't exist in reality. But now, it did. There was no countermeasure against a legend that had descended to Earth. More dangerous than the 10 legs. Unlike 10 legs, Adumbra was cunning. It didn't just parasitize hosts but made them welcome it. It quietly expanded its influence before unleashing its full power at once. Once Adumbra revealed itself, it was game over. If the world tree could bloom red, there were already too many hosts infected. From that point, the apocalypse was inevitable. Oh no, what do we do? Indeed. Old Man Sko and I put our heads together, deep in thought. By the way, It was the 18th cycle. Where did the 17th cycle go, you ask? Weeds sprouted from Old Man Sko's beard, and grass grew from my eyebrows. We thought it was the last-ditch effort and took the whole guild alliance to hack at the tree with axes, but it didn't work. So, Old Man Sko and I downed poison in a glass of soju and toasted. Even after Old Man Sko went on leave, we couldn't come up with a fundamental countermeasure against Adumbra. The best we could do was suppress the spread of cults and keep the Awakener's superiority in check. But that was just a stopgap measure. While we could control things domestically, how could we manage overseas? Whatever strategy we devised, it would only delay Adumbra's bloom. Yet time passed, and the 36th cycle came. The constellations don't exist. Neither the Saintess of National Salvation nor the Conqueror of the Alps are real. They're just characters I created. From the moment I met the Saintess, everything changed quickly. We finally found a clue to the seemingly hopeless conquest of the World Tree. After forming a blood pact with the Saintess, I began the full-scale subjugation of Adumbra. The crux of the operation was the request I made to the Saintess. Saintess, please use your clairvoyance to monitor the Awakeners on Jeju Island for some time. Jeju Island? The Saintess tilted her head. Is there a particular reason? Yes. If left alone, a cult called the New Buddhists will begin to emerge in earnest by year 3. I explained the zombie virus and the rise of the New Buddhists, the emergence of Awakeners' superiority, and the backlash of hatred against them. And, finally, the Red World Tree's full bloom. The Saintess listened quietly from beginning to end. Then she spoke softly. Indeed. So, you intend to find the virus's first patient? Exactly. The first patient, whose identity had eluded us in previous cycles, was the first domino that set off the viral outbreak. It would have been impossible to identify them alone. But using my regression ability and the Saintess's clairvoyance, it was possible. In this cycle, we'll focus on Jeju Island. Next, Gyeongsangnam-do, then Gyeongsangbuk-do, Jeollanam-do, and Jeollabuk-do. Each cycle, we will focus on a region in Korea, moving from the south to the north. That way, we will eventually witness the first patient's birth. The Saintess nodded. I understand. I've primarily used clairvoyance to monitor prominent Awakeners like you, Undertaker. But if I push myself a little, even if it's impossible to observe every Awakener in Korea in real time, I can manage at least one region. Do you want me to assign you G1 to assist you? No, it's okay. The Saintess clasped her hands together and closed her eyes as if praying. This is something I can handle alone. At the time, I didn't know the exact method she used to observe so many Awakeners. It was one of her secrets that she never revealed. I could only guess she cooperated with Awakeners working with the South Korean government, or remnants of it, like No Dua, among others. After assigning the Saintess her quest, I took care of the cult leaders responsible for founding the New Buddhists. Even if other faiths would eventually arise, eliminating them bought us at least a year or two. And so, in the 36th cycle. It's not Jeju Island. 37th cycle. No sign of a first patient in Gyeongsangnam-do. 38th, 39th, 40th cycles. Finally, in the 41st cycle. Found them. The Saintess opened her eyes. Chungcheongnam-do. Asen. Anyang. More precisely, an old and an Anyang. The old commercial district had withered after the city center shifted, leaving the inn to decay precariously beside neglected sidewalks where weeds flourished more than people. The inn seemed abandoned. Its beige paint had flaked off in patches. In room 202 on the second floor, where there wasn't much left to take, a mother and her son lay dead. The mother and child looked like they had just closed their eyes. Finding this place was nearly miraculous. An Awakener working at the local community center was patrolling residential areas and lodging facilities, ensuring no residents had been left behind. Perhaps the Saintess, pretending to be a constellation, had directed him. When the staff member found the bodies, the Saintess witnessed the scene simultaneously. He moved to his next checkpoint, burdened with caring for the living, but the Saintess's gaze lingered, leading me here today. There was a reason my alias was the Undertaker. The mother leaned against the wall, holding her child tight. He was an infant, and small, delicate red flowers, like young ferns in spring, bloomed above her shoulders. Around his wrist hung a prayer bead bracelet that was a bit too large for his tiny wrist. It wasn't hard to imagine whose bracelet it was and who had put it on him. I briefly thought about the mother's feelings when she placed her own bracelet on her child. When crossing to the afterlife, perhaps she hoped her child wouldn't fall into hell. I stood still, gazing at the scene before me like a Buddhist staring at a statue. "Mr. Undertaker," the saintess spoke telepathically. She didn't pretend to be a constellation with me, using her real voice instead. I nodded. "I understand. Don't worry." I infused my sword with aura and swung it. A few red flowers scattered across the small, one-room world. Adumbra was a mythical flower. There isn't much of an epilogue to this story. But from that day onward, I had one more task to handle at the start of each cycle. Taking care of Seogyu and Sim Orion at Busan Station. Drinking Café au lait with Old Man Sko at Beach Hospital. Establishing an alliance with the Saintess. And then heading up to Chungcheongdo to see the red flowers. Later, I learned that no matter how many times I repeated my regressions, it was impossible to save the mother and her child. They were already dead by the time the gate crisis hit Seoul. Cause of death, starvation. Misery is always in season. Phew. Sometimes, I arrived at the inn a few days late due to a delayed schedule. By then, the Adumbra, once no bigger than a young fern, would have already grown into a small cherry tree. Wow, it's so beautiful. I brought a companion along to see the flowers every new cycle. In the 96th cycle, my companion was Sim Orion. "Is this really the anomaly you mentioned, guild leader? You said it should be classified at a continental danger level on SGNet." "Yes. It's such a fascinating sight. Makes me want to paint it." True to her word, Sim Orion had brought an easel here and set it up. As she pulled out her paints, she said, "Ah. So, guild leader, what kind of flower is that?" "A flower that has destroyed the world countless times." Instead of telling her that, I brushed aside the branches and said, "It's a flower that blooms each season I die." Gasp. Sim Orion marveled at my sophisticated expression. Middle school syndrome. A grown man with middle school syndrome. Next time I bring her along, it'll be to a creepy haunted spot. Footnotes. 1. The term refers to the Huayan school of Buddhism, also known as the Flower Garland School. This tradition is named after the Avatamsaka Sutra, Flower Garland Sutra, one of the most influential Mahayana sutras. The Huayan school is known for its intricate and profound philosophy which emphasizes interpenetration and interdependence of all phenomena. In East Asian Buddhism, it has been particularly influential in China, Korea, and Japan. Chapter 29. The Explorer I. When the void erupted in the middle of Seoul, the entire Gangnam area was ravaged. I've mentioned this in several of my stories, so you should be familiar with it. Known as the Gangnam Void Crisis, Gangnam White Night, or Summer in Seoul, this incident claimed even Old Man Sko's wife, who fell victim to the summer. However, a few buildings remained intact amidst the void-infested Gangnam area. If intact means a building looks neat from the outside. Here's a question. Q. How can a building remain as intact as before, on land consumed by the void? Ah, it's also void. Exactly. Eye for an eye, poison for poison. To resist the void, there was only one solution: overpower it with an even stronger void. Put differently, if you see a building in Gangnam that's still intact, that means it managed to shrug off the void that obliterated half of Seoul's population. These were the highest-level dungeons. All the sturdiest, scariest, and most brutal voids on the Korean peninsula were concentrated in Seoul's Gangnam. The real estate market in the human world had collapsed, but among anomalies, Gangnam was still the hottest spot. One of the most notorious dungeons was a hotel in the building nicknamed the Tower of Sauron. Since the previous story involved an inn, today, let's talk about a hotel. The building known as the Tower of Sauron, as many of you know, is the tallest skyscraper in Seoul. Initially, it was a nickname with a hint of humor, but when the void devastated Gangnam, the building's residents, office workers, and hotel staff vanished entirely. Thus, the name Tower of Sauron became literal. Right after the void's eruption, people had high hopes for the tower. That building looks fine. There must be lots of survivors inside. It was already the tallest building on the peninsula. In today's world, where the average height of Seoul's buildings has reverted 50 years, it stood out even more. Come to think of it, I heard somewhere that the tower was designed to withstand a magnitude 9 earthquake. Could it really be intact inside? There's supposedly a portal to another world near the top of that building. Let's go in. Let's check it out. First, residents from north of the Han River entered the tower. They went missing immediately after entering. In the initial stages of the apocalypse, a handful of missing people didn't concern anyone. Even adding 2 zeros to the number wouldn't change the situation. But after a month or two, strange rumors about the Tower of Sauron started to circulate. It's a place where you can't return if you take even a single step inside. A reconnaissance team is forming. At that point, the South Korean military, which had managed to hold on, launched an operation. With the 10 legs treating soldiers as delicacies and sweeping through the ranks, any surviving unit had to be elite. The soldiers decided to borrow the wisdom of their ancestors, but from a much earlier time. We will form a single file line and enter the tower. Every soldier will tie a rope around their waist. Rope, sir? Yes. This rope will link all the soldiers together. The operation will be called Ariadne. Like Theseus landing on Crete and facing the greatest labyrinth humanity had ever known, the soldiers approached this operation with the same determination. The frontmost row will go in first, then walk back outside if nothing happens. If we lose contact with the front row, cut the rope immediately so the others can escape. Understood? Yes, sir. Good. Prepare the ropes. A cautious and effective strategy. The problem was that the Tower of Sauron wasn't just any dungeon, it was a demonic castle that had survived the summer in Seoul. We've lost contact with the soldiers who entered the door. Pull the rope. It won't pull. Ugh, it's not moving. It's heavy as a rock. We have no choice. Abort Ariadne. Cut the rope. Yes, sir. Huh. The rope, why? No. What are you doing, you idiot? Cut the rope. I can't cut it. The rope won't cut. What the hell are you saying? Whoa, we're being pulled. Help me. Help me. No. Hold on. If you're dragged in, you'll die. Incredibly, the ropes seemed to have transformed into titanium. The military knives couldn't even leave a dent. The glass doors of the Tower of Sauron opened wide and dragged the soldiers in, swallowing them like noodles slurped up in one go. A perfect feast. The soldier holding onto the door frame to avoid being pulled and was gone in a flash. His screams lasted only 2 seconds before fading. With a squeak, the glass doors gently closed. If the Tower of Sauron could talk, it would probably say burp. The reconnaissance team was wiped out. After this incident became known, the line of civilians daring enough to challenge the tower dwindled. That's right. Civilians stopped. I, the Undertaker, lived by my own rules, far removed from normal sentiments. What if I died in the tower? I'd just regress. And so, I sought out a companion to explore the hotel with. It would be boring to go alone. Orion, how about a hotel staycation this summer? A hotel staycation? Sim Orion's ears perked up. She had the temperament of a loner but harbored an acne-like yearning for the life of an extrovert. Sounds nice, but, just you and me? The yearning spoke. No matter what, I mean, that's a little. Relax. It's not that kind of trip. I'm just thinking of spending a few days at the best hotel on the peninsula. If you're interested, come along. If not, I'll ask someone else. Sim Orion blinked, swayed by my indifferent yet cool response, thinking, is he serious? She had been consistently easy to sway since the first cycle. Okay. I'll go. 2 days later, Sim Orion screamed in front of the hotel entrance, carrying her travel backpack. You said it was a hotel. You said it was a hotel, guild leader. It's the Tower of Sauron, here. What are you talking about? There's a hotel here. Not is but was. They're all gone. The buildings are ruined. It's all gone nommed. Enough. Follow me. I need you to come in and sketch the landscapes and maps. I should have known when you said hotel staycation. Somebody save me. No. No way am I going to die here where thousands have already died. I don't care if you're the guild leader, no means no. And so began the Undertaker's fun exploration of the void. As soon as we stepped through the glass doors of the Tower of Sauron, a stunning sight greeted us. There's light. The building that looked pitch black from outside was brightly lit inside. Not only that, there were 4 perfectly operational elevators, 2 on each side of the entrance. The chandelier hanging from the ceiling was spotless. It was as if. It's like time hasn't moved at all. How is this possible? I nodded. As an experiment, I pressed an elevator button. SRR. The doors slid open without a hitch. Gasp. It's working. Remarkable. Time hasn't just stopped, the building is fully functional. Orion, did you notice? What? Look outside. Sim Orion, who had been captivated by the chandeliers and elevators, finally turned around. With her trademark shriek, she clung to my arm like a caterpillar. What's that? Who's that? Outside the doors, meaning just beyond the glass doors we had entered through, a man in a suit stood politely. He's probably a hotel staff member, a doorman who opens doors for guests. But there wasn't anyone there earlier. Remember this, Orion, in the void, you can't rely on preconceived notions. The glass doors we saw from outside and the outside we see now are 2 different spaces. Think of it like a picture in a frame. Oh. The problem is, we've stepped inside the frame. If we tried to open those doors now, they wouldn't budge. Go ahead and try. Sim Orion cautiously tried to open the doors, but nothing happened. The hotel staff standing just beyond the glass didn't even glance at her. It's true. That's why void fits better than gate. Things that look like doors no longer mean anything as entrances or exits. To escape the void, you must follow the proper procedure or subjugate the boss. The boss. Of course, many voids don't have bosses, which makes them trickier to clear. Let's see how closely this void imitates a real hotel. I led Sim Orion into the elevator. Since this was one of the most luxurious hotels in Korea, the elevator itself was lavish. The building boasted 123 floors, but we chose to enter the void through the hotel's main entrance. So, the elevator only had 4 buttons. 81F Western Restaurant, Korean Restaurant, Bar. 79F Lobby, Guest Lounge. 76F Grand Banquet Hall, Small Banquet Hall. 01F Entrance. Sim Orion shifted nervously, intrigued yet uneasy. What if the elevator suddenly falls while going up? That'd be great. What? But we'd die. Sure, we might die, but the course would be incredibly short. If this void only entertains itself by making humans fall in an elevator, then the risk level would drop. In that case, the Tower of Sauron would simply be classified as a void or anomaly called Hotel Elevator, and that would be the end of it. Not dangerous, and easy to beat. Just don't get in the elevator. Done. As long as you're not some pervert who gets excited by elevator vibrations, you could safely ignore it in future cycles. What are you even talking about, guild leader? We die. True voids don't kill people. They make you want to live here forever. Click. I pressed 79F. Since we had entered through the hotel entrance, we were likely guests staying at the hotel. And as guests, our first stop should be the hotel lobby to check in. Twitch. When the elevator began moving, Sim Orion's shoulders tightened. I tapped her back gently. How long you survive successfully in a void depends on your understanding of its personality. Remember that staff member standing beyond the glass doors? Even little details like that are important. In the void, No clue is insignificant. If a staff member is outside, it's because the void believes it's a hotel. The void believes it's a hotel. Yeah. Like the saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, you need to follow the void's rules unless you plan to mess things up right away. In that sense, the soldiers who tried to enter earlier were unlucky. Why? What guest would enter a luxury hotel in military gear, holding a gun? They were probably mistaken for terrorists and slaughtered. I secretly wished the elevator would fall. By wrapping myself in aura and shielding Cimmerian, I'd have a high chance of survival. But this world was sincere in its desire to screw people over, especially me. SRR. In less than a minute, the elevator reached the 79th floor. And as the doors elegantly opened, I was sure this void belonged to our proud world. My God, guild leader! Look! It's so luxurious here. The perfectly polished marble lobby welcomed me. Even the staff at the check-in counter smiled at us from afar. A big F you indeed. Footnotes. Chapter 30. The Explorer 2. Orion, hold the elevator door open for a moment. What? Your guild leader has something to confirm. I immediately climbed the elevator wall. Cimmerian gasped, looking at me like she was staring at a giant spider, but I paid her no mind. Channeling aura into my hands, I sliced the ceiling like it was soft tofu. Sparks flew from my hands as if I was welding. In no time, I had created a neat hole in the ceiling. This was the power of a skilled aura user. Guild leader, what are you? SHH, keep quiet and wait. Upsy daisy, I lifted my upper body through the opening. It felt like a scene from Mission Impossible. The wind outside was biting. The space beyond the elevator was pitch black. While the lack of lighting contributed to the darkness, it felt excessively gloomy even accounting for that. More precisely, it felt crude. The elevator car had ropes, but that was about it. I couldn't see the essential components like governor ropes or door drive units that should be there. And for an elevator supposedly running in the Tower of Sauron, the structure seemed flimsy. A high-rise building like this should have streamlined, aerodynamic curves in the elevator capsule. Gotcha. The entity that created this anomaly wasn't a professional. It was just a product of vague preconceptions and images from average Koreans who had a general idea of this hotel. I avoided the worst. I smiled faintly. This would make things easier. Hup! With a thump, I climbed back down through the ceiling. Cimmerian, who I'd asked to hold the elevator door open, couldn't resist her curiosity and had peeked outside. Guild leader. There are people here, and they're all fine. My God, their clothes aren't wrinkled at all, so neat. Ah. The carpet is all messed up because of our shoe prints. At that moment, the beings in the hotel lobby all turned their gaze toward her. Their pitch-black pupils stared at Cimmerian. Eep! Quiet. Before she could scream, I immediately covered Cimmerian's mouth. She squirmed and whimpered as I whispered quickly into her ear. Don't speak recklessly. Avoid eye contact. The staff and other guests are all anomalies. MMPH? To be precise, they're parts of the anomaly. More like its terminals. The entire hotel is likely one single anomaly and void. If you draw too much attention, the whole hotel will start watching you. Of course, if you were an awakener who could wield aura as easily as breathing, you could smash them all to bits. But our goal is exploration before subjugation. We need to document how this void works in detail. It might help humanity. Got it? Nodding slowly, Cimmerian moved her chin up and down. Her palm felt a bit sweaty, but I tried to ignore it. Now, let me show you how a skilled awakener explores the void. As long as these creatures are around, keep quiet and just follow my lead. Can you do that? Nod. Good. I released Cimmerian's mouth and walked with her toward the check-in counter. Tap. The anomalies, or their terminals, moved their gaze precisely in sync with my steps. If I were a regular person with little experience dealing with anomalies, this sight would be terrifying. But who am I? The regressor who'd spent countless cycles tangled up with anomalies, resilient as the Baked Mountain and the East Sea. I approached without blinking. Creak. The staff behind the counter parted their lips. Their mouths were as black as an abyss, and their tongues weren't even visible beyond their teeth. It mimicked a human voice. Welcome. Do you have a reservation at our hotel? If so, good morning. The staff suddenly froze. Unfazed, I continued fluently. I have a reservation at this hotel. I'm a travel YouTuber. Can I check in? The staff looked visibly confused, understandably so. I had spoken in German. Hotel staff at high-end establishments usually speak English and can respond in Japanese or Chinese. But German, French, Spanish, or Russian requires special preparation, and they can't handle them on the spot. Naturally, Korean anomalies had the same sensitivity toward foreigners as most Koreans. They became utterly weak. Sorry, sir. Can you speak English? Reservation? Reservation, please? Oh, come on. Relying only on English in today's global era? Sorry, I'm sorry. I can't speak English. Deutschland. Germany. Okay? Germany. What should we do? He seems German. Apologies. Please wait a moment. My flawless German pronunciation made the anomaly shrink back and panic. Simarayan was watching me with wide eyes, like someone seeing a giant hamster perform a headstand. It might have looked funny, but this "I don't speak Korean, and I don't know English either" strategy worked well in the void. Especially in voids that imitated real buildings, like the Tower of Sauron. The anomalies whispered to each other. Can't we reach the person in charge? No answer. They're not picking up. Why now, of all times? We need to ask if he has a reservation, but we can't communicate. Calm down, everyone. Just guide him to the lobby sofa. We can't keep the guest standing there. Offer him some welcome tea, too. If this were an actual hotel, they'd have acted swiftly, but I guarantee it was the first time these anomalies had encountered a German guest. A foreign liaison? There's no way they'd have something like that. Calling anyone wouldn't yield results. Excuse me, sir. Please? Can you come this way? What was that? Please have a seat on the sofa. Yes. The phone, we can't get through. Yes, sorry. The staff tried their best to get us to understand using every gesture they could think of. With a mildly displeased expression, I made it clear I didn't intend to cause trouble and sat on the sofa. Oh my goodness. As soon as the staff moved away, Simarayan huddled close and whispered, Guild leader. What just happened? This strategy is nearly foolproof when dealing with anomalies trying to imitate humans in Korea. Of course, it only worked well in Korea and shouldn't be used in the Netherlands. Too many people there spoke foreign languages. Why you can speak foreign languages? Of course. English, Chinese, Hindi, Spanish, Japanese, French, German, Italian, most major languages. My complete memory isn't OP for nothing. Wow. I thought you were just someone who liked old Three Kingdoms content, but now you seem different. This brat. If not for me, she would have knocked on the glass doors before even getting on the elevator and would have gone straight to the afterlife. She was still a newbie to voids. No matter how dangerous the dungeon, it's manageable if you know how to handle it. I pulled out a Polaroid camera from my travel backpack, a model that printed instant photos. Why a camera now? Relax. This is a valuable item. One of the treasures I got in Japan after helping some magical girls. It was a Polaroid one-step, Land Camera 1000, launched in 1977. It should require an SX70x0 film, but the camera itself was an anomaly, so thankfully, film wasn't needed. Click. I photographed the hotel lobby. The camera flashed brightly, and soon, a white film was ejected. Here, take it. And no screaming. What? Eek! As expected, the captured image of the lobby was starkly different from what we were seeing. Dust-covered marble floors, shattered lights, and porcelain pieces scattered everywhere. Even corpses hung from nooses behind the counter. Ha! Eek! Huff! Near the sofa where we sat, a corpse dressed as a soldier had its mouth agape and eyes wide open. Simarayan was practically hyperventilating. Fascinating, right? This camera is rare. It's known as a spirit camera and is quite a notable anomaly in Japan. I'd been eyeing it for a long time and only got it after taking down the Inanaki tunnel. I don't know why those magical girls were so stingy with it when they had two similar Nikon F-series cameras. Guild leader, eek. Guild leader. Don't be so scared. The fun comes from testing how well these idiots can imitate humans. Nobody else in this world would find anomalies fun except you. As I teased Simarayan, the hotel staff brought us some welcome tea. Afterward, a man who appeared to be the manager came over and used English and body language to communicate. I'm really sorry, sir. We have no way to assist you right now. I raised my chin by 20 degrees, and the manager bowed by 20 degrees. If you could wait a little longer, we'll figure something out. Humph. At this point, I pondered whether to subdue or hold off on subduing this anomaly. Most anomalies would have revealed their true nature by now, but from how things were going, it seemed like these creatures were genuinely dedicated to the hotel business. In other words, as long as we kept up our guest act, they wouldn't drop their hotel act. Pass. That's fine. Okay. I'll just look around and come back later. Pardon? Here, hold my backpack. This is my phone number. Okay? I took out my important items and handed my backpack to the staff. Realizing my intent, the staff smiled and said, okay. Thank you so much. They kindly guided us to the elevator. Comfortably, we returned to the first floor. Since seeing the spirit photos, Simarayan had been trembling non-stop. Guild leader, is it okay for us to leave like this? Probably. But earlier, the door wouldn't open. This time, the hotel allowed us to leave. If I had said I was leaving for good, maybe they would have stopped us. But I implied I'd be back. Oh, that's why you left your backpack. Right. When exploring voids, you must quickly grasp their nature and adapt. Even in dangerous voids, as long as you follow the rules, they usually won't attack. Only about 50% of the time. That's still half. Which is why you should always be strong enough to smack them down if they attack. TSK. When the elevator reached the first floor, the door opened. As a test, I took a quick photo of the lobby. What's in it? I'll tell you in a bit. The photo showed bodies piled high like mountains. 20 partially eaten corpses stood near the glass doors, and 100 others clung to the glass, scratching it with their palms. What looked like a pretty chandelier was actually a gruesome collection of hanging corpses. Let's head out. Okay. As expected, the glass doors opened naturally when I pushed them this time. A gust of fresh air rushed into my nose. Simarayan plopped to the ground. It was so scary. So scary. Guild leader, please. Don't drag me into this, it's bad for my heart. Here's the first floor photo. A souvenir. A souvenir? What? Simarayan fainted. I was satisfied. This is why it's fun to hang out with her. Her reactions were always great. Of course, the satisfaction didn't last long after I read a silly post on SGNet the next day. Old man Goryo, dropped my footprint at that tower in Gangnam, Seoul, LOL. Old man Goryo, is this dungeon really that famous? I went, and it's a joke. Those awakeners always boast, but this crappy dungeon is what kills them. 79th floor lobby photo. First floor elevator photo. Old man Goryo, I've got a spirit item, so I took some verification shots. Check if your parents' faces are here, LOL. Naturally, these so-called verification shots were the instant photos I had given Simarayan. The response was overwhelming. Anonymous, where is this? Literary girl, it's obviously the Tower of Sauron. Anonymous? This guy raided the Tower of Sauron alone and came back fine? Samchin, cadet, what's with this old Mangorio villain? Is this unhinged troll actually a reclusive master? Bakwa, 6th grader, wing. Angry face. Anonymous, wow, this guy is next level, lol. Satisfaction, cooking queen, this is fascinating. I glanced over at Cimmerian, fiddling with her phone in the guild's lounge. He. She lay sprawled on the couch, looking incredibly happy. Perhaps that's what a true anomaly looks like. Epilogue. In the next cycle, after picking up Seogyu from Busan Station, I researched the Tower of Sauron online. With civilization still just beginning to collapse, I easily found image files of hotel vouchers. And using those files, I forged a reservation. Why? The barcode was a mess, but there was no way the anomalies could verify it. So, armed with this voucher, presidential suite, 145 square meters, meals included, priced at 8 million won per night, I revisited the Tower of Sauron alone. The result? Yes, your reservation is confirmed, Mr. Undertaker. We'll serve you with the utmost care. Oh. Surprisingly, the reservation worked. That night, I not only enjoyed dinner at the finest restaurant but also took a relaxing bath while admiring Seoul's night view from the window. Wherever I went, the staff smiled and treated me with the utmost kindness. Jackpot. The next morning, I took a picture of my breakfast to test. Click. I savored my seaweed soup while waiting for the film to develop. When the photo finally emerged, I looked down. I won't reveal what was captured in the photo here. But if you're planning a trip with someone, make sure they have a strong stomach. Very strong. And of course, I'm not bringing Cimmerian. Footnotes. Chapter 31. The Creator Eye. Among those who've heard my story so far, some might be wondering. So what is the government doing? In this apocalyptic madness, with cultists' antics, Cthulhu tentacles slithering, and world tree zombies sprouting up, what are the politicians and government doing? First, let me tell you this. Folks, the Korean government has something to say. That's right. We should consider the government's standpoint. You must have heard that right after a gate opened in Seoul, the National Assembly launched into space. For reference, the president was in the midst of delivering a policy speech at the National Assembly about the supplementary budget. It was truly a touching moment when South Korea suddenly rose to prominence as a pioneer in space exploration. The union between the ruling and opposition parties was realized not on this miserable Earth, but in a new colony called space. From a politician's perspective, Korea is just a meager homeland, much like how the Portuguese royal family fled to Brazil to escape Napoleon. Similarly, the Korean government went on a summer vacation. What's left on the Korean peninsula now? A handful of National Assembly members and ministers who didn't attend the policy speech, governors, mayors, county chiefs, and many, many monsters. When the social infrastructure was not yet fully destroyed, the politicians wasted 3 days foolishly. In an apocalyptic situation, 3 days was more than enough time to drive people insane. Very few could remain calm after hearing news like, monsters are hosting a neighborhood meeting in our apartment park and parking lot. Finally, on the 3rd day, the remnants of the government delivered their address to the nation, firing the final fireworks of the grand festival. Fellow citizens, South Korea is still safe. For now, remain calm and continue with your livelihoods. A truly generic speech. What the politicians overlooked was none other than the DNA of Koreans. That DNA bore an imprint of unshakable trust in the government. The people of this nation remembered the swift campaign of King Seonjo-lee during the Japanese invasion and the spirit of national defense proclaimed when the army recaptured Wajongbu from the North Korean invaders and vowed to defend Seoul. You could blame the scoundrel once for fooling you, but if you were duped twice, it was your fault, and 3 times? Hand in your Homo sapiens certificate. Koreans weren't yet ready to go extinct. Stay calm, my ass. Oh, I knew these bastards would do this. Head south. Just head south. The civilians of the Korean peninsula evacuated with remarkable order. Citizens, the northern side of the Han River is still safe. Please, trust the government and the army, and go BA. Who's that guy? They say he's the vice mayor. What's that even mean, damn it? I don't know. Toss him. What? The vice mayor of Seoul, third in line as the acting mayor in emergencies, the only survivor, rushed out to Banpo Bridge to dissuade the citizens, but the citizens of Seoul simply threw him off the bridge and provided him with a practical lesson in water temperature. It was a clean, bold toss worthy of a standing ovation if the people of Prague had witnessed it. If only the politicians had admitted bluntly, we're completely screwed, but the north side of the Han River seems relatively safe based on monster distribution. To be more accurate, every region in the country is equally dangerous. Maybe things would have improved. But what could you do? You could only blame the ancestors who burned through their citizens' trust twice over. When the Republic of Seoul went down in flames, the other coalition governments stood no chance. County chiefs and mayors across the nation had already carved the national slogan "Every man for himself" deeply into their hearts. The final touch was the mayor of Busan, closest to the throne of chaos, who fled to Japan, dealing the decisive blow. Soon enough, the second provisional government of the Republic of Korea, with the mayor of Busan as its head, was established on the Japanese archipelago. Fellow citizens, rumors are spreading that I've abandoned my duties as mayor and fled. This is untrue. I've only moved to the diplomatic stage to secure foreign aid and reclaim Korean territory. But the fact that the provisional government's capital was in Fukuoka, Japan, had even the staunchest government supporters scratching their heads. Wait, was that really the original location of the provisional government? I thought it was a bit further west. Even the Japanese must have been a bit taken aback. After all, the provisional government of Korea had a penchant for putting bombs instead of food in lunch boxes. How could they trust these lunch box fanatics, not knowing what mischief they'd stir up? After many twists and turns, the second provisional government was eventually shunned by its own citizens and foreigners alike. To me, it looked like a suicide. For the final touch, a military coup confused the era on the Korean peninsula by 70 years. Fellow citizens, today, myself and the brave soldiers defending this country's territory have agreed on a grand proposition that we can no longer stand by this political chaos. We've risen up to overthrow this corrupt and incompetent government that lost the people's trust, and we soldiers have fully mobilized. But the coup failed. Its failure was simple. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the boss monster, the 10 Legs, was an ardent fighter for democracy. The military units heading toward the Blue House repeatedly missed their targets and ended up inside the 10 Legs' stomachs. Though the army generals might not have known it, 10 Legs had a quirk of perceiving any group of over 300 people moving as a food truck. The military unit that attempted to enter the Tower of Sauron last time belonged to the shattered remnants of the National Army. Even those remaining forces slowly disappeared for various reasons. That should summarize the answer to so, what did the government do? Utter chaos. A madhouse. Total devastation. But if you want a lotus to bloom, you first need a pool of mud. Even within the Korean government, which fumbled the initial response miserably, a lotus bloomed. No Dua, a 7th-grade public servant working at a public rehabilitation hospital. She was the protagonist of this story. Unlike other public officials, No Dua succeeded precisely because she was just a 7th-grade public servant. From the beginning, Dua never dreamed she could replace the government of South Korea. Tax management? Electing National Assembly members? Universal welfare? Why should she care? I probably shouldn't say this, but I don't really think of myself as a public servant. No Dua often said such things to me, and she would say similar things to others, too. She probably said the same things even when living on the taxpayers' money. I probably shouldn't say this, but I don't like the citizens. Now, isn't that really something you shouldn't say? Does it matter? Awakener Undertaker. Do you think more employees love their boss or dislike them? Isn't it the latter? To public officials, citizens are the bosses. So, it's only natural that more public servants dislike citizens. Dua muttered with slumped shoulders. She was a person of unusual eccentricity whom I first met in the 11th cycle. I had heard bits about her in passing before, but our first direct meeting was then. It's all done. Oh, would you like to stand up and walk? In the 11th cycle, my left leg was severed, so I had to wear a prosthetic. I stood up, walked a little, then tried a light jog, even doing small jumps in place. Dua observed all these movements carefully. How does it feel? Any discomfort? None at all. Wow, this thing works amazingly. It feels like real muscles and nerves. That's good. Dua smiled faintly. To some, it may have seemed a shady or insidious smile, but through my long regression experience, I had grown free from such prejudices. So I could confidently assess Dua's smile as benevolent. If something goes wrong, there's a 5% chance it could sting like nerves are being pierced. Just think of it as a gotcha gone wrong and come back to me. I'll make you another one for half price. Dua was a manufacturer of assistive devices. Assistive devices referred to auxiliary gadgets used to aid those with mobility issues, like wheelchairs and crutches. Before the gate incident, Dua worked at a public hospital, repairing and creating various assistive devices. Even back then, she was already renowned among war veterans who had lost limbs to landmines. The Veterans Hospital always sought her out, but Dua seemed uninterested. I shouldn't say this, but I don't like soldiers. Just asking out of curiosity, but do you like any human being at all, Dua? No, I don't. It was a miracle she hadn't become a recluse. Yet even Dua had her concerns. Specifically, her worries lay with the patients, or more precisely, with those who had extreme difficulty moving. Some of the patients are struggling to move. Those with damaged nerves in their spines had to rely on wheelchairs. It would have been manageable if vehicles equipped with accessible seating for the disabled were still running, but over time, gasoline ran out, and the roads became rugged. Driving cars and even maneuvering wheelchairs was difficult. Most people would have given up at that point. After the gate incident fully took hold, the notion of treating disabled people became increasingly rare. In this era, getting killed by a monster was practically considered a natural death. If not for no Dua, I would have casually given up after losing my left leg. Even the elderly find it increasingly difficult to come to our workshop because the roads are too rough. But a person with extraordinary eccentricity sees things differently. Shouldn't we make the roads a bit more convenient? Dragging her slumped body along, Dua began negotiating. Even though empathy for the disabled had dwindled, their numbers soared as more people lost limbs fighting monsters. Losing an arm or a leg was no longer a badge of honor. Dua was an awakener with the assistive device creation ability. The assistive devices she made, even if constructed from wood or iron, felt like real muscles to the user. Just strap on the prosthetic and go, no rehabilitation or adaptation period needed. In short, Dua had an enormous number of regulars who were awakeners. Almost every guild leader was acquainted with Dua. Even if they were unharmed themselves, if a guild member got injured, they'd quickly head to Dua's workshop for assistive devices. Dua was a model public servant who never refused bribes. Those who hadn't established a rapport would hear, "Oh, you're on the waiting list. Please wait 6 months." Consider the chances of an awakener surviving for 6 months with severed limbs, and even the haughtiest guild leaders would bend a little. "Oh, Mr. Dua. What brings you here?" "Ah, well, I was thinking of fixing the road between Houndy and Bansongdong." "Huh? A road? You will?" "Why? There's a patient in Bansongdong who complains that the road to our workshop is destroyed. I could always help them find a house in Houndy, but I don't feel like being that generous. So I thought I'd just make a road." In general, building a road would have been a far more significant act of kindness than finding a house, but Dua's eccentric brain didn't grasp the proper balance. "But isn't Bansong your territory, guild leader? I was hoping you could lend a hand." "You mean no other guilds are involved, and it's just you?" "Yes." "Oh, of course, I'll help. Just tell me what you need." And so, a single-lane asphalt road was constructed from Houndy to Bansongdong, where Dua's workshop was located. Since the new road was a clean renovation of an old one, it wasn't a difficult project. Dua's workshop handled everything, from construction to maintenance. A 71-year-old patient named Lee, who was one of Dua's patients, could now visit safely, even if it took time. The patient was satisfied, Dua was satisfied, and the real estate prices in Bansongdong were satisfied. That was the beginning. Footnotes. Chapter 32. The Creator 2. No, Dua's patients never hesitated to heap praise on her when they gathered. "Hey, that road laid down in Bansong looks great, doesn't it?" "You're right. Those ugly, cracked asphalt roads are nothing but eyesores. Laying a clean, beautiful one-lane road is much better, isn't it? That's classic Mr. Dua. Where's she from again? I heard she's from Tankute Village in Hainam. Of course. A woman born in a place with good water and air. If only someone like that were born in our town. At a glance, it sounded like old men chatting while playing Go. But older folks usually prefer detours over straight roads. Their true intentions could be translated as, "I'm so jealous. Really jealous. Please, lay one down in our town too." No Dua was someone born with a passive skill of mistrusting and hating people. She instinctively understood that behind every word uttered by humans lay ugly and vile desires. However, this eccentric was infinitely generous to her patients. You could say her fondness was like a limited edition. Just as a dictator who despises humanity becomes a mere servant to her pets, No Dua found a peculiar balance in her mind. "Sir, should I lay down a road in your neighborhood too?" "What? No, Miss Dua. That's not what I meant to say, but that's what you're saying now, isn't it? So, would you like me to lay one down or not?" "Well, I'd really appreciate it if you could, but I feel bad asking when you're already so busy." "Yeah. You should feel sorry. Aren't you a patient whose only possession in this awful world is age? You're clinging to a promising technician like me. I know you're the one who took the lead, so keep apologizing to the other patients too." No Dua visited the Guild Alliance. Back then and even now, the leader of the alliance was Dang Siorin. As for me, I just felt like a mercenary captain occasionally called in for jobs. "Welcome, Ms. No Dua. I've heard you're working on some projects lately. How have you been, Ms. Dang?" It's embarrassing to act like I'm doing business in front of Samchin. All I'm doing is gathering a few guys who used to toil in construction and laying down a few more modest roads than country lanes. Surprisingly, Dua was respectful toward Dang Siorin. It wasn't because their personalities clicked. Their wallets did. Anyone would grow courteous after seeing the quarterly gifts of assets Dang Siorin sent to Dua's workshop. Why the humility? "So, what brings you here?" "Well, I'm fixing the existing roads to make it easier for patients to travel. But you know, it's a matter of fairness, and people can get tricky if they feel left out. So, since the work's already in progress, you want to fix the entire road network of Busan?" "Yes, well, it's neater that way. But it's a massive project, and each district claims its own turf." Dang Siorin fiddled with the end of her pointed hat. "You want me to sort out the districts?" "Yes. If that's too difficult, you can invite me when you hold a guild meeting and just arrange a place for me." "I see. That's probably better. If I look like I'm exploiting you, some guilds will undoubtedly throw a fit. You should take charge from start to finish so there are no rumors." "True. Guild leaders have such filthy pride and greed." "All right." Dang Siorin smiled brightly. "I'll arrange a spot for you soon." "Thank you, Lady Leader." No Dua laughed slyly. "If you end up crippled later, I'll give you a full body replacement for real cheap. Just come back with your brain and heart intact." The notable part here wasn't the word crippled but real cheap. She never said free. Dua gave a nod and left the train car. Dang Siorin looked at the sofa where I was sitting. By coincidence, I was also visiting Samchin's headquarters. What do you think? No Dua is a good person. I buried myself in the sofa. The lounge car, refurbished from a luxurious train, had very cozy chairs. Dang Siorin looked at me sulkily. She called me a cripple. More precisely, she said, "If you end up crippled, don't get upset. If you weigh every word that woman says, you'll just get tired." Have you seen Dua treating her patients? No. I once had the opportunity to observe her all day. This wasn't in this cycle but another. Oh, and let me clarify that although I usually tell stories sequentially, it doesn't mean everything happened in one cycle. More often than not, I weave and edit events from multiple cycles. For instance, when I described the government's collapse, it wasn't like I stayed glued to the radio 24/7. How could I know what statements the second provisional government and coup soldiers made? I heard one speech in the 4th cycle and another in the 11th. I saw refugees throwing the vice mayor of Seoul off the bridge in the 37th cycle. My omniscient narrator viewpoint came from many cycles and experiences, and I spent as much time as needed to determine whether someone was trustworthy. In some cycles, I even worked closely alongside Dua, practically as her assistant. Unfortunately, in previous cycles, I hadn't been present when Dua visited Dang Xiaorin. So her projects were always limited to Busan. But this time would be different. Like I said, I coincidentally was visiting the Samchin Guild's headquarters. Patients with physical discomfort often struggle mentally as well. And it's not just the patients themselves but also their guardians. Even while listening to their complaints and curses, Dua has never refused a patient. She might seem shady and have an odd manner of speaking, but you won't find anyone like her. She always overcharges awakeners, but she knows whom to overcharge. As I said, she's never refused a patient. Did only affluent awakeners visit Dua's workshop? Dang Xiaorin rested her chin on her hand. Still, she spent her life caring for patients. Will she be able to take on something this big? She's someone who adjusts herself to the size of her responsibilities, not the other way around. She'll be fine. She finally nodded. All right. If that's your assessment, Undertaker, I'll trust her. Once she trusted someone, Dang Xiaorin was loyal to the end. Not long after, a national guild meeting was held off the coast of Busan. As off the coast suggests, they launched a cruise ship. With no fuel to sail, it was anchored at the pier, but this was already unimaginable luxury in today's world. The meeting was strictly for guild leaders. Members of the Second Provisional Government or the Junior Officers Corps, who typically wormed their way into official events, were thoroughly excluded. A few self-proclaimed bigwigs sent people to protest, but Dang Xiaorin ignored them. The Second Provisional Government Foreign Minister? What's that? Oh, you're a member of the Fukuoka Korean Association. Sorry, we can't hear you well from here, so try crossing the Korea Strait first. The meeting was strictly for guild leaders. The only guest invited was no Dua. Excluding the chefs, singers, and jazz band brought in for appearances. Lady leader? What? Looking around the faces of the guild leaders present, no Dua looked troubled. A rare sight. Maybe it's just me, but it seems like we've got not only Busan guild leaders but also national guild leaders here. Oh. Dang Xiaorin waved her hand as if it were no big deal. Don't worry. I just got a lot of inquiries when I announced the meeting. They haven't seen each other in ages. Isn't it good to renew those connections? It was nonsense. The event's program was like this. First, the host, Dang Xiaorin, came out to greet the guests, keeping her speech brief to emphasize she wasn't the main star here. Next, it was my turn. An enthusiastic cheer erupted. Undertaker! How long has it been? Come visit Gangwon-do sometime. Our members really want to see you. Is Miss Simarayan doing well? Thanks to you sending her, we cleared the gate smoothly last time. I'll make sure to organize something and invite you. Across the room, the Sword Marquis was sitting with his arms crossed. This was truly a gathering of Korea's most influential awakeners. I may have downplayed myself as just a mercenary captain, but did you know even Switzerland, a neutral country, once thrived on mercenary work? Trust earned from mercenary work easily translates into banking, according to historical precedent. Simply put, few guild leaders here hadn't owed me a favor. And like any honest debtor, the guild leaders were determined to repay their debt to this bank of mine, in principal and interest. They knew well that delaying repayment could snowball into a much bigger problem later. I'm deeply grateful to all of you for coming here across long and difficult roads. If this were a routine statement, it'd just be a standard greeting. But today's topic is encapsulated in that very statement, long and difficult roads. Isn't it time to fix them? Right. Woohoo! The topic of today's meeting? That was already laid out in detail on the invitation. The moment the guild leaders opened their letters, the Saintess fired up the constellation chat. Something like, the Saintess of National Salvation is very supportive of this quest. Dang Xiaorin's authority, my trust, and the Saintess's guarantee. It was a literal trinity. Nothing was more powerful on the Korean peninsula. Perhaps not even in the whole world. As many of you know, the eternal supporter of awakeners is right here. Thanks to this person, losing a limb to monsters isn't a problem. She has made tremendous contributions to maximizing our combat abilities. the owner of the No Dua workshop, who's invaluable to all awakeners. And someone even the most temperamental awakeners reluctantly respect. Please give a warm round of applause to the limb creator, No Dua. Thunderous applause erupted. No exaggeration. Who cast the lightning spell? Looking around, I saw Dang Xiaorin, in the front row, leading the applause with a happy smile. By the way, Dang Xiaorin held a legendary grudge. If anyone called her a cripple, she'd happily prove who the real cripple was. I've painted her in a good light, but once she kidnapped a rival guild leader who called her a bitch, castrated him, and said, well, here's a TS girl. So, who's the bitch now, as she laughed. That was because she had a long-standing grudge with that guild leader. It's solid proof that she didn't win the leadership of the Korean Awakener Guild Federation by chance. Have you heard of birds of a feather flock together? I might have softened up now, but I was once her second in command, climbing to vice guild leader under Dang Xiaorin. Receiving the good graces of both Dang Xiaorin and myself, No Dua trembled with joy. After my introduction, Dua walked up the stage, then grabbed the microphone. The expression on her face was, well, likely the one she often had back when she was a 7th grade public servant. In simpler terms, I'm No Dua. She was screwed. Footnotes. Chapter 33. The Creator 3. You really set me up. After the event wound down, the meeting shifted to the after-party. In fact, this was the main event, since it wasn't often that the leaders of all the nation's guilds gathered together. As soon as the drinking began, I used the excuse of going to the bathroom to step onto the cruise ship's deck. No Dua followed me like a ghost, easily tracking me down. I feigned ignorance. Set you up? Me? You've blown up this road project so much. Oh, come on. It wasn't me, it was the Alliance leader. Why blame an innocent man? Samchin World's guild leader, Dang Xiaorin. Dua murmured. She's certainly an excellent person but has a strong sense of pride. She's good at distinguishing between personal and public feelings, but that means she still holds on to personal grudges even if things proceed publicly. I even used the word cripple to provoke her pride, yet she introduced me to the guild leaders. This isn't possible unless she values me highly enough to treat me like an official. Dua's eyes narrowed. It means she must have asked someone about me, and that someone gave her a glowing recommendation. Indeed. Who could that be? It's likely the person who was in the guest lounge when I spoke with Samchin World's guild leader. Dua offered me one of the 2 glass cups she held, a cold lemon tea. I gratefully took it and drank. Beyond Busan Harbor, where the cruise ship was docked, the city stretched out in the night. The familiar sight of electric lights painting the Milky Way on the ground was gone. There was only a faint glow, a bit of shadow, and lots of moonlight. The sea breeze brought a tang of salt to the deck. No Dua and I looked at the cityscape, engulfed in the sound of the waves, for a while. You really set me up. You just said that. About what? Trying to make me work for free. Don't you think your conscience has gone on a trip? It's not free. Whatever resources, funds, or manpower you need, we'll provide whatever you require. Heh, Dua laughed slyly. What I require? Sure, then restore the world to how it was. When you hear the word infinite, what do you think of? Space? Time? For me, the only infinite thing in this world is human misfortune. Dua's tone was even darker than the night's view. Saving one life? That's possible. I've done it. But does ending one person's misery solve everything? When misfortune disappears, does happiness come? That's entirely up to that person. No one else can be responsible for it. When will it end? These were the words of someone who cared for the disabled, ignored even in this ruined world. So the idea of helping others is wrong to begin with. Help has to be limited. Instead of helping a person with their entire life, think about helping them with just their severed arm. Then it's manageable. It's something I can do and do very well. But, Dua leaned forward to peer at me, like a long-necked snake. The aroma of freshly brewed lemon tea mingled with the salty scent of the sea. You want me to take charge of the national road network, not just Busan? Her 2 eyes, like a full moon split in half, locked onto my face. Well, it's possible. And I might do it well. But what next? Roads are infrastructure. Do you know what they call people who handle infrastructure? Undertaker? Government. Not too keen on privatization, huh? Correct. Dua laughed deeply. The whole world? I have no intention of shouldering that. It's already enough dealing with the broken. No way I'll handle a broken nation. I know. For now, I have to introduce myself and suck up to the guild leaders. But as roads are built, the guild leaders will end up kneeling before me. Oh, yes. A new power player in this broken world. The king of the Korean peninsula. Sweet, right? But I don't want it. I don't like it. Why? Did you think I'd be happy if you handed me power? Go fuck yourself. No Dua. Ah, too ashamed for some self-pleasure? Then ask Samchin World's guild leader to do it for you. Heh. If you're trying to save the world, the noble ones should save it themselves, not dragging some poor guy. I'm a regressor. The waves gently lapped against the cruise ship. Perhaps from the vibration, Dua tilted her head. The lemon slice, cut like a crescent moon in her glass, slid slightly. You secretly have a winery in your workshop's basement, where you've stored 20 bottles of Chateau d'Yquem 1990. I know you opened one of them secretly the day you decided to build the road for the elderly in Bansong. Why Bansong? Because the people living there are in the worst condition. And if you connect with the guild leader holding that territory, you can interfere if necessary. Wait, when you were a civil servant, you won the first prize in the lottery but never revealed it to anyone, right? You used that money to buy wine and also privately collected the equipment needed for making assistive devices. Dua touched her lips with her index and middle fingers. Ugh. Very interesting claim. If it's true. Dua gazed at me, scanning my legs, hands, chest, and body. That explains why you've always looked like this. Sure. I see. It makes sense. Your movements make sense in many ways. Silence. But even if it's true, if you're an incompetent human being, it's meaningless. I'm not saying you're actually incompetent. What I mean is, you have to be competent enough to restore the world to how it was. I know you took down the 10 legs, but that's not enough. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand. Prove it. I looked up at the night sky. Saintess. Are you watching? Yes. Send a message to Ms. No Dua. The Saintess didn't question my judgment. She knew who I was. Dua, beside me, flinched. Her expression briefly flickered with confusion, curiosity, and a hint of joy. Was the constellation a lie? Yes. SGNet is run by me. Oh, a site made by the constellation? I see. Silence. Not bad. Dua's pupils calmed down. Monopolizing information doesn't mean controlling its content. You have to secure the very channel it passes through. This could all be a scam involving telepathy or manipulation, but if you have the skill to pull that off, then it's as good as having the regression ability. Dua glanced back at me. How many times have you regressed? Is this your second time? It's my 54th cycle. The first time I met you was in the 11th. Wow, that's a hell of a grind. Dua seemed slightly horrified. Well, the world had to have gone to hell. But weren't there better candidates than me? Aren't there plenty of perverts drooling for power? I've roughly tested them all. The second provisional government, the military coup factions. Even the more influential politicians I didn't mention. Dua furrowed her brows. I'm the best among them? Impossible. Wouldn't it be better to give it to someone imitating the constellation? That person is a true shut-in, so it won't work. I felt the silent pressure from the Saintess, but I shrugged. If there's one thing I've learned from 54 cycles, it's that if I try to do everything myself, it's endless. It's similar to your theory about infinite misfortune. We need to leave fields we can afford to alone. People will emerge to fill those gaps. Is that me? Even without my intervention, you have a high chance of rebuilding Busan's road network. In the last cycle, you went to see the leader. I wasn't there. But that wasn't all. In the future that hadn't arrived yet, in the 90th cycle, when I coaxed the tutorial fairy into running a convenience store. No Dua attended the Last Supper held in front of that convenience store. She was the one who sprinkled her precious wines to gain the praise of the Awakeners, and before forming the final raid party with other Awakeners to charge into the meteor shower, Dua left a letter at my store. The road here is too rough. Nearly died bringing the wine bottles. NDH. I don't think that was a complaint directed at me. It was her regret about herself. If she had pushed herself more to connect city to city with roads before the world completely broke, maybe she could have delayed the world's end even a little. I think such regret was in her words. She was someone who always carried those feelings in her heart, both in the past and future. So, was her behavior and attitude a kind of camouflage? Everyone knew no Dua was significant. Even those in power thought about how to use her more effectively. But hearing her shameless insults, they could only back away, thinking, she's a defective Homo sapien. Even so, I was here. When I first met No Dua, I also thought she was someone who couldn't be of much use. What made me different was that I was always given the chance to correct my prejudices. In the last cycle, I joined her workshop to observe her character from start to finish. Her interactions with patients, negotiations with other guild leaders, even when the apocalypse was imminent, prioritizing her patience. For over 9 years. The result was a pass. As I told Deng Xiaoren, No Dua was a good person. You don't need to worry about failure. Rather, fail in as many ways as possible. The failures you experience this time will be data for the next version of yourself. Lay the roads wherever you want. Start projects wherever your instincts guide you. Eventually, you'll find the optimal route. Try out various people when building your team. In the end, you'll figure out who fits your organization best. Regression is certainly a scam. You can seduce people with words like these. No Dua scratched her temple. Ugh. I'm sorry for telling you to go fuck yourself, and I apologize to Samchin World's guild leader too. I don't care. Do you think you can restore this world to what it was? She had asked this earlier too. I looked directly at her. Not on my own. I need your help. Dua let out a long sigh. The waves of the night sea seemed to resonate with her sigh, gently lapping against the hull of the cruise ship docked in the harbor, never to sail again. This is a disease. The waves whispered, murmuring in the darkness, and the unmoving cruise ship groaned. A truly wretched epidemic. The carriers of this shitty plague speak of their grand ideals and good intentions. I've healed countless cripples, but the biggest cripple of all was me. I can't find a prescription to fix myself, and there won't be one until I die. I didn't answer. I figured it was just Dua reflecting on herself. With slumped shoulders, she held out her cup. Well, let's do it. This public project. Clink. Our glass cups clinked together in a small toast. The lemon aroma drifted up to my nose. Pleased to be working with you. So, is this going to repeat forever? If you're competent, No Dua, then yes. Well, fuck me. There's an epilogue. The next day, an official organization was launched. National Road Management Corps. True to its simple name, this organization's purpose was singular, to repair and maintain the rapidly crumbling road network, linking cities and towns that had been isolated and were barely sustaining themselves. We don't need a government right now, and it can't even be maintained. A week later, Dua gave us a briefing. By us, I didn't mean the nation's guild leaders. It was just me and the Saintus. A private meeting was held with those who almost always knew that I was a regressor. Later, this group would expand to include Odokesio and others, but for now, it was just a 3-person blood pact. Let the cities be managed as usual by the influential guild leaders of each region. They're like feudal lords. Think of the National Road Management Corps as the royal family, or rather, an administrative body under the royal family, that simply signs contracts with these feudal lords. The Saintess raised her hand, as was her habit. Yes, what is it? Won't it have too little power? Yes. The less authority it has, the better. The more fields power occupies, the wider it becomes. But the more irreplaceable a field is, the stronger it becomes. And we don't need broad power. It'll just lower efficiency and lead to corruption. In an era of self-sufficiency, when cities can't care for one another, the National Road Management Corps will be responsible for connecting and maintaining the road network. Dua spoke confidently. The National Road Management Corps was made up of laborers, construction workers, and combat units. Once a one-lane road was secured, the combat units would regularly patrol the roads. This regular patrol is critical. People and merchants traveling to other cities naturally tagged along on patrol days. Dua collected a fixed usage fee from them. It's basically a tax, but they'll protest if we call it that. So, we'll insist it's a usage fee. Cities connected by the road network also had to pay usage fees. They could try using the roads for free, but they'd have to protect themselves from monsters that might attack. We must market it as though other choices are available, and they should actually be available. It's crucial for people to believe it's not coercion but their own choice. That's when the importance of the National Road Management Corps will be etched into their minds. Guilds could form their own groups to use the roads, but if they wanted to reach distant cities, they'd have to pass through intermediate stops. Passing through each city meant paying taxes to that city's guild. They'd be pissed off. It was far more reasonable to pay a small tax to the National Road Management Corps and travel under their protection. Ordinary people and awakeners alike relied on the National Road Management Corps for travel, naturally increasing No Dua's influence. The members of the National Road Management Corps, handpicked by Dua, became like diplomats. Guilds that would have fought each other could communicate better with the National Road Management Corps as a buffer. Dua utilized the relationships, pride, and competitive spirit of the guild leaders in each city to extract maximum efficiency. Of course, there were trial and error. Actually, there was a lot. These assholes. There were many in the National Road Management Corps who lined their pockets instead of negotiating. Some, trusted by Dua, were spies sent by other guilds. Other times, even though they chose the shortest road, it turned out to pass through a monster den. But gradually, the National Road Management Corps found its footing. I really have a good eye for people, don't I? Though for some reason, Dua often looked at me with eyes full of resentment. When I get to the next cycle, please make sure to pass on my failures. What should I tell you? You having fun reaping the rewards, you son of a bitch? I passed on the message. The response from No Dua in the 55th cycle was concise. Bullshit. Footnotes. Chapter 34. The Taxpayer Eye. Speaking of public servants, it's curious how frequently they appear in Korean contemporary fantasy. Hello there. Oh, you're entering the gate? Could I see your hunter license? Oh dear, your license has expired. Sir, I can't let you in like this. Please head to the Hunter Management Bureau and renew it. What? You're asking for a favor? Ah, what do you think we are? Take the gate management public servant, for example. In East Asia, people have loved public servants so much that they've applied a bureaucratic system even to the afterlife, ruled by the King of Hell, making East Asians fanatical civil servants. A true East Asian should not fear monster waves but rather lament, these savage monsters are so ignorant and unlucky that they haven't embraced civilization. The right course would be to impart a bureaucratic system, creating a state system of king monster, middle manager monster, lower manager monster. How could the sacred national law exempt an apocalyptic mess? While we didn't have any gate managers in our world, other kinds of public servants were still around. Awakener Undertaker. Yes? It's almost June. Have you filed your comprehensive income tax return with the National Tax Service? Oh. No Dua's words snapped me back to reality. You're right. It's that time already. Thanks for the reminder. Heh, if you procrastinate, you'll have a headache later. They'll collect as they see fit. You should head to the tax office after work. Good point. Not that I can pay any tax. I'll get it sorted. Yes. Even in an era where the military's wrath had cooled and politicians' gold badges were buried in sand, where survival was a crude joke. The National Tax Service still existed. Today, let's talk about a small anomaly, the National Tax Service Tax Office, which was the last remnant of the South Korean government. KakaoTalk. I first received that familiar yet strange KakaoTalk notification during my 56th cycle, on a spring day, May 4th. At first, I thought I had misheard. After humanity drifted into the apocalypse genre, words like phone, message, and communication were purged from our vocabulary. Was that really a KakaoTalk alert? Skeptical, I checked my smartphone. To my surprise, after nearly a year, there was a proud little one icon next to the KakaoTalk app. Like an excited preschooler seeing their first KakaoTalk message, I hurried to read it. Notification talk received. The Republic of Korea falls again. A nation of citizens dying together. A digital document from the National Tax Service has arrived. Greetings from the National Tax Service. May is the month to file and pay comprehensive income tax each year. The National Tax Service has pre-calculated your income tax. Please check the notice below and file and pay easily via ARS phone, telephone 4444-4444. Inquiry, telephone 444. After reading the message, my mood deflated. Or, to put it another way, the wind was taken out of my sails. Ah, come on. It's a ghost message. Ghost messages. After the apocalypse began, such anomalies would appear from time to time. It's one reason electronics were considered dangerous materials. In this era of cutthroat competition, even anomalies struggled to survive. To distinguish themselves from others, they diversified their ghost messages with ghost calls, ghost websites, ghost radios, ghost TVs, etc. In reality, the only safe communication network in Korea was SGNet. Even that had a history of being corrupted by the hero syndrome. The solution to these ghost messages was surprisingly simple. Just ignore it. Curiosity kills the cat, as they say. These days, curiosity is upgraded enough to hunt not just cats but humanity too. By this point, there wasn't a government, let alone the National Tax Service. Ignoring texts demanding comprehensive income tax was the correct move. But the very next day. Oh, Hyung. Did you get the text? Huh? What text? You know, the one from the National Tax Service asking you to pay tax. It's causing a stir on SGNet. You got it too? The situation changed. Yeah. I got the letter. What? A letter? Why yeah. Sim Ryan handed me an already opened envelope. The contents were identical to the Kakao Talk notification. This is serious. An uneasy feeling crept up my spine, like a cold hand brushing my vertebrae. Alright? I thought it was a prank by the guild leader, but Seogyu got the same message. Where did you find the letter? When I woke up, it was next to my pillow. No need to mention it, but the guild base's security was airtight. In the 89th cycle, Go Yuri wrecked the guild in one blow, but that was just her being weird. Even if it wasn't Arsène Lupin but his grandfather, it would be impossible to sneak past my surveillance and leave a letter in Sim Ryan's bedroom. Assuming it was a human. I've received the same message. The Saintess's testimony dealt the final blow. This morning, when I opened my front door, a letter was wedged in the door frame. What about the other awakeners? The same thing happened across the country. People with smartphones received Kakao Talk notifications, while the rest got letters. The Saintess's usually emotionless voice sounded even colder. Mr. Undertaker. No one witnessed the moment the letter arrived. What? No one saw the postman delivering the letter. The Saintess explained what had happened in a guild she was watching in Incheon. This guild, while not as strong as mine, had a fairly secure base. It was located underground with several layers of steel doors and numerous guards. A simple diagram would look like this. Door guard, door guard, door guard, door. The guards took turns staying awake, ensuring there was always a sleepless presence. Yet, this morning, every guild member woke up to find a letter. Under their pillows. The same message was sent to ordinary people, not just awakeners. Undertaker, I believe the National Tax Service Comprehensive Income Tax letter is a significant anomaly. Yes. At least it's certainly affecting the entire Korean peninsula. I couldn't help but chuckle. A mysterious entity was determined to collect taxes, even as a ghost. Anonymous, I called the National Tax Service, LOL. If there's one virtue crucial to surviving this harsh apocalypse, it's carefully testing bridges before crossing. However, some awakeners live their lives with reckless abandon. These types usually met their end early, but occasionally, some lucky outliers stuck around. That day's certification post on SGNet was written by one of these rare survivors. As the Kakao Talk message said, I called 4444-4444. Everyone told me not to, but I thought, hell, what's the worst that could happen? When I dialed the number, it actually connected. Ring, ring, and a few seconds later, the call went through. There was an operator. A telephonist. Anyway, a robotic-sounding voice started speaking. I don't remember exactly, but it said, "This is the National Tax Service ARS Application Report Center. Please select the service you want. Then a weird screen popped up on my smartphone. The background was red with white text, and I took a screenshot. Attached to the post was an image file. National Tax Service. National Tax Service ARS Application Report Center. 1. Comprehensive Income Tax Report. 2. Additional Corpse Tax Report. 3. Slave Workshop Unreported Status. Data charges will apply in 3G per LTE environments. The image file was grainy, with spots of noise. The red background and white text combination hurt the eyes. It was far beyond the point of a wobbly bridge, already tap dancing on the edge, but surprisingly, the author didn't stop. I have to admit, additional corpse tax and slave workshop made me nervous, That's the first scare point. I clicked the most normal option, Comprehensive Income Tax Report. After all, the Kakao Talk message was about reporting comprehensive income tax. When I clicked, I heard static noise as the robotic voice guided me to enter my social security number. It's been so long since I last entered mine, I almost forgot it, It felt like I was really filing my taxes, but at the end, it said I could pay by bank transfer. But hey, how can I transfer money these days when there are no banks? Luckily or unluckily, it said I could pay directly at the tax office. It told me to go to the Pochin tax office. That's the second scare point. My region is actually Pochin, How does this message know where I live? But I heard the tax office here was destroyed long ago, so I don't know why it told me to go there. I'll check it out and post an update soon. The post ended there. Naturally, the comments exploded in disbelief. Anonymous, are you crazy? Why'd you call? Old Man Gorio, another one's heading up to heaven. National Road, officer, make sure you post that update. Anonymous, if you're in Pochin, aren't all Awakeners from the same guild? They'll figure out who you are. Literary girl, can't believe this hero's still alive. Dollhouse, so dumb. Satisfaction, cooking queen, life is precious. Desires are fleeting. Aren't there more important things than trying to attract attention? Anonymous, cooking queen, you're so kind. Bekwa, 6th grader, ho! Angry face. Anonymous, I'd bet my entire fortune this idiot is 100% dead. I didn't criticize the poster. Instead, I decided to use this opportunity. Seogyu, I'm going up to Pochin for a bit. Watch the house while I'm gone. Pochin? Why so suddenly? Wait, are you going because of that SGNet post? Yeah. It's a newly appeared nationwide anomaly, so I need to check it out. Wow. You're really diligent. I packed lightly and headed north. It felt like a leisurely stroll. In my opinion, Pochin wasn't too far from Seoul, and it was where Sim Ryan worked as the healing angel back in my 50th cycle. I was familiar with the area. Within hours, I arrived in Pochin. On my way to the tax office, I ran into a truly unexpected person. Strong build. Short, cropped hair. Too well-groomed for a post-apocalyptic survivor. A young man who embodied the notion of a well-raised youth. Sorry. You seem to know me, but I'm not good at remembering faces. Where have we met? The young man didn't recognize me. Instead, he seemed slightly wary of this unfamiliar face. But with my complete memory, I could recognize most Awakeners. And this time, his face was particularly familiar. That's Lee Juho, isn't it? Lee Juho. Back in the 50th cycle, he was the victim whose father was humiliated by the Old Man Goryeo villain Sim Ryan. Yet, he graciously forgave her. That magnanimous young man stood at the path leading to the Pochin tax office with a backpack and a smartphone. Glancing at his screen, I noticed the familiar SGNet homepage. Could it be? A realization dawned on me. So you were the one who wrote that post? It's a small world. Footnotes. Chapter 35. The Taxpayer 2. It's you, Undertaker. I've heard about you everywhere. Sorry I didn't recognize you sooner. After introducing ourselves, Lee Juho's wariness melted away like frost under the spring sun. That's why it's important to spread goodwill and have a positive reputation. When people you meet already have a plus 20% affinity buff towards you, why wouldn't you try to build rapport? There's no need to apologize. It's just fame. I should be grateful you think so highly of me. Ha ha. Our guild was small, so during the 10 legs hunt, we were practically in the third line. We only caught glimpses of you from afar. If it's not too much trouble, could you sign this for me? Oh, I'm not a celebrity. I'm embarrassed. Despite my words, I took out a brush pen and clicked the cap open with a pop. Like Dang Xiaorin, I often receive autograph requests, so I carry a brush pen with me. With a flourish, I scrawled Undertaker in calligraphy. The strokes contained the experience of a regressor's life. I could see Li Juho's eyes widen as he marveled at my signature. Whoa, your handwriting is truly superb. Thanks. I studied calligraphy like mad just to see that reaction. What? Oh, ha. An experienced regressor knows to break the ice based on a person's personality type. If I put my mind to it, there weren't many people I couldn't befriend in Korea, no Dua, who viewed the world with distrust, hatred, malice, and contempt, being a rare exception. Within 5 minutes, Li Juho and I had formed a rapport. So, you came all the way here after seeing my post on SGNet? Exactly. Wow, this is so embarrassing. As expected, the anonymous user who wrote that post was Li Juho. Back in the 50th cycle, when his father had been humiliated by Sim Orion, Li Juho used the nickname I joined today on SGNet. In his first post, he'd written, "Usually, I post anonymously, but I signed up just to write this." Meaning, in cycles where Sim Orion hadn't humiliated his father, Li Juho remained active as anonymous. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're uncovering a newly emerged anomaly. If it's okay with you, I'd like to help. Of course. With you by my side, we'd be unstoppable. Our pleasant atmosphere lasted only until we reached the uphill path where the Pochin tax office towered. I let out a dissatisfied while Li Juho made a perplexed To reiterate, the tax office stood tall. As if the apocalypse had never happened, it was pristine. Thank you for your honest tax payments, Pochin tax office. May is the period for filing and paying comprehensive income tax. Reporting period, May 1st to May 31st. Honest tax payments, fair taxation. Building a shared future. The surrounding buildings were in ruins, but the tax office had clean gray walls and spotless banners fluttering. Li Juho, was that building always intact? What? No, it's not. There was a massive fire here recently, and all the buildings were destroyed. Li Juho looked up at the building uneasily. They were definitely ruined. Then this building must be a void. It was a high-level void that altered perception and forcibly changed the environment. Was it because of last night's rain? The building's wet surface gleamed slickly like a beetle shell. Then, suddenly, whack! Someone tumbled out of the building. Li Juho and I instinctively drew our weapons, but the person seemed oblivious to our armed state. My foot. Aya! Save me! He was missing his right leg. The man collapsed at the entrance, blood splattering around him. Li Juho frowned. Park Sang-hyun? You know this man? Yeah, well. He's not an awakener, but he goes around bullying the neighborhood elders like a thug. No need to remember him. Even his tone hinted at how much he disliked the man. How is someone like that still alive? He's the son of our late vice guild leader, so it's hard for our guild to treat him like a nobody. Father-son relationship, Li Juho. Juho. Noticing us, Park Sang-hyun frantically waved. Since he was missing his legs, he looked like a lower half Shanks. Save me. Sigh. What happened? The building suddenly appeared, so I went inside. It's crazy in there. Ugh, save me first. I'm so dizzy. Clang. A strange noise echoed from the building entrance. Park Sang-hyun flinched, his whole body stiffening. It's coming. Hey! Help! Help me! The noise was metallic, sounding like clank and clack. Deep within the tax office, beyond the entrance, the clank grew closer and closer. Hey, what are you waiting for? Save me! Li Juho. If I die, do you think Mr. Dongwook will let you off? I glanced at Li Juho. Do you really need to save him? He was already a troublemaker in the guild. If an anomaly eats him, our guild won't lose face. At last, the clanking noise reached right behind Park Sang-hyun. He screamed and tried to crawl away. But before he could move far, something grabbed his ankle with a thud. Aakak. No, I don't want this. Save me. Af. Park Sang-hyun was swiftly dragged into the building's maw. It happened in a flash. His screams echoed through the halls for a while, but they didn't last long. After a minute, silence fell. Do you still want to go in? Lee Joo-ho's worry deepened. But he didn't need to think long. Shortly after the screaming stopped, someone walked out of the tax office. Are you here to file your taxes? We didn't answer the question immediately, for several reasons. First, no entity emerging from an obviously abnormal void could be trusted. Second, while the figure looked human and wore a neatly pressed suit like a receptionist, it was blatantly violating dress code. No exaggeration, its disheveled hair cascaded down to its hips like a wild mane, obscuring not just its face but its entire upper body. A voice emerged through the hair like a whisper. It was hard for the Confucian uncle inside me to tolerate such blatant disregard for grooming, calling out unacceptable. Even worse, it constantly shook its head, making the mess of hair sway like a seesaw. These public servants must listen to heavy metal during working hours. Third, and most importantly, the public servant-like entity held a 30 cm long pair of scissors in its right hand. Clank, clank, clank. The mysterious noise from earlier had come from the scissors. Every time the blades clicked, blood splattered. The visual was shocking. Even if the public servant had a hobby of gardening, bringing scissors to work wouldn't comply with the rules on public officials' conduct, which stated, Article 8-2, 1, public officials shall dress neatly to maintain their dignity while on duty. Taxes. The public servant tilted its head, making its oily hair reek of gasoline. Are you here to file your taxes? That's right. I took charge, speaking up for the stunned Lee Joo-ho. I received a notification about filing my comprehensive income tax and was directed to come to the Pochin tax office. Is this the right place? Yes, it is. The public servant's head swiveled toward me. This month is the filing period. Can I see your ID card to confirm your identity, taxpayer? What should I do? I could easily draw my blade and sever the anomaly's neck. But Anomaly Response Manual, beat it to a pulp, would only be effective for an awakener like me. No matter how strong I was, I couldn't handle every anomaly in the world at once. A strategy must be useful to everyone, even weaker awakeners, to have any value, especially for widespread anomalies like the comprehensive income tax anomaly. Joo-ho, it might be best to play along for now. Yeah. Here you go. Lee Joo-ho produced a worn Hermes wallet and handed over his ID card. He didn't seem like the type to favor luxury brands, so it was likely a family keepsake. Thank you. Let me check your ID. The public servant took the ID card and placed it within the curtain of hair. Crunch. An abrasive sound emanated from behind the hair, like front teeth grinding against the card. My ID card. Identity confirmed. Age 26. Lee Joo-ho. You're a Pochin citizen with very little income. The total tax due today, including body tax and slave tax, is 100 grams. What? 100 grams? This kind of anomaly. We can collect the tax on your behalf, Lee Joo-ho. Would you like us to do that? Well, I don't really understand, but wait. Hold on. I grabbed Lee Joo-ho's shoulder. What? You shouldn't just nod along when an anomaly proposes a deal. Remember Park Sang-hyun's state? What? Oh, yes. That was likely the tax collection. Your tax is 100 grams, right? What if it were 50 kilograms? Lee Joo-ho's eyes widened. Then? Would that mean, me too? Yes. This comprehensive income tax anomaly probably means body parts must be used as payment. Even if 100 grams sounds small, it makes a huge difference depending on the body part. What if they took an eye? Gasp. I'm an anomaly expert. Leave this to me. I pulled out a plastic bag and summoned my aura to my fingers. Joo-ho, you don't care too much about your hairstyle, do you? No? Soon enough, Lee Joo-ho's already short hair had been reduced to a bald scalp. The plastic bag was filled with black strands. He was devastated. This isn't quite 100 grams. Take this and go relieve yourself in the bag. Undertaker, you're something else. Why? What's shame got to do with handling anomalies? With all his might, Lee Juho managed to fill the bag to 100 grams. The public servant took the bag from him. Tax payment confirmed. Please continue to make your tax payments diligently in the future. Thank you. The public servant bowed and disappeared back into the tax office. Lee Juho looked at me as if thinking, this really worked? I smiled warmly. If hair and urine hadn't worked, I would have just cut off a few unused fingers. But since it worked, wasn't it a happy ending? There's an epilogue. Anonymous, the comprehensive income tax anomaly is a joke, lol. By the time I returned to Seoul, Lee Juho had already posted a sequel on SGNet. Anonymous, if you try to file your tax return, a ghost with extremely long hair asks for your ID card. Just hand it over, and they'll calculate your taxes for you. I wonder what happens if you've lost your card. Anonymous, I owed 100 grams, so I shaved my head and peed in a plastic bag. This dumb ghost accepted it joyfully and left, ha. Anonymous, don't ignore the comprehensive income tax alert. Head to the tax office and ask how much you owe. If it's around 100 grams like mine, pay it right away. If it's 50 kilograms, collect your pee in a trash can until May 31st. You'll be able to pass the anomaly easily. Anonymous, don't be scared and pay your taxes, everyone, lol. The post contained the strategy to deal with the comprehensive income tax anomaly, just as I'd asked. Other members were shocked. Anonymous, did you seriously survive this? Afterward, posts poured into SGNet from people who paid their taxes at their local tax office. Old Man Goryeo, my tax was 300 kilograms. Anyone got a higher amount? Literary Girl, 10 kilograms is about the SGNet average, right? Anonymous, damn, I owe 500 kilograms. What do I do? Satisfaction, Cooking Queen, I got a tax refund. The public servant gave me a gift box. What's inside? A little competition arose, called the Tax Challenge, to see who owed the most. This was a rare case where an anomaly had become a sort of plaything. In the end, the criteria the anomaly used to calculate taxes remained unclear, and while it was funny that people paid taxes to an anomaly instead of a human government, it's just a sign of the times. With a lighter heart, I headed to the tax office. After a massive void hit Seoul, every building south of the Han River had vanished. But the tax office building appeared in May and vanished again in June. Admiring its tenacity to collect taxes, I visited the Banpo tax office and found a scissors-wielding long-haired ghost, identical to the one at Pocheon, walking out. Hello. May I see your ID to verify your identity, taxpayer? Yes, here it is. Thank you. Let me check your ID, age 20. It paused. The anomaly stopped grinding my ID with its teeth and froze. It began to tremble. 20, 10, 26, 27, 8, 9, 16, 24, 1000, 100, 200, 73, 7, 7, 7. Sha. The anomaly's body rapidly swelled before bursting, spewing black fluid everywhere. It exploded like a balloon. I picked up my ID from the ground and placed it back in my wallet. When I stood up, the Banpo tax office had disappeared like a mirage. Only I remained in the empty field. Looks like the day I'll be paying taxes won't come anytime soon. Footnotes. Chapter 36. Rich Bon 1. Let's dive into the tale of a father and his son. In this context, rich doesn't refer to a wealthy bourgeoisie but to the richness of familial bond between a father and son. To truly grasp these two characters' story, I had to reluctantly go back to my 4th cycle. At that point in my life, I was a walking embarrassment. Those first 5 cycles were my teen phase of sorts. Even now, after living through countless years, I cringed at memories from my 1st to 5th cycle. Fortunately, or unfortunately, I only acquired my complete memory ability in my 5th cycle. Memories from before then were like blurry dreams. What I'll describe is a mix of reconstruction and fiction. Help me. It hurts too much. The first thing that always came to mind in those shadowy memories was the groaning of people. Whether it was a ga or a gur, the sounds varied in volume, but the quieter they grew, the shorter their lives became. I walked with bells jingling, asking people, "Do you want to escape hell? Do you want peace forever?" It might seem like something a cult preacher would say, but those were indeed my words. Let me offer a brief explanation. First, I rarely spoke politely at this time. So technically, it should have been written as, "Wanna escape this shitty hell, and need peace?" But writing that way would make my fingers curl into a black hole of embarrassment. Please forgive me. Plus, my fourth cycle memories were vague, so a bit of historical distortion is reasonable, right? Historical distortion is better than cramping fingers. Second, I never intended to spread a cult. Those questions were related to why I earned the moniker Undertaker. Screw you. Get lost. Isn't he the Undertaker? Bah. What a bad omen. Most people could still manage to survive. Though they claimed they wanted to die, they held on to life. I'd then politely excuse myself, but there were always those who had given up hope. Yes. I don't want to hurt anymore. The one bitten by monsters, the diseased, the grieving, the disillusioned, and those who realized peace would never return, these people agreed. So I asked another question. My nickname is Undertaker. Yeah, I know. That makes this easier. I can make people sleep forever in their dreams. If you agree, I can help you relive your happiest moments endlessly in a dream. Time Seal. It was my unique ability that I hadn't yet revealed. While I knew the convention of unveiling a protagonist's powers early, I remained silent because I had primarily used Time Seal in my first 6 cycles. After that, I rarely used it, mostly because I hated my own ability. That's why I considered this episode a shameful part of my past. Alright, put me in the dream now. Before you agree, there's something you should know. I spoke calmly. Once you're trapped in a dream by my power, everyone will forget you. What? Your family, friends, and anyone you've met won't remember you while you dream. In this world, only I will remember you. You'll be happy in the dream, but you'll be completely forgotten. Do you still want to live in your dream? I didn't explain the full power of this forgetfulness, but it was strong. Even if I regressed and started a new life, the Time Seal remained intact. It became an exception to regression itself. Somehow, the sealed person would remain sealed, forgotten. It was like they never existed. That's too much. Most people hesitated here. No matter how painful things were, the idea of being erased was unsettling. They often chose suicide instead. Whatever, it's fine. But there were always those who had given up hope. Being erased from the world sounds comforting. What do I have to see in this fucked up world? Please, just erase me. This is where the father in today's story, former pro football player Kim Joo-chul, came in. Retired. That's how Kim Joo-chul referred to himself. I was a starter in the first league. I was a left-back defender, you know? They were throwing money at me. He inhaled the oxygen of past glories instead of the current reality. While many longed for their former jobs after the world fell apart, Kim Joo-chul clung particularly hard to his. Hey, kid. Want to see my highlight reel? He went so far as to download his highlights onto his phone. An ideal talent for today's era, where self-promotion is crucial. In the 6-minute reel, he dashed across the field in a red uniform like a banner. He was a defender, so goals were rare, but the crowd's cheers rang out vividly through the screen with every play. Got an offer from Japan. Even sent agents from the Netherlands to scout me. People underestimate the Dutch league, but it's a big deal. He effortlessly switched between formal and informal speech like dribbling a football ball. Damn, I should have gone abroad instead of being loyal to my club. Should have just ditched everything for romance. I wasted my life. Kim Joo-chul's phone often ran out of battery because he couldn't stop bragging about his highlights. Unlike others, he didn't try to contact the outside world with his phone. For him, the phone only served as a storage for his highlights. A defender is crucial in modern football. Mr. Stop talking and hurry up. Oh, geez. Kid's cussing me out again. You remind me of my son. Kim Joo-chul grinned and stood up. Let's go, you old retired man. Despite his grand words, his body barely managed to move forward. Kim Joo-chul's left leg limped constantly. A world overrun by monsters wasn't kind to humanity, much less a cripple. Even those who ran the fastest couldn't guarantee their survival, so Kim Joo-chul was always treated like leftovers. It didn't matter that he had been a well-known football player back in the day. If not a National World Cup player, most people wouldn't recognize football players' names. Being an ex-athlete means shit. He chuckled. Maybe his constant self-promotion was a way to raise his value. But the survivors remained cold. If he had been elderly or infirm, they might have shown pity, but no one cared for a seemingly fit middle-aged man. He struggled in food distribution, night watches, and other chores. Well, that's how life is. Kim Joo-chul wasn't bitter. Not because he was exceptionally kind, but because he was used to being treated this way. I have a son. He should be about your age. Or younger. You must not be close to him. Don't even talk about it. He ran away with his mom 10 years ago. Kim Joo-chul smirked. We got along once. But after some punk shattered my left leg on the field, everything fell apart. Funny enough, it turned out my knee joint was linked to my family's harmony. Well, I'm the asshole, but cut me some slack. A promising player was forced to retire out of nowhere at age 26. You think I'd be okay mentally? My left leg was my damn livelihood. His voice grew quieter. He was one of the first people summoned to the transformed Busan station terminal with me. Resting against a bookshelf in the maze-like station, he rambled. When I was in rehab, the jerk who broke my leg had the nerve to visit. I never knew crutches made such good weapons. Beat the crap out of him. But his parents had connections at the Football Association. The whole thing blew over, and I ended up with no place to go. This is Korea's problem. Assholes always seem to thrive. That bastard couldn't even play. Though he seemed honest, there were things Kim Joo-chul avoided discussing, like how he indulged in alcohol and gambling after being discharged from rehab, how he practically lived in Macau and Kangwon, leaving his young son to be raised solely by his wife. How his wife died 2 years ago. How he wandered around a convenience store near a Kangwon casino just before being summoned to the Busan station terminal. And how he had bought 2 packs of cigarettes, which he now stashed in socks. I knew much about Kim Joo-chul because I was with him through the first 4 cycles. Damn, this world is so harsh. From the 1st to 4th cycles, he never made it out intact. I didn't remember the exact circumstances of his death, but as best as I could recall, in my 1st cycle, he tripped in the transformed Busan station and got eaten by a monster from his feet up. In the 2nd, I died first, but his condition must have worsened. In the 3rd, he likely died from blood loss after covering a glass door with his body to protect others and losing an arm. Finally, in my 4th cycle, life's a fucking mess. Kim Joo-chul and I successfully escaped Busan station, but shortly after, a hound-like monster bit off his left leg. Though he passed out instantly, I managed to stop the bleeding and keep him conscious. Once awake, he panted heavily and muttered. I dragged this crippled leg around my whole life, but now that it's gone, I feel relieved. Young man, there's a football stadium nearby. Could we stop by there for a bit? I carried Kim Joo-chul to what would likely be his final destination in this life. With one leg gone, his weight was quite light. As he lay on my back, he drifted in and out of consciousness. Carefully, I set him down in the stadium's stands. The stadium had been partly destroyed, likely due to monsters rampaging through. Debris was scattered across the field and the seats. Why does it look so wide now? It used to be much narrower. It was narrower. For a while, Kim Joo-chul mumbled, wide, so wide. Mr. Undertaker. His face was pale as he spoke. It was the first and last time he addressed me as Mr., though I was much younger than him. Thank you. Thank you so much, but that's enough now. I'm content. I understood entirely what he wanted to say. I took a silver bell from my pocket and placed it around my wrist. It was my ritual. Are you sure? As you know, once you fall under my ability, you'll be forgotten by everyone. Forgotten? I don't care. To disappear from this world is comforting. What reason do I have to stay in this fucked up place? Please, just erase me from the world. Kim Joo-chul smiled faintly. I'm tired now. Oh, right. In that dream or whatever, will I be able to realize that I'm dreaming? I mean, you won't. I shook my head. The person will simply repeat their happiest day forever without realizing it's repeating. That's a relief. If you remember everything, it would be torture, right? Even the happiest moment would become tedious after repeating it. That's good. Do I just close my eyes? Yes, thank you, Doc. Really. In many ways, Kim Joo-chul was an ordinary man. There was no particular reason to remember him out of all the people I'd laid to rest. Even so, I remembered Kim Joo-chul for a long time because of his last words. Kim Seun, Kim Seun. My son. Born November 11th. My son's name is Seun. Most people who drifted into dreams asked me to remember them, but Kim Joo-chul muttered his son's name until the end. My son. Jingle. The bell rang as I activated my ability. That was how Kim Joo-chul said goodbye on my timeline. It took many long years before I finally met the heir to his last words. Footnotes. Chapter 37. Rich Bond 2. There wasn't anyone who understood the geography of the Korean peninsula as much as I did. Even Kim Jong-ho, the creator of the Daedanjido 1 map, would have to concede to me. I'm not kidding, he never traveled all over the country. I even went to an abandoned inn in Anyang to catch an Adumbra. Since the creation of the National Road Management Corps in the 54th cycle, the navigation app in my head had become increasingly accurate with each update. No matter how capable No Dua was, it was impossible for her to manage every road in the country due to a lack of personnel and resources. There had to be exactly one road connecting each city to the next, and even then, they could only be restored to a single lane. Tunnels, in particular, were dangerous. If they hadn't already collapsed, they were at risk of doing so soon. If they were still intact, they were even more dangerous because dark, pitch-black tunnels were the perfect habitat for monsters that loved them. The Korean peninsula, with 70% of its land covered in mountains, had favored tunnels, which made this issue critical. But it's not as bad as Japan. Their tunnels are a real nightmare. I'll talk more about that later. Anyway, the National Road Management Corps had to find routes bypassing every tunnel to connect cities. If that was too difficult, we'd have to carve out new paths through the mountains. This project was called the Road Streamlining Operation. It was nearly as challenging as a national policy-level project. Awakener Undertaker, please handle this. Naturally, this plan was entrusted entirely to me. Understood. I didn't complain to No Dua. I was planning to take on this project from the beginning. For instance, when considering the most effective way to create a one-lane road from Busan to Daegu, the word effective didn't just mean minimizing travel time. Time was relatively low on the list of priorities. The most important factors were how far the road was from monster lairs and whether it offered guaranteed security and surveillance. Securing as many rest points or midway stations for the patrols to camp safely was also essential. Ideally, it was better to be close to a drinking water source, but not too close to dams, which could collapse at any moment. If you didn't want to end up like Yeoljimundeok, too, you needed to avoid dams. Bridges weren't even worth mentioning. In short, there's too many things to worry about for one project. Indeed, I was the only one capable of handling this. No matter how smart someone was, drawing a convincing road network while sitting at a desk was useless. What could anyone do about the fact that all available maps were outdated relics from before the gate incident? Ultimately, I had no choice but to go on foot. While we had some satellite images, they didn't provide the kind of detailed information we needed. But who else could afford to travel all over the country in this ruined world? Only the infinite regressor. I look forward to working with you, Saintus. Yes, Mr. Undertaker. I'll support you. In the 54th to the 56th cycle, I explored every nook and cranny of the country until my feet ached, filming a road movie along the way. Sometimes, I traveled with patrols, but I mostly traveled alone. I never felt lonely since I could chat with the Saintus via telepathy. If I wrote a travel journal based on these 3 cycles, the title would be something like I'm an infinite regressor in this ruined world, but I'll enjoy traveling alone with the Saintus's voice. It might be boring from a story perspective since there weren't many major incidents, but personally, I love these 3 cycles because I met so many ordinary people instead of awakeners. I made many meaningful connections during that time. This road, isn't this the right place? Kim Seun. I first met the former football player's son in the 54th cycle. Excuse me. Whoa! Gee gosh. A young man dressed for travel leaped in surprise. He was between being a boy and a young man, but he looked younger because he was quite short. He had been standing in front of the Changwon Tunnel, nearly burying his face in a map that had been unfolded and refolded countless times. He had a backpack that looked a bit too big for his small frame. In short, he looked like a typical backpacker from head to toe. Who are you? but instead of a walking stick, he carried a spear. He aimed the spear at me, but it seemed pretty shabby. He had probably taped a dagger to the end of a stick himself, creating a 100% homemade spear. To be fair, this style was trendy among backpackers these days. If you didn't want to hear traveling without a spear? Is the end of your trip going to be in a monster's stomach? You'd better follow the latest trend. I'm sorry for startling you. I'm an Awakener member of the Samchin World Guild, who took part in the 10 Legs subjugation. Awakener. The young man looked at me warily, but there was also a hint of curiosity. After the 10 Legs subjugation, ordinary people became much more welcoming to the Awakened, treating them like American war veterans after World War II. Residents around Seoul treated Awakeners especially well. The young man must have come from that region, as he at least tried to be polite. I'm sorry. I was so surprised. It was my fault for talking to you from behind. Don't worry about it. But this tunnel is collapsed, so it's better not to try passing through. The young man looked frustrated. What? Why? Isn't the entrance already collapsed? I pointed to the Changwon tunnel. The surrounding area was overgrown with bushes and trees, untouched by civilization. Only the cracked asphalt and tunnel entrance barely held on to their past claim. The young man spoke in a meek voice. It seems like at least one person could squeeze through. I wouldn't recommend it. Why not? There's a high chance that monsters are living inside. Even this brave young man, traveling with just a staff and a backpack, was immediately discouraged by the word monster. Then, why are you here, Awakener? A missing persons report came in from around here. Many people have been caught trying to pass through, thinking they could make it alone. I'm planning to block it off completely. My goodness. It's dangerous. Please step back. I collapsed the tunnel in front of him. A ghostly wail echoed from deep within, but I paid it no mind. The noise was probably just slimes bursting. So you really are an Awakener? The young man, realizing I wasn't a fake, finally let his guard down. To clarify, he probably didn't believe in the goodness of the Awakeners but rather acknowledged that it was pointless to be wary of someone strong enough to collapse the tunnel with a single blow. In this broken world, having an objective assessment of oneself was crucial to living without stress. In that sense, this young man was well adapted. Where are you coming from? Oh, I originally lived in Asen. You walked all the way from Asen to here? Alone? Yes. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head. My mother is from Mayan, Changwon. Do you know Mayan? Anyway, I was going to stop by there before heading down to Busan. I thought using the tunnel would be the fastest route, but I had no idea it was a slime dungeon. Is your mother still in her hometown? Oh no, she passed away 7 years ago. A familiar sound rang in my heart. The sound of my affinity for this young man rising. No need to hide it. Me, the Undertaker, wasn't necessarily old, but I was the kind of guy who would shed tears at the mere mention of family love. A regressor's weakness was always love. Did you decide to travel because you wanted to see your late mother's hometown? Yes. That's admirable. It must have been obvious you'd struggle on this trip. Oh, it's nothing compared to how much my mother struggled to raise me. Affinity plus 200 points. By now, I had already decided that I'd ensure this young man made it to Busan safely. I needed to stop by Busan to see No Dua anyway. An extra companion wouldn't be a burden. I was planning to head to Busan after collapsing this tunnel. If it's okay with you, would you like to travel together? Really? His face brightened at my offer. Yes. My name is Undertaker. That's not my real name, but a moniker. It may be a short trip, but let's take good care of each other. Let's work together. My name's Kim Seun. Please feel free to speak casually with me. Okay, looking forward to it, Seun. Yes, Hyung. We shook hands. I had to bend my back slightly because of our height difference. Honestly, I didn't realize at the time that the Kim Seun in front of me was that Kim Seun. There was an understandable reason for this. To explain it in one sentence, I had forgotten the name Kim Seun over time. Sure, I depicted it as if I always remembered the football player Kim Joo-chul's last words in this story. But, as I've emphasized before, that kind of consistency was only possible because I edited the story. I had met Kim Joo-chul in the 4th cycle and Kim Seun in the 54th, with over 500 years between them. How could I possibly remember events from a time when I hadn't yet mastered complete memory? What's your father like? Huh? My father? I first sensed something odd when we were setting up camp that day. Kim Seung frowned as if I had asked him about a mythical beast. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I was mindlessly spreading my sleeping bag when I suddenly became alert. His attitude while answering my question, the way he dragged out his words, was all too familiar to me. Wait a second. This might be a rude question, but I'll ask since I'm also an orphan. Do you not remember anything about your father? Huh? Oh, has your mother never mentioned him, or have you never asked her about him? Nope. Why? And you've never thought that was strange? Kim Seung looked at me with his round, squirrel-like eyes. There wasn't a hint of doubt on his face. He even seemed to find it odd that I cared. Why? Because not thinking about something that doesn't exist is the most natural thing in the world. Yeah, that's right. I sighed and gazed up at the night sky from our campsite for a long time. Fate is tenacious and terrifying. Seung. Yes? When we get to Busan, let's stop by somewhere with me. Meeting Kim Seung was nothing short of a miracle. I'm not exaggerating or throwing the word around lightly. Like all miracles, this one wasn't a sudden event out of nowhere, rather, it was the product of many conditions coming together seamlessly. We could infer these conditions from the personal information Kim Seung had shared. You worked in ASIN before the gate incident? Yeah. I had a relative running a huge supermarket in ASIN. I just did some part-time work there. What caught my attention wasn't the work itself but the region of ASIN. Readers who are knowledgeable about Korean geography may already have gotten chills at the mention of ASIN. To explain briefly, ASIN in South Chungcheong Province encompasses an area known as Anyang. Yes, Anyang, the location of the abandoned inn where the Adumbra world tree first bloomed. If I hadn't subjugated the Adumbra, the residents of ASIN would have inevitably been infected by the virus, given their proximity to the origin. Although I never ran the calculations, when the world tree had fully bloomed, ASIN's civilians would have been 99% annihilated. And that death toll would have included Kim Seung. Even if he had miraculously avoided infection, things wouldn't have improved. 10 Legs, the only Michelin Guide inspector on the Korean peninsula, would have taken care of him. No matter how much the new Buddha virus promised humans immortality, if your head was severed and brain destroyed by 10 Legs, that was the end. Until the Allied Guild forces exterminated 10 Legs, all humans in Korea were no more than a chef's choice on 10 Legs' dining table. For Kim Seung to have survived and embarked on this journey from ASIN to Changwon to Busan with his homemade spear, certain conditions needed to be met. These conditions could be laid out like a quest list in an RPG. Kim Seung's survival route requirements. 1. Exterminate 10 Legs. If not exterminated, they'll head south from Seoul, and Kim Seung will die. 2. Exterminate the Adumbra world tree. Kim Seung was among the early victims of the virus. If not destroyed immediately after the regression, his death can't be prevented. Without me, the regressor, clearing this route would have been impossible. Was Kim Seung the only one in Korea in this position? Many people were in the same boat. Take Dang Seorin, for instance. Despite persistently pestering me to be a witch friend, she could only ensure her survival by eliminating 10 Legs. Defeating boss-level monsters was akin to unlocking previously locked regions. Kim Seung was like an NPC that could only be freed by eliminating 10 Legs and Adumbra. Of course, this analogy is only a comparison to a game. In reality, the world wasn't a game, and humans weren't NPCs. Thus, humans must bear the responsibility appropriate to their kind. So, after hearing my full explanation, Kim Seung furrowed his brow. You're saying I had a father named Kim Joo-chul and that because of Undertaker's time seal, I've completely forgotten everything about him? Yes. More specifically, not just you but everyone's memory of him has been erased. What kind of power is that? Kim Seung looked incredulous. To a normal person, his reaction made sense. But, time seal was quite a reasonable power. In this world, there were even powers that grew stronger based on the amount of trolling you did online. Ordinary people often assume that awakeners were like RPG characters, but in reality, there were far stranger abilities. Anyway, I might be mistaken, but from my perspective, it seems highly likely that you're Kim Joo-chul's son. I don't really feel. Have you ever shown any interest in football? Kim Seun hesitated. No, I haven't. Kim Ju-chul was a former football player. If you've lost all memory of your father, then it's likely you've lost most memories related to football too. But there are a lot of people who aren't interested in football. True, but having no memory at all is a different story. Have you ever watched the World Cup? Not even once? Or come across any videos or articles about Korean players playing abroad? Kim Seun fell silent. Kim Ju-chul is sealed in a stadium in Busan. If this is all just a misunderstanding, I apologize in advance, but I think it would be worth following me to see the truth. His hesitation didn't last long. Footnotes. 1. Daedangyeo-jido is a large-scale map of Korea produced by Joseon dynasty cartographer and geologist Kim Jong-ho in 1861. A second edition was printed in 1864. One source describes it as the oldest map in Korea. 2. Yulji Mundeok was a military leader of early 7th century Goguryeo, one of the three kingdoms of Korea, who successfully defended Goguryeo against Sui China. He is often numbered among the greatest heroes in the military history of Korea. Chapter 38. Rich Bond 3. Follow me this way. Why yes. We stood in a partially destroyed football stadium in Busan. The outer walls had collapsed due to monsters, leaving behind a maze of steel frames and debris. After a long time away, I returned to this place. The first time I visited, I was with someone's father. The second time, I was with his son. Wow! Kim Seun looked around in wonder like a crane. It was his first time in such a large stadium. It's so big. Do those stands fill up on game days? It's rare for them to be completely full, but on average, around 10,000 people would come. Despite it being more than 500 years since I'd last been here, finding our destination was surprisingly easy. On one side of the stands, there was a large crystal protruding like something from the depths of a cave. It was as tall as I was. Only I could see this marker. I personally called it a tombstone or gravestone. I could have called it that thing since no one but me could perceive it. Even Kim Seun, standing next to me, couldn't recognize the crystal looming right in front of him. Take my hand. Oh, okay. I can freely enter the dreams of those I've sealed, but you can't. You can only connect to the dream while holding my hand, so don't let go, no matter what. Got it? Understood, Hyung. Kim Seun cautiously took my hand, and I nodded. Close your eyes and prepare yourself. Here we go. I pressed my left palm against the surface of the crystal. My hand slipped through easily, and the surface that shimmered like a mirror seemed to be made of water, accepting me without resistance. I stepped forward. After taking about 6 steps, everything rapidly turned pitch black. It felt like a mischievous child had smeared black paint everywhere, or as if we had descended into the deepest abyss. While this sensation was familiar to me, it was not for Kim Seun. His fear and tension transmitted clearly through his grip on my hand. Moments later, suddenly, a deafening cheer erupted around us. Eek! Startled, Kim Seun opened his eyes and instinctively looked around, his eyes widening even more than when he heard the cheer. What's going on? The cheering was from the supporters. The previously desolate stadium was now packed with home and away fans. Where ruins once stood, flags, slogans, balloons, and, above all, people had filled the stands instead. Attack! Attack! Hurry up! Someone who looked like a coach shouted from the sidelines. Players dashed wildly across the green field. With every dribble, incredible pass, and corner kick preparation, the stands roared with earth-shaking cheers. Oh! Our club! Our eternal home! The kind of passion that could only be experienced 5 years ago by others, and over 500 years ago in my own timeline, before the world fell apart. My love. My home. Today, we will win again. The club fans waved their smartphones and jumped on the spot. Massive flags fluttered relentlessly at the front of the stands. Kim Seun stood frozen under the red, evening-like waves of flags. Look over there, Seun. I pointed at the field, and Kim Seun's gaze followed my finger. A football bounced off the turf. One of the players deftly trapped it with his chest and sprinted forward. Kim Ju-chul. Oh! The crowd gasped. Kim Ju-chul, who had been buried under the fog of time in my memory, appeared on the field, looking younger and fitter. His left foot controlled the ball with ease as he charged ahead. Go! Hurry! Counterattack! There's no one there. Kim Joo-chul. Although he was a defender, Kim Joo-chul boldly crossed the half-line, with teammates and opponents alike desperately chasing him. He lobbed the ball with his left foot, and a teammate just barely managed to head it into the net. Wawa! Kim Joo-chul earned an assist. His performance didn't end there. In a subsequent corner kick, he leaped and headed the ball directly into the net. The scoreboard changed from 1-1 to 2-1, a comeback goal. A defender had managed 1 assist and 1 goal in no time. Goal! 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 Kim Joo-chul! Kim Joo-chul! Kim Joo-chul! At that moment, Kim Joo-chul skated lightly toward the stands and jumped over the barrier to kiss a woman in the audience. The woman held a child in her arms, and Kim Joo-chul kissed the top of the child's head as well. The stadium scoreboard captured the scene perfectly. Who's that? That's Kim Joo-chul's wife. Oh! Kim Joo-chul! Kim Joo-chul! Though the excessive celebration earned him a warning from the referee, the players, the crowd, and even Kim Joo-chul himself didn't care. Next to me, Kim Si-yoon murmured softly, "Mom." He seemed to recognize the woman who kissed the football player. He couldn't close his gaping mouth. No way. So that really. But Kim Si-yoon's muttering couldn't continue as the supporters' song drowned it out. Kim Joo-chul. Our iron wall. No one can break through Kim Joo-chul. Kim Joo-chul. Our iron wall. Kim Joo-chul, hugging the child, looked incredibly happy. The child in his arms beamed as well. A past they could never return to. A glory they could never reclaim. That was your father's happiest moment. I spoke quietly. I used aura to create a barrier between us and our surroundings. The cheers of the crowd became a faint echo. As the sound faded, the scene before us shimmered like a dream. And he's reliving it over and over again. That's strange. He looks so happy. Why would he erase himself from this world? Why would he abandon his family and stay trapped in this dream? Because it wouldn't be long before Kim Joo-chul's left foot would be completely destroyed. Because he fell into alcohol and gambling, abandoned his family to wallow in Macau and Gangwon-do, and left his wife to die alone while raising their son. Instead of answering, I asked, "Do you want to ask your father directly?" Kim Si-yoon bit his lip. Yes. Although this world had become Kim Joo-chul's domain, I could still influence it as the caster. After finishing his man-of-the-match interview, Kim Joo-chul headed for the locker room. Holding Kim Si-yoon's hand, I followed him, unnoticed by anyone. Only Kim Joo-chul recognized me. He was hopping with his teammates but turned toward us with a bright smile. "Who are you? A fan? You're not allowed in here." "It's me, Kim Joo-chul." "Who are you?" "Undertaker. I'm the one who trapped you in this time." I looked him in the eye. "Don't you recognize me?" Kim Joo-chul's smile disappeared. Simultaneously, the colors of the world around us faded to gray. The singing players, the coaches who were about to enter, and the champagne stopped in midair. Only Kim Joo-chul's sigh quietly escaped. That's right. This was a dream. This was all a dream. Kim Joo-chul looked around, gazing at his former teammates with eyes full of emotion. He sighed heavily. This is now a lucid dream, That makes it easier. I might as well go see my wife and son again since I don't have a reason to stay here in this damn locker room. That's not necessary. After this moment ends, you'll forget everything. You'll forget meeting me, this conversation with me. Just as the world has forgotten you, you won't build any more memories of it. That's tough. Kim Joo-chul slumped onto a bench. Wiping sweat from his body with a towel, he asked, "Why did you come to see me, Undertaker? Is this just a regular visit that I can't remember, to watch my amazing highlight reel? It may not mean anything to you, but it could mean something to your family." What's that supposed to mean? "This young man here with me is your son." What? Kim Joo-chul finally looked at my companion, as if only now realizing another presence. He blinked. "Si-yoon? Si-yoon? Is that really you? Wow, you've grown so much." Kim Joo-chul jumped up and rushed to hug Kim Si-yoon. Although startled, Kim Si-yoon didn't reject his father's embrace. "My goodness. You've become a man. The last time I saw you, you were just a little baby. How old are you now? A middle schooler? High schooler?" I'm 20. What? 20? Why are you so short? What have you been eating to stay that small? My genes are way better than that. The tall defender seemed shocked by his son's height. Father? Huh? Father? No need to call me that. Just say Dad like usual. Kim Joo-chul suddenly fell silent. He studied Kim Si-eun's face, then looked at me. His face darkened with worry. Wait a second. I'm sorry, but when did my wife, your mother, pass away? 7 years ago. A heavy silence fell over the room. After a long while, Kim Joo-chul muttered softly, I see. His gaze briefly turned to me. So that's why you warned me. That's why. I didn't respond, only gave a slight nod. I understood the terrible feeling of being forgotten by the most precious person in one's life, but while I always had the chance to start over, Kim Joo-chul never had that opportunity. Forever. Si-eun. A father held his son's shoulders. Kim Joo-chul gently gripped Kim Si-eun's shoulders, not firmly but more like the delicate touch of willow leaves. I'm sorry. Your father, your dad, was a very weak man. A really weak man. I never expected you'd survive this messed up world. Even before everything fell apart, I was drinking and gambling, a terrible person. I ignored your mother's calls, just got angry. Truly. Kim Si-eun listened to his father's apology with a face that showed he didn't know how to react. It wasn't his fault. To him, Kim Joo-chul was just a stranger he met today. Seeing his son's face, Kim Joo-chul shuddered. This is hell. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Si-eun. Dad's sorry. The football player, trapped in his prime, repeatedly muttered sorry like a broken music box. I don't want to elaborate too much on the epilogue of this story, but I believe readers now understand why I detested the ability, Time Seal, so much. Honestly, I never wanted to address Time Seal. It was that much of a dark past for me. However, it feels liberating to finally reveal my power to all of you. Yes, I sealed the time of many people, not just Kim Joo-chul. At the time, I thought it was the right thing to do. But, looking back after so many years, both those people and I had given up on the world too quickly and too easily. Time Seal also played a role in my decision to label my life story as a tale of failure. No matter how many times I regressed, too many people could never find a different ending. Something feels strange. Yet those who survived still had to make a life out of the connections they had left. After leaving the stadium, Kim Si-eun kept looking back. The stadium stood precariously in the distance, its outer walls destroyed and exposing its innards. Do you regret coming? No, definitely not. It's just that a man who says he's my family is crying, yet I can't remember him at all. It's a strange feeling. Kim Si-eun hoisted his backpack and adjusted it. It makes me feel like I just have to live my life to the fullest. With his spear planted in the ground, he bowed his head toward me. Thank you, Hyung. Thanks to you, I found my mother's hometown and met my father on this trip. Although I feel a little conflicted, it was meaningful. Where are you going next? I'm planning to find a way across to Japan. I've traveled all over Korea already. Japan, huh? Nowadays, Japan wasn't an easy place to recommend as a travel destination. If someone asked me to name the 2 most dangerous places besides the Korean peninsula, I would say without hesitation that it was the Japanese archipelago and the Indian subcontinent. This is because the beings that people treated as gods there loved humans so much that they decided to care for them directly. For reference, their favorite genres included #confinement, #brainwashing, #gore. Although the world was dangerous everywhere, those 2 places were dangerous in a different way. Think of it as the difference between apocalyptic and horror genres. But that was a few years later. For now, the Japanese archipelago was relatively safe. I didn't stop the young backpacker from pursuing his journey. Instead, I gave this advice. If you hear strange sounds, see strange objects, or feel something off, don't try to investigate. Just put your hands together and greet politely, then continue on your way without looking back. And especially avoid tunnels. You'll likely pass through Fukuoka. Avoid getting involved with the provisional government people there if you can. Anyway, you'll find this advice useful someday. Okay. Got it. I didn't know what kind of ending awaited Kim Si-eun once he crossed to Japan. There was a high chance it was gruesome, but I didn't care too much. From the perspective of a regressor like me, life wasn't like a sports match with a whistle blown after 90 minutes. It was more like a journey, stopping briefly at a station before moving on down the tracks. Unlike his father, he still had the chance to journey to new places. See you next time, Hyung. For the record, I trusted Kim Joo-chul's sincerity. Even as he faded from the world, I didn't want to distort the intentions of someone who had murdered our son. The question of whether he was strong enough to hold on to those feelings until the end could be set aside for now. If he had genuinely apologized to his son, wouldn't he be glad to see Kim Seung moving forward to a new destination without being weighed down by the past? Wouldn't he bless him? Turning around one last time, I could still see the stadium with its collapsed walls. Goal! 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 Kim Joo-chul! Kim Joo-chul! Kim Joo-chul! Inside, an anonymous football player long forgotten by the world was still playing. With an unbroken left leg. Cheered on by the crowd. And he would keep running forever to celebrate with his family. Footnotes. Chapter 39. Observer I. Some readers might have wondered about the previous story where Kim Seung went backpacking to Japan. It's true, I have been somewhat reluctant to mention overseas topics. There's a valid reason for this, largely because my main area of activity is the Korean peninsula. Although I occasionally venture abroad, I generally prefer not to. Why? Because the Saintess isn't there. It's not a joke. Without the constant support of the Saintess, it feels like switching from a third-person top-view strategy simulation to a first-person Souls-like action game. It wasn't for nothing that I took the Saintess with me when I went to China to quell the butterfly effect. The role of the Saintess in my life as a regressor is more significant than it might seem. While I'm not about to sing praises like some Russian Lolita complex author might, my light of life, my body's fire, my sin, my soul, Saintess, I certainly wouldn't plan any hero party without first securing the Saintess. Remember this, support Saintess is a fixed pick. Mr. Undertaker. Yes? Why must we absolutely never observe Mr. Go-Yuri of the Satisfaction Guild with clairvoyance? There was a reason why my mind cataloged a Saintess user manual. It's not that I give the Saintess special treatment, I have strategy manuals for all my party members. Most people who had awakened find my strategy manuals somewhat creepy. Understandably, from my perspective, these are the fruits of hard labor, but from others, it's like some random guy popping up and shouting, "Your power actually gets stronger the more you aggro people." Honestly, even I would find it hard to believe. Go-Yuri has a passive ability of mental corruption. It's top tier. Anyone, no matter how mentally strong, will inevitably be brainwashed if they contact Go-Yuri. Ah. I see. The Saintess never doubted my manuals. Though she couldn't share my memories, we shared records. My claims were readily accepted by her as truth, and she based her strategies on them. Tap tap. The Saintess typed away, organizing information as we talked. Was there an instance where I observed Ms. Go-Yuri with clairvoyance and ended up in trouble? Yes, during the 89th cycle. How did it unfold? It happened too quickly to know the details, but at the time, Go-Yuri was part of our party. Seogyu probably got brainwashed first. And Seogyu knows about your abilities and home address, doesn't he? Go-Yuri must have approached you using that information. By the time I arrived, you were found hanged by a towel rack. Was it suicide? Probably. More precisely, it was induced suicide. The Saintess pondered. Mr. Seogyu. Right. It's crucial to ensure he's always a reliable ally. Apart from that, I think it wouldn't be bad to delve into Ms. Go-Yuri's true nature in this cycle, even if it means risking the cycle. She glanced at me and nodded. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. Please inform me about any other precautions I should take. There's nothing beyond what I've mentioned. That was both true and a lie. I'll handle all remaining risks. The typing stopped. The Saintess looked at me, tilting her head. Mr. Undertaker. Yes. What happens to me if you leave the risks unattended? There was a brief silence. There were a few things I intentionally kept silent about. The stories involving time seals were one, overseas mentions were another. If I were to unravel these stories, a bit of preparation was necessary. Although rare, there were stories I had not mentioned yet, like how some awakeners turn into monsters if they become corrupted. So, let me tell you about it now. About the story that unfolds when the Saintess becomes corrupted, the so-called executor route. Since we met at a convenience store along the riverside, I have trusted the Saintess in every cycle, and she has trusted me. I needed an ally after losing the elder Mr. Show. The Saintess needed a warrior to compensate for her lack of physical power. Our alliance was inevitable. Thank you for your hard work in subjugating 10 legs, Mr. Undertaker. With that, most threats south of the Han River have been eliminated. Initially, there were no problems. Adumbra has been subjugated. If what Mr. Undertaker said is true, the flower that bloomed from that hat would have covered the world. It's a very sad thought. Thank you for your efforts. Among those I knew, the Saintess boasted exceptional mental and survival strength. She always survived until the end of the world. Whether from not interacting with others or not relying on force, the Saintess's heart was strong. The meteor shower, subjugated. Now, the catastrophe of numerous awakeners and civilians being exterminated overnight will not happen again. It would have been impossible without Mr. Undertaker. Thank you for your hard work. We safely crossed the critical period of 7 years when the meteor shower was guaranteed to appear. Changes started to be noticed from the 12th year. Mr. Undertaker. HM? What is it? A massacre of civilians has occurred in Nampo, North Korea. The Saintess's clairvoyance reached most of the Korean peninsula. We virtually had unlimited visibility limited to the peninsula. What? A civilian massacre? Where exactly? I'll go check it out. No, I've just found out too. The massacre has almost finished. It is estimated to have occurred from the morning of July 11th to now, July 13th. However, the Saintess's clairvoyance was only effective on awakened individuals. She could not observe all the people living on this land. That is to say, in cases where civilians killed civilians, the Saintess was utterly powerless. Murder, massacre, any crime among civilians, she always observed already finished scenes a step too late. Mr. Undertaker. My abilities seem to be strengthening slightly. The situation got a bit worse. Ah, really? It's normal for some awakeners to grow their abilities while others plateau from the start, but it seems yours were of the former type. How far can your clairvoyance reach now? It's still a stretch, but based on being in Seoul, I think it can reach the tip of the Shandong Peninsula. Wow! That's impressive. Congratulations. Thank you. Why don't you consider taking up martial arts training? It would be good for your health, not just for increasing your power. I'll think about it, thank you. Originally, the Saintess's powers developed slowly. When 10 legs swept through the Korean peninsula, when the world ended due to Adumbra, when the world fell apart from the meteor shower, the Saintess died. She died before her powers could mature fully. However, as the cycles progressed, the lifespan of the Saintess also extended. 5 years, 7 years, 12 years, 15 years. As her time stretched longer, so did the breadth of the world she could observe. Moreover, I was practically funneling all the life elixirs that were of no use to me anymore to her, my most trustworthy ally. As a result, the tragedies the Saintess had to handle also increased slightly. It was fine when limited to Korea. Even if we couldn't take care of everyone, we had created a societal system with the National Road Management. Moreover, the existence of the constellations reduced the frequency of severe misbehavior among the awakeners, and if any occurred, it could quickly be detected through clairvoyance. The major guilds in Korea, like the Samchin world of Dang Seorin, were also cooperative with us. But beyond the sea was a different story. We didn't have the capacity to care for those areas. We lacked resources. Before even discussing the lack of materials and manpower, simply the time available to me, a regressor, was absolutely insufficient. For instance, it took at least a week to travel to and from Tianjin, China. That meant I was absent from the Korean peninsula for a week, and during that time, situations that only I could handle were missed. The Saintess was wise. She deeply agreed with the proposition that all good starts with the efficient allocation of resources. Rather, she was considerate of me. Just once, after she mentioned the massacre in Nampo, North Korea, the Saintess never again brought up any tragedies outside the jurisdiction of the National Road Management. She feared it might unnecessarily burden me. However, her silence didn't stop the killings. Thanks to our subjugation of the Milky Way, numerous lives, both domestic and foreign, were saved. However, what to do with those saved lives was up to each individual, and the appropriation of one life by another was commonplace. I could have ignored it. If I had cut it off, there would have been no problem. But the Saintess never stopped observing. As much as she ignored, the world did not shrink. Such things never happened. As long as the world existed, and as long as someone died without even screaming, the Saintess wanted to remember those deaths at the very least. Poison. Drops of poison accumulated in her heart. The Saintess's heart was strong. It could handle 16 years of time. Clang. A sound like shattering glass echoed through an old playground. The playground, once set in the middle of an apartment complex, was now surrounded by crumbling buildings that mourned the real estate values of long past. Even with just the half-destroyed remnants, echoes resonated well. It wasn't actually the sound of breaking glass. It was the noise of metal clashing against metal, more precisely, aura against aura. Wow! I marveled as I deflected the hand axe thrown by the Saintess with my sword. You're impressive. Not just your aura, but you have a natural talent for martial arts. Thank you. I still have much to learn. No. You're practically flawless compared to me. I've mastered aura training, but without any natural talent. If I had your martial prowess, I would have saved the world and then some. It wasn't entirely flattery. In truth, I was practically talentless in martial arts. To use a martial arts analogy, I was someone who just kept accumulating internal energy and clumsily crushed others with my power. Even this had only been achieved after my skills persisted across regressions from the 10th cycle onwards. Your aura's also fascinating because it's transparent. Seriously, how do you have transparent colored aura? Above all, the Saintess's aura was imperceptible, literally colorless and odorless. A transparent, clear aura. When clashing, it made sounds like clang hiss as if glass was breaking, suggesting her inner image might be a mirror. It was an aura form that suited her well. Let's call it a day. Well done. Thank you, Mr. Undertaker. If you've achieved this much in just a year, you might as well be running around the battlefield instead of me in 3 to 5 years. Why have you avoided training until now? It's not really a hobby of mine. Has that changed now? Yes. I felt a sense of pride internally. Even the perennial Hikikomori Saintess can change. It took about 16 years for this change to occur, but what did that matter? Throughout my regressive life, this was the first time the Saintess had taken up martial arts. I handed her a towel as I spoke. Do you have any plans for the rest of the day? Saintess? Saintess. Ah. The Saintess blinked. This had been happening frequently. Originally, the Saintess had a strong vibe of observing the world from one step behind, but recently that aura seemed a bit denser. Like now, during our conversation, she would suddenly stare blankly into space. Are you okay? Her absent-minded expression strangely suited her, making it aesthetically unproblematic, but I was worried she might have a health issue. If the Saintess were to collapse, no dua would probably come twisting my wrist immediately. The Saintess's clairvoyance was too crucial for managing the national road. Yes, I'm fine. Sorry. What did you just say? Do you have any special plans for today? No, the Saintess answered immediately. I don't. That's good. Safety has been a bit shaky recently, hasn't it? I know you can handle yourself well, but please be careful, especially since you tend to overdo it sometimes, Saintess. Mr. Undertaker, you know me well. Of course. I've been observing for years. The Saintess took the towel from me and wiped her face. At that moment, I thought she was just bending down to wipe off sweat. Looking back, perhaps she was using the towel to naturally avoid my gaze. Thank you always, Mr. Undertaker. Footnotes. Chapter 40. Observer 2. At this time, I had ample reason to worry about the Saintess's well-being. As previously mentioned, the public order was not good. Another one dead. During the regular meeting, no dua muttered. Although a considerable amount of time had passed since she took office as the chief of the National Road Management Corps, her uniquely gloomy eyes, which seemed to hate everything in the world, had not changed. Again? Is it that murderer? Yes, the wheel murderer. This time the death was reported in Chongju. It just went up on SGNet. Take a look for yourself. It wasn't in his character to fiddle with his smartphone during meetings, but since it was also a break time and no dua had recommended it, there was no helping it. When I logged into SGNet, sure enough, chaos had ensued. Anonymous, December 24th, Cheongju. The post's title on the bulletin board was nondescript. It was uploaded by an anonymous user, only the date and location were mentioned. Not only the title but the content of the post was simple as well. A single video was bluntly attached without any adornment. Upon clicking the video, a man was tied up in an underground parking garage. The underground parking garage was already flooded up to the ankles. Black sewage. An endlessly murky sludge surrounded a chair placed in the middle, where the man was tightly bound. I am Lee So-yeol, 29, living in Cheongju. I, until now, have killed 6 people. The first murder was a year ago. There was a mother and daughter in my neighborhood. They seemed to have plentiful supplies. Originally, I didn't intend to kill, but during a fight with the father, the daughter stabbed me from behind, so, to survive, I had no choice. The man, for some reason, droned on about his crimes. The video did not continue seamlessly. It was unmistakably edited. For instance, the dialogues he just mentioned were cut off in the middle. There were gaps between I have killed 6 people until now and the first murder was a year ago. The reason I could notice this difference was that, previously, there had been no nail in the man's hand. That is, someone who filmed the video was torturing the man. However, the video of being tortured and video of screaming were thoroughly deleted. Thus, the man's confession seemed to continue smoothly, as if nothing had happened. I was angry. I did it because I was angry. But I just killed them. Without torturing or humiliating. A nail was embedded in his right hand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The man's voice trembled a bit more thinly. Actually, I tortured each one in front of the mother until they died. The second murder happened in Gowon. Gowon intersection. People often pass by there from Cheongju. Not those moving with the National Road Management Corps, but alone or maybe 2 or 3 together. I targeted those people. These days, all travelers keep their belongings in their backpacks. Shit. It's the fault of those fuckers who travel alone. Nails were embedded in both his forearms. Where the nails were embedded, blood flowed. However, no matter how much blood dripped, the color of the sewage flooding the parking garage did not change at all. It remained pitch black. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't want to live like this. Isn't it the world's fault? When the gate burst open in Seoul, I was 12 years old. I was a primary school student then. Life, half of my life, no, just life itself, was completely thrown into a cesspool. Shit. At least you all lived happily for half of your lives. You lived well. You went to school. I didn't. I couldn't. It's your fault, shit. I didn't do anything wrong. If I had been an awakener, I wouldn't have done such things. Filthy bastards. You guys don't even try and just awaken your abilities, huh? Join a guild and live it up. For regular people like me, we're nothing, right? But what? A nail was embedded in his shoulder. The third murder. The third murder was, some bastard tried to rob my house. Me, a man. The money that an adult earned working his bones off, and he was trying to steal it just like that. Isn't his head rotten? I didn't particularly intend to kill him. Just wanted him to starve. I planned to keep him tied up for 3 days and then release him, but he died on his own in just 2 days. Really? I was going to release him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please save me. Please. No more. Please. At that moment, something strange was embedded in the man's head. It was a wheel from a car. Since gasoline had become a relic of ancient civilizations, the countless cars scattered around the world were no more meaningful than megaliths. However, the person who filmed the video had seen new possibilities in the remains of these decommissioned cars. He's dead. Yes. He died cleanly. No, filthy. The serial murderer's trademark. The culprit always nailed his victims to death and then hung a car wheel on the nail, known as the wheel murderer. Or simply wheel. Already the 16th, isn't it? Roughly around that number. Actually, if we only count the videos, it's 16, but there are many more murders that weren't recorded. Last time we found a corpse with a wheel on its head that hadn't appeared in any video. The murderer had stolen anonymity from Anonymous. In other words, the community had no choice but to acknowledge and name him. Bekwa, 6th grader, I'm so scared. _ Anonymous, Kaya, as expected from Willapa. Nice shot again today. Yuldoguk, Sword Marquis, is this an act of righteousness, or is it a vile self-justification of an evil faction? I find it truly difficult to judge. Old Man Goryeo, EW. Anonymous, a mother-daughter murder in Cheongju, and that was from a year ago, right? I think I know what this is about. There were rumors going around inside Cheongju because the bodies were brutally mutilated then. Anonymous, I'm rooting for you. Kill more. Dollhouse, neutral. Samchin, officer, who's managing Cheongju? If it weren't for Wheel, this bastard wouldn't have been caught until the end. Can't they manage security properly? The Awakeners affiliated with that guild should feel ashamed. Comments were continuously being posted on the bulletin board. I'm back. Huh? What's going on? Why the atmosphere? Just then, Seogyu entered the conference room. The regular meeting members were No Dua, me, and the Saintis, although occasionally Seogyu also participated. If No Dua controlled the above-ground road network, Seogyu managed the underground network. Seogyu, another post by the Wheel Murderer went up. Seogyu made a subtle expression. It was a look that seemed to convey both apology and a lack of face. Should I delete it? No, the public reaction suggests that arbitrarily deleting it could backfire. More importantly, is this Anonymous really that difficult to track? Yes, for now he's not a regular member. When I check the access logs, he only logs into post and doesn't enter SGNet at any other time. So, he's not the type who commits crimes for the comments. Yep. He might not even be looking at the comments at all. Or maybe he has some kind of unusual stealth ability that my powers can't detect. That's also a possibility. I nodded. There really are a variety of abilities in this world. Is it about the murderer? The Saintis followed Seogyu into the room. Both had stepped out of the conference room during the break and had just returned. Yes. I also just saw the post on SGNet. The Saintis took her seat, speaking as impassively as usual. Even though I keep using my clairvoyance, somehow I just can't catch the criminal in my sight. Then, it must be some kind of stealth ability. Truly elusive. After the meeting ended, Seogyu was sent away, and we three entered another strategy meeting. Of course, the topic was the Wheel Murderer. With public authority collapsed, there's no way to prevent private sanctions. There's neither justification nor reason. The problem is, really, where's the guarantee that this murderer is truly a benevolent being? No Dua took over the conversation. So far, he's really only targeted clear villains. But with the same ability, he could kill someone else without anyone knowing. Maybe he already has, just without attaching a wheel to the body. At the very least, we need to understand who this person is from our perspective. Mr. Undertaker, is this the first time such a type of murderer has appeared in your regressions? Yes. This is a first in all my lives. It's the first time a run has proceeded this smoothly up to the 16th year, so it's not that surprising. This run had been unusually fortunate. Normally by this time, beings called the Outer Gods would have interfered in our world, causing utter chaos. However, for some reason, the 107th cycle was quiet. It was almost like a miracle. Therefore, it was all the more precious. Then, Mr. Undertaker, please try to gather more detailed information on the criminal this cycle. That way, we can plan how to handle this going forward, whether we recruit or eliminate. I was planning on that anyway. Some guild leaders suspect the Wheel Murderer might be an assassin we're cultivating. Things would have been much easier if we had such an assassin. We were doing our best. By the 16th year, the National Road Management Corps had successfully connected nearly all major cities with primary roads. Guild leaders holed up in each city like feudal lords, but no Dua reigned over these lords as a king. She monopolized the distribution networks from city to city, which was a natural consequence. Most importantly, Busan, the largest city on the Korean peninsula, had fallen into the hands of Dang Seorin of Samchin. As you know, Deng Xiaoren was one of the key figures behind the establishment of the National Road Management Corps, and she was extremely favorable towards us. If necessary, Deng Xiaoren could even reign as the supreme leader of the guild leaders, such was the strength of his forces. With such a person's cooperation behind us, no one could ignore the National Road Management Corps. It would be like the French royal family securing the loyalty of Burgundy in the Middle Ages. Despite all this, the limits of the National Road Management Corps were clear. We could not take responsibility for the security of the entire Korean peninsula. We could not manage the administration. We could not handle the judiciary. Originally, we couldn't even govern the surface area of the Korean peninsula. At best, we controlled the lines connecting city to city. In the voids that the spider web could not envelop, monsters and anomalies always lurked. Whenever these things tried to tear through the spider web and invade humanity's lines, I had to respond. The military power of the National Road Management Corps was formidable, but moving as swiftly as me was inevitably difficult. This was also fundamentally why I lacked time. We just don't have the capacity. We don't. The meeting adjourned, and we each returned to our respective lodgings. The reason I turned my steps this way was entirely capricious. Since the Saintess had ended her reclusive training and started wandering outside, my visits to Yongsan Dongbinggo-dong, which used to be the Saintess's hideout, had become infrequent. Even though the Saintess herself didn't mind at all, it didn't look good for a man to be frequently visiting the home of a woman living alone. Previously, since the Saintess had been confined at home, it couldn't be helped, but now the situation had changed. We could always communicate via telepathy. But because of the wheel murderer, the Saintess must also be feeling uneasy. No one was more fastidious about ethics than her. In a situation where public power had crumbled, she still guarded against private sanctions. The reason was simple: without a system, a single deviation could lead to a major error. The reason judgments were made through 3 courts, first, second, and third, by different people was not unrelated to this situation. It was unrealistic to expect one person to be absolutely fair and error-free forever. Because of these various concerns, the Saintess's mind must also be in turmoil. I've just gotten a rare fish, too. She'd be happy with a gift. December 24th, Christmas Eve. I put the tropical fish in a plastic bag and headed for Dongbinggo-dong. Thump, a silent touch settled on my forehead. White snowflakes. Even though the roads had turned into snowpaths with last night's heavy snowfall, it seemed they were about to snow again. Worried that it might be too cold for the tropical fish, I wrapped the plastic bag with my palms. I also did not forget to skillfully raise an aura to maintain the temperature. Footprints were double-pressed into the path leading to Dongbinggo-dong. Likely, all of them were the Saintess's footprints. Saintess, are you there? Knock, knock. I knocked on the door, but there was no response. She should have gone home right after the meeting. I tilted my head and turned the doorknob. The shoes the Saintess had worn during the meeting were in the entrance. This meant she had at least stopped by the house once. Saintess? Still no answer. I decided to enter the house, even at the risk of being rude. The memory of what had happened to the Saintess at the hands of Go Yuri lingered somewhat traumatically. If the Saintess was all right, I could just apologize immediately. She was someone who knew how to accept an apology. I stepped into the living room and soon, I witnessed an unbelievable scene. The tanks that had surrounded the Saintess's living room like a fortress, the tanks that always shimmered a brilliant blue, were now completely empty. What? I opened my mouth unwittingly. Raising fish was the Saintess's unique hobby. Even until the end of the world, she would never give up on her fish. That had been proven even back during the 90th cycle when I was running a convenience store. But the tanks were empty. Well, actually, 2 tanks were still filled with water. However, it seemed like a long time had passed since the water filter had been working, as the watercolor was murky. A few tropical fish lay belly up in the murky water, transformed into debris. Coincidentally, all the fish corpses left were the ones I had gifted her before. Mr. Undertaker? At that moment, a voice came from behind me. I turned around, and there was the Saintess, just coming through the front door. I looked at the Saintess, holding the plastic bag with the tropical fish I intended to gift her. What happened? I'm sorry for entering without permission. Someone gifted me some tropical fish, and I thought it would be better to give them to you, Saintess, so I came without notifying you first. Are you not keeping fish anymore? The Saintess blinked. Yes. Why? You liked them so much. I did, but most of the original fish had died, and maintaining the tanks became increasingly burdensome. I plan to clean up the remaining tanks at some point, but I just haven't got around to it yet. I looked over the Saintess's attire. A double coat. Not exactly comfortable attire for moving around. It was different from what she had worn at the meeting. It wasn't her usual fashion choice either. I see. Were you coming back from a walk? Yes. If I had known you were coming, Mr. Undertaker, I would have prepared some tea. It seems you visited while I was briefly out. In other words, I had returned home once before going out again, and there's nothing much I could do in this outfit except for a simple walk. Outside, it was snowing. Snow clung to her double coat, but it looked somewhat unnatural. As if, maybe, if you shook the double coat lightly on snow-covered ground, it would not have such snow marks. Undertaker? I looked past the Saintess to the snow on the ground outside. Until I entered, the footprints had only been double-pressed. One set was from my arrival, and the other must have been from when the Saintess returned. I picked up the shoes the Saintess had just taken off at the entrance, examining the soles. The pattern of the soles did not match the footprints in the snow. Undertaker? What are you doing? Saintess. It was a kind of intuition. It was hard to call it deduction, given the lack of evidence. There were no physical proofs, but a kind of flash, like a lightning strike, flickered in my mind. The fish belly up. The empty tanks. The Saintess occasionally gazing blankly into space. Siogu's apologetic eyes. The double coat. The footprints, an unlikely possibility, never before considered, suddenly clicked together like a puzzle and slipped out of my mouth. Could it be, Saintess, that you are the real murderer? Silence. A moment that felt like eternity passed. As if the world had hit the pause button, when it seemed that impression was about to lift. Mr. Undertaker. The Saintess's lips parted. You really know me well. Footnotes. Chapter 41. Observer 3. There was a hypothesis I had long suspected. Perhaps certain monsters, certain grotesqueries, were actually born from humans. It wasn't a thought I had always held. The point at which I began to seriously consider this hypothesis was when I unraveled the identity of Adumbra. As you know, the Adumbra germinated in Asen, South Chungcheong Province. The bodies of a mother and child, presumed to have starved to death. It was a human that had given birth to a virus of unprecedented scale. Logically, it didn't make sense that a grotesquerie could be born from the body of an ordinary human. However, with a slight change in perspective, it was entirely plausible. If we assumed that the mother or child had that ability, everything was clarified. Which of the mother or child was the awakener, I couldn't tell, as they had already starved to death by the time we found them. But if either or both were awakeners, if the Adumbra itself was a type of ability, if an awakener's ability is, in fact, no different from the abilities of monsters and grotesqueries when objectively considered. In theory, all awakeners could potentially degenerate into grotesqueries. No, it could not even be called degeneration. From the start, awakeners and grotesqueries were fundamentally the same. The ability to continuously regenerate tentacles and grow 2 hearts within one's body. Thus were born the 10 legs. The ability to freely observe a vast area as large as the Korean peninsula and telepathically communicate with all awakeners. Thus claimed herself the Saintess. If viewed from the perspective of someone entirely unrelated to humanity, say, an alien, which of the two would be considered the more dangerous creature? Whether they took on human form or not was merely a superficial difference, both were terrifying beings in essence. Saintess. Yes, I killed them. An unexpectedly refreshing affirmation, but considering it came from the Saintess, it was more chilling than refreshing. Why? Mr. Undertaker. That's a strange question. I have always maintained the same stance. The Saintess remained expressionless. To prevent awakeners from committing crimes rashly, I created the constellations that don't even exist in this world. I simulated them. The operating principle of the constellation system is the possibility that someone might be watching every move I make. Anxiety. Humans restrain themselves when observed by others, and let go of their reason when they are not. The Saintess tilted her head. Isn't a serial killer no different? The constellation system was able to control the rampages of the Awakeners. However, it couldn't reach ordinary people, civilians. Sadly, my telepathy only works with Awakeners. So, I simply created another possibility for civilians to fear. Snow was falling. Flakes of snow landed on the Saintess's head and double coat, melting as soon as they touched her. The Saintess's eyes narrowed. There are too many pieces of trash in this world. No, that's not quite the right word. There are far too many beasts masquerading as humans. So, I killed them. Are you worried there might have been innocent people? You don't have to worry about that, Mr. Undertaker. I checked several times. I have never once regretted my killings. Why? Despite clearly having a conversation with the Saintess, the presence of the person before me felt unfamiliar. It wasn't just that she seemed like a different person or had a changed personality. Her very existence had changed. Unexplainable sweat formed on the palm of my right hand. Mr. Undertaker, you are too kind. Me? I didn't expect to hear that from you, Saintess. You always give everyone infinite chances. Crunch. The Saintess took a step forward. The snow beneath her feet crunched. I reflexively stepped back, maintaining a distance from the Saintess. Even if the Saintess was a murderer, I had no reason to flee from her. We were bound by blood. Even if she were to burn the whole world down, I would stand by her side. Therefore, the reason I moved wasn't logical but instinctual. Infinite chances? Yes. Mr. Undertaker, what do you think about your regression ability? Surely, you must believe that you are constantly receiving chances. But from my point of view, observing you from the sidelines, my opinion differs. Which is? It's not just you receiving chances. Every time the world regresses, everyone else gets a chance too. One step. In the last cycle, a villain who killed an innocent girl received a chance to change this time around. The evil one who took the last bit of food from a child, tying up the child and watching them starve to death, also had the opportunity to make a different choice. Once. Twice. 10 times. 20 times. 30 times. 40 times. 50 times. But how many really hesitated before their wicked deeds? How many have killed and tortured the same person over and over again, 40, 50 times? Those people do not know that the world is regressing. That's right. Ignorance. Not knowing is always a good excuse. Even when it comes to killing people, they always hide behind ignorance. I understand. I will understand. But what about the people who were killed? Why must they endure countless wrongful deaths and wrongful suffering? One step. Someday, Mr. Undertaker, you will succeed in saving the world. Yes, definitely. In that future world, even the villains will be granted the chance to live a new life. Perhaps in a more relaxed, more peaceful era, they might not feel the need to commit crimes. I think that is very wrong. Another step. Mr. Undertaker. If someone kills, they should be punished. The Saintess spoke quietly. They shouldn't just get another chance. From some point on, without me noticing, a small, sleek hand axe had appeared in the Saintess's grasp. That she had armed herself at a speed beyond my perception indicated this. Sweat dripped more freely from my neck. No matter how many times you regress, Mr. Undertaker, and no matter how much you strive to save this world, the sins committed by the villains will not disappear. No. I will make sure they don't disappear. What do you mean? I will eternally inflict pain on the sinners. Vapor rose from the Saintess's mouth. It was a white smoke rising towards the endless sky. Feel free to regress any time, Mr. Undertaker. 100 times. 200 times. 1,000 times if you must, to save this world, but I will not leave the benefit of your efforts for the villains to enjoy. Each time you regress, I will execute the punishment that should rightly descend on this world. If the villains continue to commit crimes forever, I will forever torture them. The vapor twisted from the Saintess's mouth. It was her sneer. Although I may be powerless to create a paradise in this world, I have enough ability to create a small hell. When the Saintess took that final step, I drew my sword like a flash of lightning. The target was the hand axe in the Saintess's hand. Why the Saintess had drawn her weapon against me, I could not tell, but I had no doubts about her intellectual abilities. If the Saintess had drawn a weapon, there must have been a reason for it. What was the Saintess's plan? To subdue me, a regressor, and then what did she intend to do? It was hard to guess, but certainly, it would not end well for me. I suppressed an ominous feeling and attacked the Saintess. What? However, the Saintess easily dodged my sword energy. Just one step to the side. A simple movement as if she had known from the start where the attack would come from and where it would go. Clang! Suddenly, a sound like glass breaking rang out from my body. It wasn't from one place alone. Left arm, left leg, right leg, my limbs vibrated as auras collided. 4 hand axes had struck my body and rebounded in all directions. I couldn't tell when or from where the hand axes had flown at me. It was as if they had suddenly appeared right in front of me. Cook? If I hadn't developed a habit of wrapping my body in aura-like armor, the blow just now would have caused serious injuries to my limbs. I immediately widened the distance from the Saintess. I kicked the snow-covered ground and jumped far back. But the gap did not widen. You're strong. As expected, Mr. Undertaker. Despite having jumped tens of meters at once, the Saintess was already standing before me. Not only that. Clang, the hand axes rebounded off my body. This time there were 6. I could only react and knock 2 away with my sword. How? Even if she had a talent for martial arts, this was too much. This couldn't be an ability unless. It was then, seeing the Saintess easily following my movements, a memory from long ago surfaced. 36th cycle. The first conversation I had with the Saintess. How did you create the sea constellations? Thanks to my ability. I can use clairvoyance and telepathy. But just with clairvoyance and telepathy, it's impossible to perform the constellations, right? You need to observe multiple people simultaneously and send messages. Don't you have another ability? Ah, that's. At that time, the Saintess had smiled faintly. That is a secret. I'll tell you later. An old memory. Now, I seem to know what that secret was. Time stop. The Saintess hesitated. Did you know? I only guessed. It was one of several possibilities. To perform multiple constellations and observe multiple awakeners simultaneously, anyway, a tremendous ability would be necessary. Like multiple perspectives or multiple personalities. But time stop. Time stop. The least likely Joker card I had thought of. If it was true that she possessed even the time stop ability, then the Saintess was essentially the most powerful awakener. I forgot even the predicament I was in and let out a hollow laugh. Clairvoyance, telepathy, and now time stop? That's unbelievable. Even one would be enough to be called a top-tier ability, and you monopolize 3. Please stop cheating, Saintess. You flatter me too much. No matter how much I advance, I'm nothing compared to an infinite regressor. At last, everything made sense. The Saintess had been using time stop to simultaneously observe so many awakeners and perform the constellations. Avoiding my attack and suddenly throwing hand axes from 4 directions was understandable. After all, if she had stopped time, she could calmly assess from which direction the attack was coming and where she needed to attack. Was that all? If she used clairvoyance on me, the Saintess could synchronize her vision with mine, immediately knowing which direction I was looking at and aiming for. If she was cautious, she could be called practically invincible. From the beginning, my ability wasn't this strong. When I stopped time initially, only my consciousness flowed, or at best, my eyes could move, but as time passed, it grew stronger. Now, I can stop time and travel across the country to find villains. Amazing. So, what do you intend to do by overpowering me? Well, the world momentarily stopped. In the blink of an eye, I could only widen my eyes. What had been barely 3 or 4 footsteps in the snowy ground had suddenly blossomed with countless footsteps. There were no footsteps of mine. Only the footprints of the shoes worn by the Saintess surrounded me by hundreds, thousands, as if displayed in a kaleidoscope. This meant that my moment was her eternity. The Saintess did not waste her time. Now, thousands of bullets flying towards me from all directions proved her diligence. Why just bullets? Among them were dozens of hand axes, each meticulously infused with aura. It's a secret. Countless bullets surged towards me. Boss battle. Ocean class threat level. Awakener. Alias, Saintus. Corruptor. Alias, Executioner. The battle begins. Footnotes. Chapter 42. Observer 4. For reference, the proper nouns I use in the text are mostly of my own creation. I didn't fancy myself a creator afflicted with a delusion that I alone had the right to name everything. Rather, it was simply because I was often the first to witness these wondrous phenomena. Think about it. Who else but me has watched in real time as an awakener transformed into a grotesquerie? Thus, I alone had to come up with terms for phenomena like corruption and for entities known as corruptors. What I had to create wasn't limited to terminology. Every time a formidable boss-level grotesquerie appeared, I had to write the strategy guide for defeating it. I hope others will not have to make the same mistakes I did. Therefore, here and now, I will write down a strategy guide to prepare for the executioner, the grotesquerie that the Saintus, one of the strongest awakeners, turned into upon her corruption. Saintus corruption. Executioner root activation conditions. 1. At least 15 years have passed while the Saintus is still alive. 2. The number of civilian casualties the Saintus has witnessed exceeds at least 1 million. Especially if she has observed powerless elders and children dying or being tortured over 100,000 times. 3. When the Saintus masters the use of aura. This is known as the executioner root. None of these conditions being met means the executioner root does not activate. This is knowledge I've gained through numerous regressions. In fact, conditions 1 and 2 are almost identical, so it is fine to consider them as one. The existence of SGNet is irrelevant here. Even if SGNet, which allows the spreading of videos, disappears, the Saintus does not stop her executions. Only the locations of the executions change. If the pathway to disseminate videos online is blocked, the Saintus would not just use underground parking lots, she would hang the bodies of villains directly in city squares. If she managed to obtain a cassette of the villain confessing their sins, she would play it, or if that wasn't feasible, she would use paper, attaching it to the corpse's body as if posting a notice. Has anyone ever witnessed bodies being hung simultaneously in 12 cities across the nation on the same day and at the same hour? Let me reiterate, the Saintus is a multi-ability awakener almost to the point of cheating. She should never be underestimated. The best strategy is never to enter the executioner route in the first place. But if you do enter it, you must subdue the Saintus as quickly as possible. Executioner's abilities. 1. Time stop. 2. Telepathy. 3. Clairvoyance. Let's start with an explanation of time stop. Our time is not the same as the Saintus's time. From my perspective, I might have only delayed a day, but to the Saintus, it could have been 2 days, a week, a month, or perhaps even a year. Each second that passes might give the Saintus an opportunity close to eternity. Take, for example, right now. Damn it. It was impossible to dodge thousands of bullets and dozens of axes. I ran with all my might, but like a light drizzle soaking clothes, or rather a torrential downpour during the monsoon, I was barraged. I surrounded my body with aura to block the damage, but aura is not infinite. My mental energy was continuously depleted in real time. I think Mr. Undertaker's combat prowess is impressive. As the battle continued, hundreds of footprints appeared on the snow-covered ground. In front of me. Behind me. All around. Footprints I hadn't stepped in or seen tightened around me. But how long can you hold out? The Saintus's aura was infinite. Despite having just unleashed countless attacks, the Saintus seemed not to tire, sending dozens of axes, each meticulously infused with aura, flying towards me again. It was an absurd manipulation of aura. You're not telling me you're charging up aura while stopping time? Yes, the Saintus's indifferent tone pierced directly into my mind. Though her tone was the same as usual, for some reason, it sounded annoying to my ears. I took a 10-day break and recharged. While Mr. Undertaker was standing still, I rested. I cursed internally. It was as if I was fighting someone with an infinite HP and MP cheat code. Is this how 10 legs felt when it faced me? I might not remember 10 legs, but from its perspective, I must have seemed like a being who, no matter how many times they killed me, would always come back to life and demand a rematch. They probably wanted to complain about me cheating. Right now, I felt exactly like that. Involuntarily, my monster empathy was flourishing. However, like my regressions, the Executioner's time stop was not a perfect ability. There was definitely a weakness. If she had kept attacking me while stopping time, she could have subdued me easily, but she didn't. Her not doing so meant she couldn't. Above all, the Saintess used hand axes as throwing weapons rather than swords or spears that could strike an opponent directly. She stubbornly persisted in long-range combat rather than close combat. This clearly meant something. Executioner's abilities. 1. Time Stop, an ability that allows for an almost infinite number of attacks while always being able to dodge an opponent's attacks. However, it is presumed that Time Stop is cancelled in cases of direct contact with an opponent. 2. Telepathy. 3. Clairvoyance. This might be the flaw in the Time Stop ability. And while the Saintess casually mentioned she had rested for 10 days, it was likely an exaggeration. In this era, firearms and ammunition were not abundantly stocked. Gathering those rare resources to bring here and fire at me would have consumed a significant amount of time. For me, it was merely a moment, but during that time, the Saintess had likely traveled the nation preparing her attack. Of course, it wouldn't matter if she could stop time for a year, or even 10 years, but even for the Saintess, that would be difficult. Living alone for years in a world where no one else moves or speaks would be challenging. At least every 10 days, if she didn't release time, the Saintess's mental energy would rapidly deteriorate. Thus, battling the Saintess resembled playing a shooting game, or perhaps more accurately, a bullet hell game. Even just closing my eyes for a moment, countless bullet curtains obscured my vision. Somehow, I had to dodge the barrage of bullets and axes and finally, approach the Saintess and touch her. It seemed an excessively difficult victory condition. But unfortunately, the Saintess's gimmick wasn't over yet. Roar! I flinched. A sudden loud bang from my left startled me. Had the Saintess finally resorted to using bombs as well as guns? But that was strange. I quickly looked around, but there was no explosion anywhere to be seen. Of course, hesitation during combat was quite fatal. As I flinched, countless bullets pummeled my body. My entire body vibrated. My head was dizzy. I felt the remaining aura dip significantly from the impact. What was that explosion sound? As I moved swiftly, I endlessly pondered. Before I could even hypothesize what the explosion sound was, a new noise tore through my mind with a ferocity. Screech! My face contorted. The sound was like dragging a steel tooth across a metal plate. Already having a highly developed sense of hearing compared to the average person, my discomfort grew even more. But with bullets raining down from all directions, such a metallic noise shouldn't have been so loud. Telepathy ability. I gritted my teeth. This was noise that the Saintess was directly implanting in my head. Wasn't telepathy supposed to only transmit voices? As I mentioned, my ability has evolved over time. I can replay any sound I remember storing. Would you like me to play a song for you? Damn it. If the Saintess personally took on the role of a radio DJ, I would be grateful to listen and even send fan letters regularly. The problem was that the DJ was currently causing me noise pollution. It wasn't just explosion sounds and screeching that tormented me. Undertaker. I've come to help. That was Dang Xiaoren's voice. Even though my head knew Dang Xiaoren wasn't actually here, my body couldn't help but react. I hesitated, and yet another barrage of bullets cascaded down on the aura barrier. It was maddening. Hyung, that was Seogyu. I gritted my teeth and ignored it. But the next moment, when I heard a whispering voice right next to my ear, I thought I was going crazy. Is that the guild master? It was none other than Go Yuri's voice. Chills ran down my entire body. I'm going mad. Such maliciousness was unmatched. As much as I knew the Saintess, she knew me too well. Closing off my senses was useless. How could I dodge telepathy that was being hammered directly into my brain? Eventually, I couldn't even trust my own hearing. My senses muddled, I continued the battle. No matter how much you run, it's meaningless, Mr. Undertaker. Have you forgotten that I am still revered as a constellation by others? I widened my eyes. Could it be? As soon as the battle started, I designated Mr. Undertaker as a target for subjugation to awakeners across the nation. I've notified them of your location as well. Looking through clairvoyance, hundreds of awakeners are converging here. All the awakeners like me. No, only 50% of the awakeners like you. It's just that many of the strong ones are among that 50%. Many others have been eyeing you eagerly, like the Sword Marquis of Yuldogok. Now that I've declared under the name of Constellation that the Undertaker has fallen, even if only temporarily, they've been given a reason. Dang Siorin. Of course, I haven't implanted any messages to the Guild Master of Samson World or the leader of the National Road Management Corps. But since I didn't want you to be disappointed that they weren't invited, I prepared a surprise gift for you without Mr. Undertaker knowing. This is insane. Please tell me it's not Go Yuri. You know me well, Mr. Undertaker. My head felt faint. Dealing with the Saintess turned corruptor was deathly enough, but now Go Yuri joining the fight too? Was she planning to turn the regressor into a minced regressor salad? You have 3 hours left. A time attack had been added to the bullet hell game. It might have been just bluffing to make me anxious, but, in conclusion, the Saintess's abilities were as follows. Executioner's abilities. 1. Time Stop, an ability that allows for an almost infinite number of attacks while always being able to dodge an opponent's attacks. However, it is presumed that Time Stop is cancelled in cases of direct contact with an opponent. 2. Telepathy. Initially, it transmitted only the Saintess's voice, but as the ability upgraded, it transformed into sound playback. She could reproduce not only other people's voices but also noises such as explosions. 3. Clairvoyance. How is one to defeat this? Honestly, it wouldn't be out of line to declare her unbeatable. But there is always a way to win. Whether it was 10 Legs, Adumbra, or Milky Way, when I first faced them, it always seemed like there was no answer, but as could be seen from the case of the Adumbra, sometimes the problem was solved in an entirely unexpected way. I gave up. More precisely, I gave up on defeating the Saintess. Instead, I suddenly wiped out all the aura that was wrapped around my entire body. From a distance, I saw the Saintess's eyes widen. Footnotes. Chapter 43. Observer V. Clang. The sound of glass shattering echoed from all around. Just now, though invisible to my eyes, it was proof that the Saintess's aura had activated. The bullets rushing towards me like a swarm of sharks shattered all at once. The hand axes tumbled to the ground. The sight of thousands of bullets, crushed into powder and mingling with the snowflakes, was truly a spectacle. The creator of this miraculous scene, the Saintess, or the corruptor she would later be named by me as the Executioner, was staring blankly at me. What are you trying to do? The Saintess's tone seemed casual at first. However, having spent countless years with her, and expecting many more, I knew it was difficult for someone bound by thousands of years of destiny to perfectly hide their emotions. The Saintess was disconcerted. As expected. I nodded. This fight was never viable to begin with. The Saintess really had no intention of killing me. Her goal was merely to subdue. What plan the Saintess harbored now was beyond me. Regrettably, I had mastered mind reading only in the 554th cycle, and this was merely the 107th. Yet, there were clues for speculation. Saintess. Yes. Please stop using Time Stop. Send back the Awakeners you called as well. Otherwise, I will commit suicide immediately, without any delay. The Saintess looked into my eyes. For a moment. Perhaps for eternity. Or maybe she was looking at herself through my eyes. Eyes within eyes met. Thunk, the axe the Saintess had been holding buried itself in the snow. Snowflakes continued to fall from the sky. Snow settled on the thousands, tens of thousands of footprints that marked the ground. Time passed. It has stopped. That was how the Saintess chose to describe it. I suddenly felt an overwhelming emotion. We both lived in a twisted flow of time, making us kin in that aspect. Typically, one who has lived in a familiar space is called a compatriot, and one who lives in an unknown space, a stranger. What about time then? To ordinary people, weren't we both helpless foreigners? Snow fell. I thought of this place as an exile from any world, a place abandoned by the universe. Coincidentally, exile originally stemmed from returning home. At some point, returning home had become a punishment. Then, perhaps this flaw in the world was our true homeland. Very well. Since you do not wish for my death, and I do not wish for yours, we should be able to have a conversation. I agree. The distance between us was just over 6 meters. Let's first establish each other's demands. I wish that you do not suppress my freedom. I, likewise, hope that you do not interfere with my executions. The Saintess spoke. If another regression occurs, and the 108th cycle begins, Mr. Undertaker will certainly try to prevent me from becoming this way. You wouldn't want me to become a murderer. You always want to place me in a position that is just and beyond reproach. But this decision, to personally inflict pain on those who have sinned, is a conclusion I have reached myself. So you intend to subdue me? Yes. I plan to detain Mr. Undertaker until I found a way to erase only specific memories. The world is vast and there are many awakeners, so surely somewhere there is a power to manipulate memories. In the worst case, I could rely on Go Yuri. Go Yuri is not an option. Speaking of which, you mentioned earlier that you had summoned Go Yuri. Is she on her way here? That was a lie. The Saintess said indifferently, her expression unchanging. The claim that I had summoned other awakeners in the name of the constellation was also a lie. It was a strategy to make Mr. Undertaker anxious and force a mistake. No one else is coming here but us. I see. So it was all a bluff. One really could never let their guard down around her. I took a deep breath, then sheathed my sword. Saintess, I assure you that I will never hide from you the fact that you have decided to punish the villains yourself, not in the next cycle, nor in the one after that, no matter how many regressions I undergo. I promise. So, please calm your uneasy mind. I am on your side, even if you were to set the world ablaze. Silence fell. As snowflakes landed on the Saintess's shoulders, a tiny, almost imperceptible sound of glass cracking could be heard. Only the sounds of snow falling and glass shattering softly echoed in the entire world. I am distressed. The Saintess's voice seeped in like a shadow among the pale, transparent sounds. That this memory, this conversation, might be completely forgotten by me in the next cycle. That memories of the 16 years I spent with Mr. Undertaker might melt away like snow. I will remember. Yes. The Saintess slightly lowered her eyes. That makes it all the more regrettable. It's embarrassing. You will probably be sadder than me, but I couldn't bear it. The possibility that all things, all memories, the meaning of someone's death, might disappear. That I should bear all that on my shoulders. It's okay. I can handle it. And so can you. Snow fell. With a tinkling sound, the Saintess's lips parted. When an awakener's power reaches its peak, it becomes no different from a grotesquerie. This was the first time in my regressions, and perhaps the first time in human history that the phenomenon known as corruption was elucidated through a human's mouth. Really? At some point, I was able to move freely even in a frozen world. My telepathy evolved to replay not only my voice but any sound I remembered. The Saintess was earnest. She carefully constructed her words at a pace I could follow. At first, I thought it was just the blossoming of my abilities. It was a natural conclusion. But as time passed, another hypothesis, another possibility, began to circle in my mind. What possibility? That it wasn't so much that I was growing, but rather, that I was losing myself. A hypothesis. The Saintess's eyes narrowed. Originally, telepathy transmitted only my voice, but what if I transcend my physical body? What if I move further away from being human? Then, wouldn't I be able to reproduce many sounds, not just human voices? Logically possible, yes. But couldn't the phenomenon you described be interpreted as just an expansion of your scope or identity? Yes, but the two are not much different. The Saintess shook her head slightly. It's very hard to explain this feeling to someone else, but the symptoms are too distinct to be regarded merely as psychological unease. What symptoms? Transparent aura. Why? When the Saintess spoke those words, I too was seized by an ominous feeling. An invisible tongue seemed to lick my spine from the nape of my neck to my pelvis. The Saintess was looking straight at me. Each awakener's aura has its own color. Mr. Undertaker, you interpreted the lack of color in my aura as it being transparent. Yes. But what if it was an aura at all? The Saintess murmured, likely pondering a problem she had often considered within the frozen time. As if it has the effect of aura enhancement, but is not aura. Such phenomena must have been witnessed countless times by you. Grotesquerie. Yes. Monsters. The 10 legs did not use aura. They are simply born with bodies that seem enhanced by aura. My heart thudded. Synced with my heartbeat, a continuous noise echoed from the Saintess's entire body. I am increasingly being eroded by the void. That's not all. Snap, the Saintess flicked her fingers. At that moment, my vision flipped. No, to be precise, it hadn't flipped. It was as if I was experiencing an out-of-body experience, seeing my own body from above. My perspective shifted from first person to third person. Saintess? My lips moved. I saw my lips moving. It was an exceedingly strange sensation. I could see my own back. If I were to perform strength training in this state, I could precisely measure the weight, but a third-person world did not offer only advantages. What in the world? A sensation of buoyancy. A person's self is ultimately attached to the body. The body is the most direct object. If the body loses its directness and is laid side by side with other objects, becoming just one of many things, then a person's self also floats aimlessly on the waves of a vast ocean without an anchor. That is the world I see, Mr. Undertaker. Russell. The Saintess stepped on the snow and approached me. I was unable to maneuver like an infant who hadn't yet learned to control their body. At first, this perspective only unfolded when I used clairvoyance, but as I grew accustomed to it, I've reached the point where I can no longer distinguish between my own view and the third-person view. The Saintess took my hand. The touch of her hand, chilled by the snowflakes, was vividly felt. Yet, that touch felt somehow distant. Should I describe it as if touch had a color? Touch, more than anything, should be felt directly on the skin, yet a sense of distance was perceptible. As the Saintess said, it was a sensation difficult to explain to someone else. It was bizarre. It was extraordinary. When you discovered my secret, I thought I was in big trouble. But now that I think about it, I'm glad I was discovered now. If a little more time had passed, I might have lost the most important part of myself. The Saintess whispered right in front of my nose / spoke monotonously from afar. The Saintess gathered the little remaining warmth in her hands around my hands / the executioner assumed a posture as if praying to the sky. If it had gone that far, I might have been able to halt time to prevent your regression from proceeding. No. Not might, I am certain of it. I would lose my color, my vision, my form, and even time, becoming merely something that looks down upon and watches everything. Such a grotesquerie. Vapor streamed from the Saintess's mouth. A slender thread of human warmth rose in the middle of a snow-covered world. Please remember, Mr. Undertaker. This fight, the challenge to save the world, is not a game where time is given indefinitely. There are only infinite opportunities to challenge, but once you enter the stage, there is a time limit. Time limit. The duration of that time limit is probably 15 to 20 years. When awakeners become so familiar with their powers that they are consumed by them, they will become like me, nearing grotesquerie. Do you understand? An awakener's power is not purely a blessing. It is a double-edged sword. Crackle. Somewhere, in front of me, or perhaps very far away, the sound of glass cracking resonated. I then realized that it might not be glass but a kind of transparent film surrounding the Saintess, the human being. This time it's because Mr. Undertaker focused on my growth, resulting in me becoming like this the fastest. But in other cycles, who knows? My intuition tells me that the more powerful an awakener's ability, the more dangerous it seems. For example, Dang Siorin of Sanchin World would not be an exception. 20 years. Please try to restore the world to its original form before 15 years approach. Please remember, Mr. Undertaker, the time limit. The sound of glass breaking became more distinct. I understood the Saintess's intentions. Therefore, I pulled her hand and embraced her back. It might have been a bit too forceful since controlling the body in a third-person perspective is quite difficult. The Saintess's eyes widened. Ah. You plan to kill me. To make sure the regression happens before you completely change, but that's just greed, to bear it all on your own. A soft laughter was heard. Mr. Undertaker, you really do know me well. Let's go together. I haven't mentioned it, but in fact, I'm quite adept at mental management. I once traveled around the country for 3 cycles and even worked as a convenience store owner. Convenience store owner? Yes. You, Saintess, might also need to learn to let go a little. I pulled up the aura from my entire body. As the glass-like barrier began to shatter in earnest, crackle, crackle, countless bursting sounds echoed as my aura enveloped us both. Snow fell. Glass broke. Even as snow continued to fall, the 2 shadows etched on the white snowfield were not buried. It's warm. The Saintess closed her eyes. Why, people? People, even though they are people. Clang. The world quietly stopped the snow. That was the Saintess's last will. There is an epilogue. This epilogue is not limited to a specific cycle. In the 109th, 110th, 111th cycles, in every cycle where I formed a blood pact with the Saintess, this scene was invariably recreated. That happened. After listening to my entire story, the Saintess quietly propped her chin. She seemed deep in thought, occasionally tilting her head on her own. It doesn't feel like my story, even though it is about me. Is that so? The Saintess looked at my face. Her expression was seriously intense. It's unlike you to be wandering outside so energetically. That was it. The Saintess stood up and fed the fish in the aquarium. Fish that she had carefully collected before the world became like this quickly gathered at their owner's gesture. Red, white, yellow, blue, creatures of various colors swam through the water. It's hard to understand why you would anonymously punish villains, considering how diligent you were to roam around outside. The strategy to elevate oneself to a divine position to instill fear in people is effective, but it comes from a mindset that does not trust others. If you were that diligent, shouldn't you have declared your existence and your powers to the world and directly organized a government? Maybe I wasn't that diligent. That's what I thought. It's mediocre. You don't want to become mediocre, so you chose a life of seclusion. The Saintess's fingertips gently skimmed the surface of the water. For the fish, it was the boundary of the world, the surface that constituted the screen of their world, lightly disturbed. The Saintess seemed to enjoy the sensation. More than anything, in the 107th cycle, I depicted that the phenomenon of corruption automatically occurs as an awakener's powers awaken, but that's a flawed analysis. There's clear proof against it. Proof? Mr. Undertaker. The Saintess spoke. You have regressed for countless ages and continued to develop your powers. If my theory were correct, you should have experienced corruption before anyone else. However, since no such phenomenon has occurred for you, it's likely that corruption is merely a psychological issue. Just a psychological issue. The Saintess was still very strict with herself. But I do understand the meaning of your last words. What do you think it means? That a person kills another person. Even though they are people, they kill. It's always a painful truth. And? The Saintess glanced back slightly. I blinked. It was as if I was a crab in the aquarium, clicking my claws and blinking my eyes. Then something truly rare happened. The Saintess faintly smiled. It's a secret. Footnotes. Chapter 44. Ridderny I. Among the Awakeners, there are many crazies. I don't know about other places, but the proportion of crazies among the Awakeners from the Korean peninsula is definitely high. Like Dang Seo-rin, who is serious about her witch cosplay, or Cheon Yohwa, who calls her guild a girls' high school. But at least they are manageable because human language still works on them. Today, I'll talk about one of the most uniquely crazy figures among them, the Sword Marquis of Yuldoguk. * Sword Duke has been changed to Sword Marquis. It'll reflect in old chapters too once I get to fixing it. As we've seen so far, the Will murderer case somehow wrapped up nicely. However, the fact that the Saintess had become corrupted was a huge shock to me. It's been a while since I've taken such a mental hit. To find a comparable case, it would be like when I believed Go Yuri was a good person and she hit me with a grand slam to the back of my head. What this means is, it's the holiday season. A shout erupted from the other side of Busan Station's waiting room. You fucking asshole. What the hell are you talking about? Hey! With a pop, a sound resembling popcorn exploding rang out. The man who exited the world faster than anyone else, Seogyu, was disqualified. Scream! People screamed and ran in every direction, a familiar sight, because of a fairy who didn't understand human emotions. This marked the disappearance of any reason for the birth of SNet. In other words, I had given up one of the means to control awakeners, both directly and indirectly. What's to hide? I, the Regressor Undertaker, had absolutely no intention of saving the world in this 108th cycle. The fact that Seogyu was gone was as good as a sign that I had closed shop. Besides, that guy, he's too weak against women. Seogyu had completely fallen for Go Yuri and ended up betraying the Saintess's information. I could understand that. The mind control beam that Go Yuri possessed was incredibly strong. I almost fell under hypnosis and nearly ended up in an explicit gore-themed doujinshi. But last cycle was a different story. Thinking back, it's clear now that Seogyu was 100% recruited by the Saintess. He probably took on the role of cunningly manipulating public opinion on SGNet or fueling the fear of the Will murderer. There was nothing wrong with him cooperating with the Saintess. The problem was that he hid it from me. Despicable guy. Ungrateful guy. After all I did for him, I had raised him as if he was my own blood, yet in the end, relationships with fellow guild members were more important to him than his life-saving mentor and teacher. By the way, I tend to hold grudges a bit long. How long? Well, about 200 years. When a regressor harbors resentment, not just in June but all year round, it brings hail, frost, and sandstorms. Is it unfair that the self of the next cycle has to suffer for the mistakes made by the self of the previous cycle? Life is inherently unfair. That brother needs a good beating for a while. Is there any young like me in this world? Because Seogyu loved Italian-style pizza so much, I even went out of my way in Busan to save a pizza artisan and helped him set up a shop. Such was the depth of a Hyung's love. Pizza confiscated. As punishment for disappointing his brother, Seogyu would have to endure a pizza-free life for 200 years. That's from the 10th to the 15th cycles. Anyway, Seogyu got what he deserved from the fairy. What really matters is how to make the most of this holiday. As I crouched in a corner of the waiting room planning my vacation, fairy number 264 approached me briskly. What are you doing, human? As you see, I'm planning my vacation. Vacation? Yes. Since the world is ruined anyway, I might as well enjoy some peaceful and meaningful time. If I'm going to take a vacation, why not choose a course I haven't experienced before? Wow. You're insane. I learned from my seniors not to even go near crazy people. The fairy scampered away. As usual, I farmed some silver bells at the souvenir shop in the waiting room and then sank into contemplation. Suddenly, a conversation I had with the Saintess in a previous cycle struck me like lightning. All awakeners like me. No, only 50% of the awakeners like Mr. Undertaker. The strong ones are mostly in that 50%, but there are many among the rest who are eyeing Mr. Undertaker for an opportunity. Like the Sword Marquis of Yuldoguk, for instance. Her words inadvertently pricked my pride. I, Undertaker, a humble regressor, take pride in treating people without prejudice and helping them. Haven't I always insisted on using formal language to everyone I meet for the first time, lest my personality become arrogant after such a long life of regression? If I put my mind to it, I was confident I could make not just 50% but 90%, no, 95% of awakeners like me. Alright. I stood up from my crouched position. In this cycle, I would win over the heart of the Sword Marquis of Yuldoguk. That the Sword Marquis was a crazy old man was clear just from his title Marquis of the Sword. Those familiar with martial arts fiction would know that Marquis of the Sword is a title, but specifically, it's a respectful title used only for female masters, not male. However, our world Sword Marquis was a man over 60 years old with a splendidly grown beard. Doesn't that make you uneasy already? I am the supreme ruler. And this person used the first person I as this seat. Calling himself the Sword Marquis, he carried a sword around, but it was actually a fake sword made of aluminum, stolen from a bankrupt kendo dojo. I believe it is perfectly explained why I haven't been close with the Sword Marquis for all these cycles. He's a complete mad old man, and also, the greatest in ancient and modern times. Now, you might think, I thought he was just crazy, but if we delve into his background, we might find he's surprisingly normal, right? I know that cliché. If so, I'm sorry to bring sad news, you definitely have no talent as a fortune teller. A true madman is different from those pretending to be mad. Digging into their background is like approaching a radioactive exposure site, the madness level only goes up. And finally, I am the Sword Marquis of Yuldoguk. Oh. What is Yuldoguk? Oh, you don't know Yuldoguk? Oh, what a great ignorance. It is a nation established righteously by His Excellency the Archduke, who rose in anger against the tyranny of those British fools. Upon further investigation, it turned out that the real name of Yuldoguk was Surland Duchy, a micronation. How the Sword Marquis found a fateful intersection between Surland in English and Yuldoguk in Korean is something even I, fluent in 8 languages, couldn't understand. Even the laborers at the Tower of Babel construction site probably wouldn't know. By the way, Surland, no, Yuldoguk wasn't a democratic republic but opted for absolute monarchy. A class system was clearly present. It was a bit outdated compared to the global trend. Taking a step further, the Yuldoguk government learned its statecraft philosophy from none other than the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In ancient times during the Three Kingdoms, there was an emperor named Lu Hong in Han, commonly known as Emperor Ling of Han. This ruler, considered advanced and trendy at the time, had intuitively grasped the principles of capitalism. The state is my property. Therefore, official positions are my private property. Shouldn't one show sincerity when borrowing someone else's private property? The emperor firmly rejected the old practice of securing official positions based on blood relations. Instead, he relied on the only faith that existed in the world, money, and appointed officials based on it. This reformist emperor sold higher positions at higher prices, and to accommodate his cash-strapped subjects, he even allowed them to pay for their positions in installments. Contrary to popular belief, the buds of capitalism bloomed in the East well before they did in the West. Although Lu Hong's reforms ended in failure, they inspired many revolutionaries afterward. Even the home of capitalism, Britain, couldn't escape its influence. At the end of the 20th century, a Briton decided to establish a nation in a remote area, learning the wisdom of state governance from ancient sages. Wouldn't selling noble titles help the state finances? It was a reversal of Eastern methods with Western tools, and Western methods with Eastern tools. This Briton went one step further than his predecessors, opening the gates not just to his compatriots but to people worldwide. The British knew well that money should not have borders. The power of this open-door policy affected even South Korea, far away from Britain. The protagonist of this story, the Sword Marquis, is precisely that individual. He spent a substantial amount of 250,000 won, about $250, including various options, to purchase a baron's title in Yuldoguk. It was a triumphant return of a noble rank to a Korean since the fall of the Korean Empire. The old man proudly held his head high. From now on, please address me as Sword Baron. Liking martial arts, hence sword. Being a baron, hence baron. It was a crazy naming sense, but the tragedy didn't end there. While humanity was divided and conflicted over race and nationality, monsters treated all humans equally. When Seoul was wiped out in Korea, East Anglia in England was obliterated. Naturally, the nearby micronation wasn't spared either. Yuldoguk, boasting an actual population of 4, disappeared, becoming a page in history. It also holds the record for the fastest destruction of a nation after the Gate disaster. How could this be? My homeland has perished. The old man swallowed his grief after losing his nation overnight. If he had collapsed here, he would have been nothing more than third-rate. Righteously, he stood up. A man's tears for his ruined country were enough with just a single drop. From now on, I shall carry on the legacy of Yuldoguk. The shortest-lived nation experienced an equally brief revival movement. However, how could I, unworthy as I am, claim the title of Archduke in place of His Excellency's grace? I will only claim a title less than that of a Marquis. From now on, Please call me Sword Marquis. Indeed. Jumping from Baron directly to Marquis, skipping Viscount, Count and Marquis, was unheard of even in Yildoguk. Because the original Yildoguk didn't have a Marquis rank. Naturally, the official name of the new Yildoguk became the tributary state of Yildo, the country ruled by a marquis. Of course, the only citizen of this backward nation who claimed such was the Sword Marquis himself. If you've heard the background of how the Sword Marquis came to be, any sensible person would conclude, if I get close to this old man, my registered address might be transferred to a mental hospital. However, surprisingly, the Sword Marquis survived. Even in these chaotic times when the world had ended and monsters ran amok, he firmly preserved himself. Far from being confined to a mental institution, the Awakeners couldn't wait to take the Sword Marquis with them. Could it be that he was a master of the sword as his title suggested? The answer is no. The Sword Marquis didn't even know how to use aura. What good would a fashion swordsman wielding a fake aluminum sword do in a fight? I guarantee that even a primary school student who just received a yellow belt in Haidong Gumdo would show more mastery than the Sword Marquis. The Sword Marquis's survival strategy was established in a completely unexpected field. Sir, Elder. Lord Sword Marquis. Oh, isn't it a junior of the martial world? What brings you here? It's nothing much, just wanted to ask how this spring's farming is going. Gah. Farming is about care and attention. You should think that I, of course, am taking good care of it instead of coming here to spy. No, it's not spying. Gah. Why is such a young junior so bothersome? Keep bothering me, and I might just cut off the food supply to your guild. Behind the loudly shouting Sword Marquis lay a golden wheat field. The Sword Marquis's ability was plant growth. Regardless of climate, land, or water quality, he could grow crops anywhere and accelerate their growth rate by 3 to 6 times, a ridiculously overpowered SSS class ability. This made the Sword Marquis evolve from a crazy old man to an absolutely untouchable and undisturbed old man. Do you understand? If I just wish it, all of your folks will starve. Want to taste a real famine? Sword Marquis. Unfortunately for Korea's Awakeners, this crazy old man was the only lifeline in a peninsula where civilization had collapsed. Footnotes. Chapter 45. Ritterny 2. Sword Marquis, though mad, possessed remarkable abilities. To intuitively understand just how remarkable, a bit of explanation is necessary. This world hates humanity. Teens, caught in their second year of middle school delusions, often mutter, "It seems the world hates me." As they grow, they gradually learn that, surprisingly, or perhaps not so surprisingly, the world is indifferent to their existence. Honestly, from the world's perspective, there are other things to worry about. Like turtles that have swallowed plastic or quantum entanglement. But now, that's no longer the case. Something fundamentally changed with the gate incident. It just changed. From that day on, the world decided to dislike humanity a bit more. The void, otherwise known as the abyss, or hell. Previously, the term gate was used, but increasingly, people began to refer to it as the void. Hey, what's that? Huh? What is it? That flower. Why does it have teeth? In the void, the petals of the Rafflesia sprout shark teeth. Spiders grow 13 legs. Dragonflies develop 6 side eyes. Headless elephants roam around. If monsters and anomalies are left unchecked, massive genetic mutations occur in the affected land, leading to a rapid increase in deformed creatures. Thus, the void's poison. It instantaneously deforms the civilization and knowledge humanity has painstakingly built up over centuries. Have you ever seen fields stained blood red? Rice grains that resemble aphids and flies? Instead of rice grains, lilies bloom. A farmer once dug up his field and found that all the rice plants were interconnected underground like a bamboo forest. Despite being grown in the same field, with the same species, water, and sunlight, the rice on the left side of the field looked different from that on the right. Human civilization was established on reproducibility. When humanity realized that spring would come again a year after all the changes, they built a tower of gold. At the sharp top of this gold tower, time finally transformed into history. Now, the tower has crumbled. Time flows. It flows unpredictably. Like a desert storm, it covers the once brilliant surface of the tower with sand. What is humanity? What are we? Are we the same as that being whose head sprouts flowers and whose tongue grows fish gills? From those gills, the cries of a newborn can be heard. Eventually, they only communicate with the sound of a child's cry, and we cannot understand what those sounds mean. Occasionally, time flows quickly near Incheon and slowly near Seoul. Nothing repeats. Nothing is reproduced. It just flows. Cities are connected. Thus, the Saints, the Nomads, the Sanchin Guild Alliance, have declared war against the void devouring our world. Humanity needs to return to the times when it was overwhelmed by nature. Isn't that regression? The Nomads shook their heads. Like evolution and regression are merely human distinctions, this too is merely an adaptation to the environment. Giving up the rule of areas for the rule of lines. From area to line. From line to area. That was the motto of the National Road Management Corps. Then, we can escape from being isolated by the void and maintain our community. Like a knight fitting a disabled person with a prosthetic, the National Road Management Corps has paved the way for humanity. At last, isolated points, cities, and people have transformed into stations where they can briefly rest. I'm continuing to fix the broken railways of this world one by one. I was able to keep Deng Xiaorin's last will. It took many years. And it will take many more years. From history to history, forever. The National Road Management Corps did not represent Busan. It could not symbolize Seoul. The National Road Management Corps was simply humanity's last cradle, the last unit, and the front line. We can do it. No, we must. Every time they set off, the patrol units of the National Road Management Corps could not guarantee their lives. The patrol unit that left for Gangneung never returned. After 2 years, all 13 members of a patrol unit exploring the north returned transformed into sunflowers that walked, their heads turned toward the flags they held when they departed. Still, we did not hesitate to stand at the forefront. This season will be a good harvest too. Sword Marquis was indeed a support unit for this front line. With this much grain, we can surely feed Samhan, well and have leftovers. Truly, it is the providence of heaven. No matter how much we pave the way, people need to eat. Whether it's 3 meals a day, 2 meals, or even 1, the need to eat is my body's urgent fate. I did not take this hunger as hardship or sorrow. Infected with the new Buddha virus, one could escape the fate of hunger at any time. It meant transitioning from being human to becoming a being of the void. The hunger was tragic, but it was a human tragedy, and still, it was the tragedy of beings born and raised on this land. However, I did not live to see human horrors as human beauty. We needed to eat. The chef responsible for the rice power of the Korean peninsula was none other than Sword Marquis. Wouldn't it be alright for me to enjoy a little sightseeing this summer? And, as emphasized several times, our chef was crazy. Lord Sword Marquis. Sightseeing? Literally, wandering the martial world. Young warriors of the martial arts community. Don't reveal this anywhere. I have kept it a secret until now, but actually, Sword Marquis carefully looked around. The glances of the National Road Management Corps, checking for monsters nearby, could not have been as sharp. After confirming that no one else was around except me, Sword Marquis whispered in my ear. I am the rightful disciple of the 260th leader of the Mount Hua sect. The essence of the 3,000-year history of the Mount Hua sect is fully contained within the martial arts secrets in my possession. So, this man was claiming to be a Marquis in Yuldoguk and a Sword Marquis in the martial world, and, to top it off, he claimed to be the next leader of the Mount Hua sect. And he wore an aluminum practice sword at his waist. By this point, my head was spinning. If it's alright to ask, why is the elder who represents the future of the Mount Hua sect in Korea? Of course, it's to hide from the despicable eyes of the demonic cult. As the rightful successor of the 24 plum blossom sword technique, it's inevitable that those malicious ones glare at me. Look. Even now, aren't the demons controlled by the heavenly demon shaking the world? Good heavens. That's right. It's exactly the feeling of wanting to seek a deity. Originally, I was a master who had reached the pinnacle, but during my escape from the demonic cult, I suffered serious internal injuries to my energy centers. However, having recuperated here in the land of Haedong, I must now return to my home mountain and fulfill my duties as a disciple. You mean to go to Mount Hua in China right now? Exactly so. I looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. Lord Sword Marquis, are you mad? Kim Ju-chul and Kim Seung father and son's tale hinted briefly that in this era, overseas travel was just a fancier term for suicide. At my straightforward remark, Sword Marquis merely tilted his head. I am perfectly sane. After all, asking a madman if he's mad would never yield a meaningful response. Why ask a dolphin if it's a dolphin unless one's eyes are crossed? The truth is evident. I changed tactics. If you're talking about the 24 plum blossom sword technique, is it the one where, if perfected, the scent of plum blossoms pervades 10,000 li, too, from the sword? Oh, it seems the young martial artist has also heard of its great reputation. That's correct. Does the Mount Hua you know of bloom with many plum blossoms? Indeed it does. That's a setting made up in Korea. My knowledge of martial arts was limited to a few novels I read as a child. But even I knew this. Mount Hua was not particularly famous for plum blossoms. One could guess as much from the photos alone. Mount Hua was a mountain as bare as its leaves, with rocks starkly exposed, presenting many challenges for plum blossoms to flourish luxuriantly. The same goes for the scent. Evolving an olfactory system that interprets the smell of rocks as plum blossoms was genetically impossible. What am I saying? The self-proclaimed Sword Marquis and prospective 261st sect leader of the Mount Hua sect, holder of a practice sword, a native Korean from Ulleungdo, and a non-speaker of Chinese, was spouting nonsense. This old man was a liar through and through. Arg! The Sword Marquis roared like a lion. How dare a junior mock me? The scent of plum blossoms I once encountered while learning from my master still lingers in my nose. If you intend to insult my master and me, I will not sit idly by. Then why not demonstrate the plum blossom sword technique yourself, if you are its inheritor? Had I not been attacked by the beasts of the demonic cult and my energy centers remained intact, I would demonstrate it right away. I'm going mad. Hey, you're supposed to be a 60-year-old man, but you're younger than me. Plus, back when civilization was intact, 60 wasn't even considered old. How old am I this year? No, let's drop this strategy. Even if I win the battle, I feel like I'd lose the war. Anyway, Sword Marquis was a type of person I couldn't handle. Fortunately, we had the ultimate weapon for dealing with elders. No dua. Help! A 60-year-old grandpa. Easy. The most beloved woman among the elderly in the Korean peninsula, the greatest protective gear knight and head of the National Road Management Corps, No Dua, smirked mischievously. TL/N, yes, the classic late gender reveal in Korean web novels. No Dua is female, I'll use she/her pronouns from now and fix old chapters. Sir, are you feeling good? My whole body feels relaxed. No Dua performed a shoulder massage on Sword Marquis. Her skills were so excellent that one could believe she had been a masseuse rather than a public servant, and Sword Marquis's expression melted. Plum blossoms bloom on mountain peaks and even on the streets. Then, wouldn't they bloom in the heart of a person just the same? Since the tradition of the Mount Hua sect has passed to you, sir, what does it matter whether this place is Haedong or Chang'an? But my sworn brothers. No. Your master has already passed away, hasn't he? Then, you are the eldest in the Mount Hua sect, and there's a tradition of juniors visiting their seniors, not the other way around. They should come to you, why should you move? Oh? That is indeed a wise saying. If you entrust me with a letter, I'll send it to China on your behalf. If they understand their duty, they should rightly come here to see you. Oh ho! The advice of the head of the post station is absolutely right. Then I'll also look forward to the autumn harvest. Leave it to me. The National Road Management Corps was a post station, and there the head was the postmaster. After displaying her miraculous skills in hand and tongue, No Dua turned to me and smirked. That's why I prefer the elderly to the young, they understand, you know. I won't nitpick over her argument, but even with No Dua's full-hearted play, there was a limit. Sword Marquis was a madman, and madness was incurable. I must visit Mount Hua at least once before I die. With the change of seasons and each harvest, Sword Marquis kept murmuring like someone afflicted with nostalgia. I must see it before I die. Since the establishment of the National Road Management Corps, Sword Marquis repeated this mantra through the 54th, 55th, 56th, and 57th cycles. Time passed. Finally, the 108th cycle. During the holiday season, I visited Sword Marquis. In the very early part of his first year, Sword Marquis was still living in his hometown, Ulungdu. Yes, he had no reason to be nostalgic. Lord Sword Marquis. An old man watering the flowers in the front yard of a humble house turned to look at me. Water trickled from his watering can. Who might you be, young one? I am a knight bestowed with a title from Yildoguk. What? A normal person would have called the police or at least swung a broom if a foreigner suddenly walked into their front yard claiming a title from a micronation. This one is my compatriot. Welcome. But, true to his nature, Sword Marquis was extraordinary. I had suspected he had been playing nobility since coming to Ulungdu, but it seems he had lost his mind even before that. But your honorifics are strange. I am not Sword Marquis but Sword Man. Why have you come seeking me? I made the saddest face possible. Method acting wasn't particularly hard. It was easy to recall the scene when Dang Xiaoren died. Sadly, I must report that Yildoguk has fallen. What? The wicked reach of the demonic cult has extended even across the sea to Yangilri. Not only Yildoguk but also the eastern region of Yangilri has been devastated, and the Archduke himself did not escape harm. No. How could such a thing happen, Lord Sword Marquis? Thud. I knelt in the courtyard. Then, with a solemnity unmatched in the world, I cried out, though the court of Yildoguk has fallen, how could we accept that the people should bear the grief of a ruined nation? Is it not loyalty to continue the nation with the remaining people? As you are now the only remaining noble of Yildoguk, it is only fitting that you establish a new court on this land. But, as a person, I cannot forget the grace of the Archduke. Please ascend to the title of Duke and revive Duke's nation. Incidentally, Sword Marquis's house was humble. And a humble house was in a humble neighborhood. And a feature of a humble neighborhood is that it's quite easy to peek over the fence when something unusual is happening next door. All the neighbors were looking this way. Their gaze, in a nutshell, was like, staring at a dick. Heaven has not yet abandoned me. Sword Marquis paid no mind to the neighbors' stares. Get up. How well you've understood my will. I apologize. You are indeed like my eldest son. Basically, that meant best friends. The 108th cycle. That day, I became best friends with the prospective sect leader of the Manhua sect. Footnotes. 1. Samhan, or 3 Han, is the collective name of the Bayan-Han, Jin-Han, and Mei-Han confederacies that emerged in the 1st century BC during the Proto-3 Kingdoms of Korea, or Samhan, period. Located in the central and southern regions of the Korean peninsula, the Samhan confederacies eventually merged and developed into the Beech, Gaya, and Silla kingdoms. The name Samhan also refers to the 3 kingdoms of Korea. 2. Li, Chinese, Li, or Shirley, also known as the Chinese mile, is a traditional Chinese unit of distance. The li has varied considerably over time but was usually about 1/3 of an English mile and now has a standardized length of a half kilometer, 500 meters or 1,640 feet or 0.311 miles. Chapter 46. Ritterny 3. David Hume once said that true friendship is not about the age of the individuals, but about the free exchange of souls. From a young friend, one learns vitality, and from an old friend, wisdom. Immanuel Kant stated that it's not right to choose friends based on their age. The most important thing to note here is that they never actually made these quotes, but the nuance is conveyed, isn't it? Perhaps that's enough? I too follow the nuance in my friendship with Sword Marquis. Undertaker brother. Sword Marquis elder. That day, we emptied 4 bottles of Macchiali and became sworn brothers. It was a connection so profound that even if the 3 brothers of the Yu family had witnessed it, they would have been engulfed in jealousy and gone into fits of peach-chewing anger 500 times. What am I talking about? Just understand it through the nuance. Our Macchiali pact did not end as merely a night's amusement. Elder brother, I have something to confess. The next morning, I deeply bowed to Sword Marquis, who had checked the temperature of the grand hall with his own cheek, being utterly drunk. Confess? What are you talking about? You revealed to me last night that you were a disciple directly taught by the leader of the Manhua sect. In truth, he was not. However, Sword Marquis nodded as if it were the most natural thing. Ah, right. How could someone destined to be the leader of Mount Hua sect merely seclude himself forever in a humble thatched cottage? You must return to Mount Hua, restore the pillars of the sect. Though you seek tranquility, the world is in turmoil. What? Sword Marquis opened his mouth wide. His surprise was palpable. For a while, Sword Marquis gave his stomach some fresh morning air in the front yard. More precisely, he let the dawn taste his stomach's air. I could have described this scene in detail, but for the reader's sake, I will spare any visual or auditory imagery. Such is my boundless goodwill towards you. Who? The ordeal was skipped over, and only the result remained. Sword Marquis, having downed water from a plastic bucket, yes, the one usually hanging by the spring, looked at me seriously. Undertaker brother. He seemed to be trying to emit a profound inner energy. In my personal opinion, it was more akin to the smell of his breath than his energy. Are you saying you will accompany me back to Mount Hua? Exactly. While I am deeply grateful for that sentiment, the martial world is now a playground for the wicked demonic cult. The path of righteousness has been severed, and justice has collapsed. Villainy adorns itself with the pretense of chivalry. How can you guarantee our safe passage? It is merely through benevolence that we will navigate this troubled world. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't. But clearly, the nuance was there, and Sword Marquis seemed to grasp everything by just that. He slapped his knee. Indeed. If it is a task that I cannot accomplish alone, then it shall be done with a brother. Having secluded myself for so long, I had forgotten even this simple truth. Will you trust this brother? Returning to Mount Hua has been my lifelong dream. Friendships that discuss benefits are precarious, but those that discuss wishes are steadfast. I trust only in you, brother. What followed was a blur of action. We left the island immediately. Sword Marquis had lived on Ulungdu his entire life, but the belongings he had prepared were minimal. We were ready to set off within 40 minutes of deciding to leave. What stood out about Sword Marquis's attire was a pouch tied around his waist. Elder brother, what is that? Sword Marquis stroked his beard magnanimously. The essence of the Mount Hua sect. It was the usual nonsense. I shrugged and stepped onto the deck of the boat. You weak dash. Oh, and for your information, on the boat back to the mainland, Sword Marquis managed to share the aroma of his stomach with the waters of the East Sea. At the same time as heaven and the sea were colored in his hue, such was indeed the grace of a true master. And he wasn't even from Ulungdu, was he? Even though he had drunk plenty of Makjiali, how could he suffer from seasickness? Such a disgrace for an islander. You weak. From Ulungdu to Gangnam, from Incheon to Shanghai, everywhere we went by boat, Sword Marquis showcased a close bond with the ship's rail. Thanks to that, I had become quite skilled in patting Sword Marquis's back like a professional masseuse. Sword Marquis awkwardly excused himself. When my energy center is disturbed, my stomach and duodenum suffer as well. Ah! It's embarrassing, I wasn't like this before. Was the energy center connected to the stomach? Astonishing anatomical knowledge, as profound as researching what material makes up a unicorn's horn. Just so you know, managing to find a boat to Shanghai was a miracle and an achievement of mine. As you are well aware, when the gate incident occurred, now that everyone is familiar with the terms, when the void arrived or when the void manifested would also be appropriate, everything south of the Han River in Seoul was blown away. Incheon was no exception. There were as many people escaping by sea as there were fleeing by land. If it weren't for my extensive experience traveling abroad, I wouldn't have been able to find a captain in the chaotic port of Incheon. Oh. After enduring countless hardships, dodging typhoons, and surviving complete chaos, we finally arrived in China. Sword Marquis's eyes reddened. This is the Central Plains. Look! I have returned in triumph. It sounded as if the journey was over, but I am the infinite regressor. I usually operate domestically, but having once called myself an internationalist, I had traveled to China numerous times. Even limited to Beijing, I had been there enough to get sick of it. So I knew very well that the real hardship was just beginning. Have you ever read Greek or Norse mythology? You might have found yourself lamenting while exploring the myths of other nations, wondering, why don't we have a well-structured mythology? I could go on at length about this, but that's not my intention right now. Instead, what I really want to tell you is this. It's damn lucky we don't have one. I bring up myths for a reason. Since the arrival of the Void, characters from those myths began stepping into reality. They didn't just pop up as they were described in the myths. They were updated to be less intellectual, more Lovecraftian, and thus even more misanthropic. Now you might guess why I considered India and Japan as the top dangerous spots for overseas travel. It's not like India and Japan are the only Asian countries with a rich repository of mythological beings. Thailand and others also boast a significant cache of spirits, holding their own in terms of ghostly prestige. But my point is, with Japan having invited 8 million gods to descend upon them, solving their low birth rate and aging population issues overnight, they're in a better situation than most. Places like India and Nepal, steeped in Hindu faith, let's just leave those out of this discussion for now. Have you ever seen the Ganges and the Himalayas dyed red? It's quite a spectacle, but I'd rather not see it again. That's what the end of the world looks like. As the world together faces damnation, China wasn't going to be left out. They too were shouting, "Me too. I want to play too," boasting a formidable list of supernatural beings. If you've been to a high-end Italian restaurant, you know they have a dazzling wine list. Similarly, China boasts menus like the Shanhai Jing, the Shuri Ji, the Bowu Ji, and the Shini Jing. It was indeed a transitional period from martial arts novels, moving from traditional martial arts to Xianxia, and from Xianxia to Xuanhuan. Monsters and spirits that seemed out of place in traditional martial arts stories were embraced in Xuanhuan as being youthful and trendy. Obviously, being the cradle of martial arts, China was at the forefront of these trends. Therefore, as the leader of this trip, I made a very rational decision. Let's not go straight to Mount Hua. Let's stop by Chang'an first. Why? Wouldn't that just be taking a detour? There are extremely tricky monsters nearby. We need to move around them. Avoidance. Pure and simple. If you asked me to name the most difficult beings to deal with in China, I'd personally point out two: chaos and greed. To my knowledge, tens of thousands of awakeners in China were destroyed by just these two creatures. And by tens of thousands, I mean closer to 100,000 than 20,000. Considering the civilian casualties, it was an uncountable number. Even as the genre of the world shifted to Xuanhuan, no human had yet achieved the realm of the immortals, a fitting testament to the tragedy that ensues. If we were fully prepared, maybe, but right now, taking them on is not a good idea. If you say so, brother. When venturing into unfamiliar genres, it's wise to maintain proper decorum and distance. My genre, after all, was firmly contemporary fantasy. I meticulously planned our travel route to avoid chaos and greed. Instead, we frequently encountered other lesser demons, but I handled them all single-handedly on my end. Sword Marquis watched my swordplay from behind, occasionally letting out exclamations of admiration. "Your prowess is truly amazing. Equal to or perhaps even greater than me at my peak." Something deep within me stirred like the lava of Mount Hua, but I held it back. "Thank you. I still have much to learn. Please continue to guide me, elder brother." It's wise to assign specific roles during a trip. You handle the hotels, I'll find the restaurants, and so on. If roles are not well distributed in any travel, it quickly becomes tiresome. Anyone who has been on a long journey with family or a partner will immediately understand. I, Undertaker, might not have shown it, but I prided myself on being a master of traveling. Naturally, I understood the importance of dividing responsibilities. Thus, during our 2-month journey, my responsibilities were as follows: planning travel routes, covering travel expenses, procuring food, scouting lodging, hiring locals, interpreting Chinese. The next sect leader of Mount Hua did not speak Chinese, carrying luggage, standing guard, and acting as bodyguard. And what did Sword Marquis handle? Well, drinking. Anyway. Among my roles, the most crucial was interpreting Chinese. This was my first time visiting Mount Hua, and we inevitably relied on local guidance, especially since the main roads had been devoured by chaos and greed. Whenever we passed through rural roads, locals looked at us curiously. "A Korean? What brings a Korean here? We're on our way to Mount Hua." "Oh? This gentleman here is my grandfather. He insists on seeing Mount Hua with his own eyes before he passes away. I'm an awakener who speaks Chinese, so I decided to fulfill his last wish by traveling here. Ah. Initially skeptical, the locals warmed up after hearing my explanation. Incidentally, throughout the journey, Sword Marquis was carried on my back. It was unavoidable. If I had asked him to walk on his own, the trip would have taken 24 times longer. I'm not exaggerating. What a rare filial grandson, no, a filial great-grandson. It's nothing. I lost my parents when I was young, and he raised me alone. I believe it's only right to repay him. In such a chaotic world, to think such people still exist. Well, I don't have much, but please take some peanuts. Our village peanuts are really tasty. Indeed, filial piety is a magic pass that works anywhere in East Asia. Despite their humble circumstances, local people in the countryside tried to offer me whatever they could. Village elders even tried to fill up buckets with peanuts, which I had to politely refuse. To show my gratitude, I cleared the nearby monsters like cutting weeds. True win-win. Sword Marquis, still on my back, was amazed. I've heard the countryside has become stingy these days, but that's all nonsense. Isn't this kindness itself? Well, if I had said you were the sect leader of Mount Hua and I was carrying you around, 99% of this kindness would have disappeared. Brother, what did you just say? I didn't say anything. Day 62 of our trip in China. After countless twists and turns, including barely escaping a typhoon, we finally arrived at Mount Hua. Ah, finally. Mount Hua. The designated 261st sect leader of Mount Hua exclaimed as if you were seeing it for the first time. Of course, I didn't point that out. I was a respectful younger brother, merely posing a question. It was indeed a tough journey. I too am eager to see the grandeur of the sect where you trained. Where is the sect building? Unfortunately, the main hall was destroyed 45 years ago by an attack from the heavenly demon. So there's no sect building, right? You were just making it up? I could read between the lines, but the old man skillfully dodged the question. Clearly, a lifetime dedicated to playing a martial artist wasn't thwarted by such trivial interrogation. The entire brotherhood was slaughtered, and I had no choice but to flee. Now, it's hard to even find the ruins. So you don't know where it is. The mountain scenery is truly serene, a real hidden gem. My inquiry didn't even scratch the surface of the Sword Marquis's mental fortitude. I shook my head and continued hiking. Great mountains never flaunt their landscapes from the start but keep them hidden. Mount Hua, a renowned mountain, revealed its true beauty only when one ventured into its layers. With each step, it felt as if a folding screen was unfolding, expanding the scene with each pace. I looked around the ridge. People have left, but the buildings are relatively intact. Ah, and by buildings, I obviously didn't mean those of the Mount Hua sect. I was referring to various facilities such as rest areas, stairs, snack bars, etc. Before the void arrived, these places were probably bustling with tourists. The cable car station looked clean and seemed like the perfect base camp. I checked the warehouse just in case, but as expected, no food was left. Well, being a living, breathing biofarm meant there was no need to worry about food during this trip. Elder brother, I will set up our base here. As you wish, brother. I set down my backpack and also set down Sword Marquis. He had been using my back delivery service even while hiking. Sword Marquis lay down on the floor of the rest area as if he had finally come alive. Ah, my old bones. After decades, coming back here, it seems I can't even walk around anymore. Anyone would think he had climbed the mountain himself. I took out bottled water, a burner, and ramen from my backpack and started cooking. Just the single line of description about my actions here should give you an idea of how much I suffered during this trip. Yes, I carried Sword Marquis on my back while hugging a meter-tall backpack across the Chinese continent. Elder brother, the ramen is ready. The old man, who had been sprawled out on the floor, got up like a ghost and took the chopsticks. After slurping down the ramen, Sword Marquis looked up at the ceiling of the rest area. Ah. As I've always said, the ramen you cook is truly a delicacy. I've met countless ramen masters in my life, but none can compare to you, brother. You flatter me. No, I'm serious. How do you bring out such a unique taste? Well, if you've been cooking ramen for over 100 years, anyone would reach this level. In fact, during the 45th cycle, I even became a chef. While I may not be the world's greatest chef, I was certainly the best at cooking with ingredients from the void. Such is the seasoning of an infinite regressor. Truly a useless skill. Burp. Thank you for the meal. I shifted my thoughts. Anyway, what mattered now was not my ramen cooking skills, but how Sword Marquis would react from this point forward. Throughout our journey, Sword Marquis had always murmured about how he had no other wish but to visit Mount Hua. In the past cycles, he always longed for Mount Hua. A wish consistently held across time signifies the intensity of one's heart. It represents conviction. As a regressor, I find few things as interesting as the human heart, and I have fulfilled his lifelong wish. Now that his wish was granted, only curiosity remained. A regressor's curiosity, trivial and personal, yet of utmost importance in this world. What will Sword Marquis do now? Will he say it's time to return to the Korean peninsula now that his bucket list is complete? Or will he try to realize his delusion by building the Mount Hua sect anew? Which will it be? I quietly observed Sword Marquis. After patting his full belly, he stood up and stretched. Now that I'm full, it's time to get to work. Let me mention in advance that all my predictions were wrong. Footnotes. Chapter 47. Return 4. Work? What are you talking about? I have plans of my own. Just watch, brother. Sword Marquis then suddenly walked out of the rest area. As for me, Undertaker, had I been one to just sit idly by when told to stay put, I would have given up on being a regressor long ago. Naturally, I followed Sword Marquis. The old man glanced back at me once but didn't try to stop me. Even though the Sword Marquis had been terrible with directions before we reached Mount Hua, it was as if a navigation system had been installed and updated in his brain. He expertly navigated the mountain trails. Just when I thought I should ask where exactly we were going, Sword Marquis squatted down. At first, I thought he was just tired from the climb and was taking a rest. But I was mistaken. Sword Marquis was pulling something out of his pocket. As I approached and peered over, I saw that he had taken seeds from his pocket, a bag of seeds he must have treasured since leaving Ulungdu. He began placing the seeds into the soil within the crevices of the rocks. A question mark popped into my head. What exactly was he doing? Elder brother. What are you doing right now? Please explain this to me. Reconstruction. Reconstruction? Or restoration, if you want to add a poetic flavor, you could even call it regression. Reconstruction. Restoration. Regression. These were truly enigmatic words strung together. But to my questions, Sword Marquis just chuckled and stroked his beard, not giving a clear answer. Instead of calming down, his response only fueled my curiosity, and I followed him relentlessly. But following him felt fruitless as he continued the same actions repeatedly. He climbed the mountain trails, planted seeds, covered the sparse soil over the rocks, and gently patted down the small mounds of earth with his wrinkled palms. The next day, and the day after that, he continued without end. Really, what was he doing? He can walk well now. That was what baffled me the most. He had relied on my back while crossing the Central Plains, but now that we were at Mount Hua, he suddenly seemed full of energy and climbed the mountain too well. Had this old man been pretending to be weak all this time? Could he have been deceiving me? It was not easy to lead an old body up and down a rocky mountain. Yet, Sword Marquis was up from dawn to dusk, walking non-stop. He didn't even complain of muscle pain. As if the air of Mount Hua were gasoline for him, Sword Marquis moved around vigorously. Curious, I even tried sitting cross-legged and practicing something akin to internal energy meditation, but whether it was the air of Gangnam or Mount Hua, my scientific experiments concluded neither contained any mystical ether. Roar! Ah, brother! Help me! A wicked demon from the demonic cult is trying to capture the sect leader of Mount Hua, and it certainly didn't look like weak cosplay from any angle. Sword Marquis was truly, utterly frail. He couldn't even fend off a monster the size of a boar and always ended up running to me. Like someone who had a strength stat of 99 in stamina but only 10 in combat, Sword Marquis's capabilities were extremely unbalanced. It's really strange. In the end, I had no choice but to continue following Sword Marquis and acting as his bodyguard. After a while, I grew so tired of this routine that I simply eliminated all the monsters around Mount Hua. I also went around the areas of Chang'an and Guangzhou, which is modern-day Shaanxi, hunting down other creatures. Thankfully, the locals were grateful and gave us plenty of food and clothes. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It was around the time when I began to be known among the people of Guangzhou as the Taoist of Mount Hua, almost like a black comedy. At each spot where Sword Marquis had planted seeds, sprouts began to emerge. Their growth rate was notably fast. It was clear that the ability that made Sword Marquis a Grade S Awakener, known as plant growth, was at work. What kind of sprout is this? I muttered to myself, since asking Sword Marquis would yield no proper answer. It was clear they weren't just any grass or flowers but trees. However, my encyclopedic knowledge stopped there. Even with my experience as a regressor, which meant I could recognize most plants, I wasn't knowledgeable enough in botany to identify the species just from these small saplings. Hey! What exactly are you? The sprouts, of course, offered no answer. As late summer passed, Sword Marquis's peculiar activities continued into early autumn and winter. White snow settled on the ink-colored rocks of Mount Hua. In this ruined world, winter seemed to serve as a funeral rite for all life. As an undertaker ages, so does winter silently conduct the world's funerals. Winter's touch was cold yet gentle. Life and civilization quietly bowed under its gaze. Rumors spread like snowflakes that 1 million civilians were buried under snow in Guangzhou within just a fortnight. My range for hunting creatures gradually expanded. Not just in Shaanxi, but also to Hunan. Tutorial dungeons weren't just a phenomenon on the Korean peninsula but occurred worldwide. Just my luck that an epic dungeon appeared in Yongjing in Hunan. Here, pseudo-sectarian terrorists from Taoist groups were also involved, making it feel like the end of an era. What choice did I have? I had to help. Surely when I started the 108th cycle, this cycle was supposed to be a vacation. Somehow, even on vacation, I ended up working. Is this what they call being a workaholic? To make an excuse, I had business in Hunan anyway. There was an awakener who ran a guild called Baekwa back on the Korean peninsula, and their family originated from this area. Thanks to that, I managed to gather some good information about them. I'll talk about that in a later episode. Anyway, spring. While all life bowed under winter's gaze, only the sprouts cared for by Sword Marquis stood boldly upright. The lives touched by his hands knew neither the season nor the climate, they grew even in adversity. When the snow ceased, the small saplings that had once been tiny seeds had grown to my waist height. The trees bid farewell to winter a bit earlier than the rest of the world and greeted spring a bit sooner. Their etiquette towards the seasons was to bloom in red, to dye the world crimson. Ah! Only upon seeing this red did I realize the name of these plants. Plum blossoms. The old man had been planting plum blossoms on Mount Hua. Residual snow still whispered, and Mount Hua's rocks were white. The surface of the rocks, like white plates, neatly divided themselves half in red and half in pink as the plum blossoms modestly plated themselves. This giant mountain served as a dish for a colorful, red feast prepared by a single shabby old man. It's time to start grafting. The shadow of the old man delved into the mountain shadow. With each step he delved deeper, the snowy mountain bled red. Familiar with his movements, the old man broke off twigs from the plum trees. Then again, he planted them among the rocks, in the rugged depths of the valley, in the scarce soil. Amidst the harsh rocks, the plum blossoms spread like moss, but red moss. After that, I limited my outings and spent more time with Sword Marquis. The terrain of Mount Hua was rugged. Even though my physical strength seemed to have become boundless after arriving here, it was still difficult for the frail legs of the old man to cross the gaps and voids of Mount Hua. I willingly lent my back to Sword Marquis. Crossing from cliff to cliff, Sword Marquis planted trees. In the first spring, plum blossoms bloomed near the rest area. The following year, red blossoms dyed the western peak of Mount Hua. The giant was massive. The time it took for him to die, and thus the time it took for his blood to fully blossom, was endlessly slow compared to a human life. Sword Marquis regulated the giant's time. He dictated not only his death but also the manner of his dying. Sword Marquis did not permit even nature's law of living in spring and dying in winter. The blood shed by the giant flowed over 3 years, passing Jinshagwan to the northern peak. His wounds bled for 4 years toward the central peak and then surged to the eastern peak the following year. All the directions of death and life were determined by Sword Marquis's footsteps and handprints. Our 6th year on the mountain. I stood on the roof of a pavilion on the southern peak of Mount Hua, looking down. The heavens and earth were filled with plum blossoms. Mount Hua had become a mountain of flowers. Red and white flowers shyly intertwined down every sliding mountain ridge. The dark trunks of the plum trees languidly rested on the stones. The giant finally held its breath, and in front of its majestic blood-red death, people could only hold theirs. Thus, without any metaphor, without any interpretation or explanation, plum blossoms bloomed on Mount Hua. It is done. A single human had turned a proposition into truth. To make a proposition bloom, it took 6 years of an old man's life and several hundred years of a regressor's. And that proposition was beautiful. It is now done. It was a foggy day. When fog descended on Mount Hua, the rocks vanished from sight. The fog lived and moved. Only the bright red flowers barely managed to poke their heads above that opaque surface. I too woke up and lifted my head. The rest area where I had mostly eaten and slept over the past 6 years. The Sword Marquis was not there. Elder brother? When no one responded to the call of brother, I felt a premonition. I didn't even wash my face. I immediately got up and followed the traces of Sword Marquis. The old man was far away, atop the southern peak, beyond a sea of fog. And then I witnessed something unbelievable. At first, I thought Sword Marquis was rowing on the rocks because the thick fog spread out beneath his feet made it seem so. But it was impossible for a man to row on a mountain. Looking closer, I saw that what Sword Marquis was stirring was not an oar but a sword, a wooden practice sword. The old man was dancing a sword dance. It was a sword dance because of the dance-like movements with the sword, and also a sword mist because the mountain's fog twisted and whirled with every movement of the sword. The dull blade of the practice sword, like the old man's wrinkled hands once dyed the giant red, seemed to control all the mountain's fog. The old man whirled the world's fog as if it were his own sleeve. In that moment, I knew I would never forget this scene. Rustle. Somewhere, the sound of snow sliding down was faintly heard. Was it the Sword Marquis stepping on the snow? Maybe. The whole world was wrapped in fog, making it hard to see ahead. Only the sounds and smells distinctly touched the skin. In the fog, the flowers chattered, and this chattering breathlessly exhaled the scent of plum blossoms into the sky. Or, perhaps, just maybe, the scent of plum blossoms spread from the tip of the old man's sword. The wind blew. Vast waves of fog enveloped the peak entirely. Elder brother? Slower than the flow of the tide, the fog rolled in and out. The white rocks and red plum blossoms revealed their forms again, but the Sword Marquis was nowhere to be seen. Elder brother. No answer came back. Only the echo of brother, brother, brother resounded, soon buried by the chatter of the plum blossoms. Suddenly, the world became still. From the swept-away Mount Hua, only the scent of plum blossoms flowed and spread far into the distance. Should I call this an epilogue? There remains one somewhat strange story. After Sword Marquis disappeared, I naturally set out to look for him. However, I ultimately failed to find him. If he had fallen and died somewhere in the mountains, there should have been a body, or at least some trace of it. Even if wild animals had scavenged it, there should have been some remains, but no matter how much I searched Mount Hua, no trace of Sword Marquis was found. An utterly absurd disappearance. Could he really have ascended to immortality? For a moment, I even entertained such a suspicion, but it was impossible. Sword Marquis was just an old man who had never learned any martial arts. If he had truly reached a transcendent state as he claimed, I would have recognized it. Hadn't I carried him on my back for over 60 days during our time together, not to mention the 6 years we spent together? Later, when I returned to the Korean peninsula, I even obtained documents to confirm it. Sword Marquis was definitively, undoubtedly born in Ulleungdo, Korea. People from the same neighborhood as Sword Marquis didn't have very detailed memories of him. Oh, that old man? I've seen him occasionally. What? He was in our neighborhood decades ago? I don't remember that far back. He seemed to come and go, appeared and disappeared, you know? In any case, Sword Marquis was born in Ulungdu. Various certificates and records prove this. If Sword Marquis really had been the next sect leader of the Mount Hua sect and had finally become an immortal and ascended, then, there would be too much to explain. First, he would have had to travel to China from Ulungdu no later than when he was 15 years old. Then, during his childhood, he would have become a direct disciple of the sect leader of Mount Hua. Sword Marquis was over 65 at the time of his disappearance. He had testified before we crossed over to China that Mount Hua sect was attacked by the heavenly demon 45 years ago. At the time of the demonic cult's attack on Mount Hua sect, Sword Marquis had to have been maintaining his status as a direct disciple of the sect leader. So, by no later than 15 years of age, he must have been receiving the expectations of the sect's disciples as the next sect leader. Was that even possible? What percentage of probability would one have to defy for such a miracle to occur? Why would a young Korean child born on Ulungdu end up at Mount Hua sect in China in the first place? I had never heard of Mount Hua sect, a staple in martial arts novels, actually existing in reality during my time as a regressor. Let alone the heavenly demon? The demonic cult? It was an absurd hypothesis. There was no need to consider it, it was merely a ludicrous tale. I decided to discard the theory of Sword Marquis equals Mount Hua sect leader under a very rational judgment. However, later on, past the 200th cycle, a very strange incident occurred. Sir? I'm sorry to ask, but could you spare some food? At this time, I was walking through Incheon's Chinatown with the Sword Marquis. The person who called us sir and asked if we had any food was Chinese. He probably mistook us for fellow Chinese because of Sword Marquis's long white beard. As revealed during our travels in the 108th cycle, I was the only one among us who spoke Chinese. I thought about how to answer without embarrassing the other party, hoping to respond in Chinese before the old man next to me could create an awkward situation. And then it happened. Of course. Before I could even open my mouth, fluent Chinese came from beside me. Shocked, I quickly turned my head. There was the Sword Marquis, naturally speaking Chinese, responding to the young man who had approached us. I don't have much, but how could I not fulfill a simple request from a passerby? You mean sect leader? I just happened to be buying dumplings over there. It's not much, but take this and quench your thirst. Ah. Thank you, sir. I will never forget this kindness. My mouth hung open, refusing to close. The astonishment continued until the Chinese young man who had taken the vegetable dumplings from Sword Marquis disappeared from sight. I barely managed to collect myself and grabbed Sword Marquis's slender shoulder. Wait a minute, Sword Marquis. Just a moment. Sword Marquis, did you know how to speak Chinese? Sword Marquis blinked. Chinese? What are you talking about? What? Didn't you just speak Chinese? With that young man earlier. I don't understand what you mean. Sword Marquis blinked in genuine confusion, as if he truly didn't understand. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden, Undertaker? I didn't say anything. I just handed him the dumplings. No. Wow. No. As if I, Undertaker, would fall for such a trick. I immediately dragged Sword Marquis around Chinatown, trying to find the young man we had just seen or to strike up a conversation with other Chinese people, but it was all in vain. Sword Marquis seemed genuinely unable to understand Chinese, complaining loudly. Ah. To think that a young martial brother would oppress me like this. There is no nationality in chivalry. Even if my language skills are lacking, my level is higher than anyone else's. In the end, not a single word of Chinese came from Sword Marquis's mouth. He wasn't lying. Really, wasn't it enough to drive a ghost to despair? To this day, I am not sure whether Sword Marquis really became an immortal and left this world in the fog of Mount Hua, whether he fluently conversed with a Chinese man in Incheon's Chinatown, or whether it was all just my illusion and hallucination. I only learned one fact. The martial world is indeed full of extraordinary and eccentric characters. Footnotes. Chapter 48. Survivor I. Excuse me, but what do you feel when you hear words like student council or student council president in creative works? You might wonder why I'm asking such an abrupt question. It's because it's relevant to this story. As mentioned at the end of the last story, the martial world is full of eccentrics. The person I will introduce today is also an eccentric, proudly placing his name among the great figures who illuminated the Korean peninsula. In the distant past, South Korea used to boast about having certain football players and idols. However, even if civilization collapses, history tends to progress. Now, nations compare their pride based on how spectacular their awakeners are, and the Korean peninsula has never been left behind. From the Grand Witch who forces her subordinates to wear conical hats 365 days a year on a train to the Marquis who turns Mount Hua into a mountain of flowers, and so on. It was a lineup that could not help but make one's heart swell with pride. Is this really the state of the Korean peninsula? This land, which could even be described as a haven for lunatics, or rather, great figures, has not ceased to be blessed. There was yet another figure I had not had a chance to introduce. Name, Cheon-Yeohwa. Occupation, reflecting the trend that it's tough to get by on just one job these days, a multi-awakener juggling multiple jobs. First job, high school student. As the nation collapsed, so did public education, reducing children who register on internet communities to unemployed, unable to select elementary/middle/high school student as their occupation. In that sense, Cheon-Yeohwa was one of the last high school students left in the Korean peninsula. Roughly equivalent to a high school 6th grader. This alone would be considered a rare occupation of SSR grade in games, but their other job was a bit more unique. Second job, necromancer. Cheon-Yeohwa was the only necromancer on the Korean peninsula. Since we're on the topic of high school, the Korean peninsula no longer had school ties. It was inevitable. What good does a fancy university degree do if monsters don't care about your education when they eat you? However, human systems don't change easily. If there's no bread, eat cake. If there are no football players, suck up to awakeners instead of athletes, and in place of school ties, a new form of connection was quickly installed. One day, as I was making my rounds in the guild, I witnessed a shocking scene. Wow, really? Yes, really. Ah. It was Seo-gyu and Sim-Ryan, the villain Old Man Goryo, laughing together while having lunch in a restaurant. As everyone knows, Seo-gyu had anger management issues and Sim-Ryan was a serious social media addict. Both of them had a bit of a flaw in their DNA that made establishing close relationships with other Homo sapiens a bit of a challenge. It was a scene reminiscent of a hippo and a crocodile amiably sipping from the same oasis waterhole, and, as any reasonable person who witnesses a miracle, I too was overwhelmed with curiosity. When did you two become friends? Blink, blink. The question from their guild leader, who was as eminent as the sky, made them look at each other. Us? Yeah, we've just been friends. Are they dating? In my mind, two spirits clashed, the old-school desire to frown upon workplace romances and the old-school joy of watching young love. No, Hyung, whatever you're thinking, it's definitely not that. So how did you become friends? How we became friends? Seo-gyu spoke as if it were obvious. Well, we're both from Busan Station. What? Indeed. Nowadays, instead of school ties, awakeners sized each other up by which void they were in when they awakened. If we had to give it a name, maybe void connection. It was a connection related to place, so it was still a form of connection. Seo-gyu, Sim-Ryan, and I, we all awakened at Busan Station. Even the man who shall not be named, the master of hypnosis G, was from Busan Station. Later on, by the 555th cycle, Seo also joined the Busan Station Awakener family. You don't mean, the Awakeners are treating Busan Station like some kind of prestigious university, do you? Why not? Of course, we receive that kind of treatment. Hyung, we're number one in the void. I was shocked. You little brats, without me, all of you would have been stranded at Busan Station or dead in a monster's stomach within 3 weeks. In fact, all those from Busan Station died by the 3rd cycle. Even Seo-gyu, the fastest man, set a record for the shortest escape by the 50th cycle. These little twerps, prestigious? Hey, you wet behind the ears kids. What kind of ridiculous void connection is that? If you have time for such nonsense, you should be focusing on aura training. You're really showing off. Hyung, why does every word you say sound so seasoned? That's strange, isn't it? If it weren't for that, you probably would have been quite popular. Even as their guild leader lectured them, their faces remained nonchalant. Ah, the old man is at it again, their expressions seemed to say. My head spun and I struggled to breathe. I'm the infinite regressor. Destined, or not, to save the world. Should I really be treated like this? Guild leader. I think it's natural to consider the void connection. What are you talking about, Orion? Sim Orion's expression changed to the old man is trying to follow old trends again, but he quickly shrank back under my gaze. Well, it's terrifying when you first drop into the void. Phones don't work, bizarre creatures keep popping up, people are dying left and right. The void connection is about comrades who have struggled through the same hellish ordeal together. Wouldn't that make you feel a deep bond? It's not just our guild, I think all guilds would feel the same way. Upon hearing it again, Sim Orion's logic didn't seem so absurd. I didn't struggle, though. Why? Got something to say, Orion? No, guild leader. I spoke jokingly, but I was actually serious. This was the decisive reason why I could not sympathize with the latest trend of void connections. Yes, I didn't feel like I suffered in the same place, at the same time as these guys. I struggled alongside Old Man Sko. To me, the void was less Busan Station and more this world itself. Challenge, die, regress, and challenge again. A dungeon striving for completion through countless cycles. Therefore, I could only feel a strong camaraderie with Old Man Sko, who had a regressor's skill just like me. Of course, now there was no such thing as camaraderie. When the hell was this no-show old-timer going to return from his leave? I might as well smack him dead. Just out of curiosity, which is the most famous connection spot among Awakeners? Busan Station. No, not that one. Not that one? Sim Orion grunted before responding. Then, perhaps, Baekwa Girls' High School? Baekwa Girls' High School. A private school by that name existed. Perhaps some of you have heard of the school name. Whenever posts like list of schools with the prettiest uniforms in Korea popped up on internet communities, Baekwa Girls' High was often mentioned. I don't know if the uniforms are actually pretty since I'm not interested in uniforms, but I could admit that they were objectively unique. Our uniforms here feature traditional sailor outfits, rare in Korea. Our uniform's ribbon is the pride of Baekwa. Such a ridiculous phrase was passed down among students through generations, a truly curious tradition. In the neighboring Japan, this style of uniform was still actively flaunted, but the trend of sailor suits, despite their naval inspirations, never crossed the Korea Strait. Yet, Baekwa Girls' High adopted the J uniform. Strictly speaking, it originated in Britain, for a surprisingly simple reason. The school itself was built during the 1920s under Japanese colonial rule. Baekwa Girls' High boasted a rather long history. And like most schools of its kind, to its alumni, it was regarded as a prestigious high, but to outsiders, it was seen as is that all? In short, other than the fact that the uniform was a sailor suit and they had a boarding system, it was a common humanities high school widespread in South Korea. In such an ordinary school, there was a boarding house, but students were advised by seniors not to enter unless necessary. The number of students admitted to prestigious universities was somewhat short compared to its long history, so during the college entrance exam season, the granite school gates were even more clamorously and fervently adorned with banners celebrating admissions to, especially, Seoul National University. Why won't the gate open? The security guard isn't here either. Let's ask a teacher. The void arrived. Wait. Where are the teachers? What's going on? The school gates closed. It was a typical closed-type void. However, the duration of closure was not typical. The gates of Baekwa Girls' High did not open for 11 months. That year, Baekwa Girls' High did not produce a single university entrance exam passer. In the nearly year-long closed environment, I don't know what tragedies the students of Baekwa Girls' High might have suffered. I was an outsider, after all. All I could gather were the numbers observed from the outside. About 750 students enrolled. After 11 months, 19 survivors. After 12 months, 17 survivors. 2 had committed suicide. It was actually a bit longer than 11 months. I had the chance to talk to a survivor much later, and this is what they testified. It was longer? Yep. You know, sometimes the flow of time changes, right? Space shifts wildly too. I guess our school was one of those cases. The survivor's face seemed uncreased. I once heard that when people accept unhappiness, they do so either with their faces or with their hearts. So, how long did you feel you were trapped in the school? For years. Some might call this a tragedy. Out of over 750 trapped, only 19 survived, and of those, 2 more took their own lives. But I dare say it was an achievement. In my first regression at Busan Station, I was the only survivor. There were plenty of cases where everyone trapped in a void perished. That ordinary high school students, completely isolated from the outside in a jar of solitude, enduring what felt like 4 years but was 11 months, and surviving in double digits, it was almost a miracle, wasn't it? Hey, a miracle? Undertaker Sunbae, you're exaggerating. And in the center of all miracles, there's always a hero. Thank you for the clarification. Let's correct that part about Cheon-Yeohwa. In this case, the unique and foremost necromancer of the Korean peninsula, the awakener we will focus on today, Cheon-Yeohwa, was that heroine. Go Baekwa Girls High! Fighting. The 17 survivors rallied around Cheon-Yeohwa. No, to speak more objectively, more precisely, the description above needs to be revised. Cheon-Yeohwa made the 17 survivors rally around her. I may mention it in another episode, but Cheon-Yeohwa had such a talent. Interpersonal skills. Organizational formation skills. The skill to read and manipulate human psychology. The skill to break down the walls around a person's heart. The skill to choose the appropriate space and time. Mediation skills. The skill to resolve conflicts within the organization and project unresolved conflicts outward. Cheon-Yeohwa wielded all these abilities as if she had been bestowed with them from a divine moment. As a result, President, Student Council President Cheon-Yeohwa, to the survivors of Baekwa Girls High, Baekwa was no longer just the name of their alma mater. It was a school connection, a place connection. According to modern trends, it was a void connection, and perhaps even stronger than a blood relation. Over 4 years, Cheon-Yeohwa secured 17 awakeners who would throw their lives away for her on the street. And with them, she stepped back into the world. Footnotes. Chapter 49. Survivor 2. Vice Guild Leader, could you come see me for a moment? I first became aware of Baekwa Girls High during my 5th cycle, back when I was still living as Dang Seo-rin's right hand in Sanchin. Yes, Guild Leader. What's the matter? Nothing major, just some new information. Have you ever heard of Baekwa Girls High? A black cat, a witch's essential item as per Dang Seo-rin, was rubbing against my legs at that time. No, I haven't heard of it. Well, there's this school called Baekwa Girls High. It was swallowed whole by a gate for about a year. But it opened last week. A year, you say? Then there must be no survivors. As always, I made judgments based on sound reasoning and healthy intellect. Dang Seo-rin's voice lowered. That's not entirely true. Really? It's not precise, but apparently, about 20 people survived. I widened my eyes. 20? Are you sure? Yes. I'd like to assert confidently, but I don't know for sure. It's still just rumors at this point. The information I have is the gate was closed for a year. There are about 20 survivors. All those trapped were high school students. Even high school students. I was astounded. As I've said, even as a regressor, I needed 3 cycles to clear Busan Station, and even then, I was the only survivor. Both Dang Seo-rin and I could agree that the survival rate at Baekwa Girls High was astonishing. Guild Leader. If that's true, yes. It means among the survivors there might be an extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-generation awakener. Dang Seo-rin reached out and stroked the black cat, which shivered. That's why I'd like you, Vice Guild Leader, to go there yourself and investigate. Check if the rumors are true, and if they are, see if there really is such an awakener, and if there is, we should recruit them into our guild. Exactly. Understood. I'll make sure to scout them before other guilds start sniffing around. Good. Oh, and one more thing. Dang Siorin added offhandedly. If their character is seriously flawed, we don't necessarily have to recruit them. Looking back, our witch might have had the gift of prophecy. Really, it was something one could have predicted. Even healthy adults, once they've been trapped in a void, often turn loopy. What then of high school students, at the peak of their emotional years, experiencing a long-term real-life horror game? As soon as I arrived at the guild headquarters of Bequa Girls High, I began to sense the answer. Is this supposed to be a guild building? Crows cawed. Like the saintess who lived in an aquarium temple and Dang Siorin who stayed on a train, awakeners with unique mental worlds always had distinctively designed homes. Bequa Girls High was no different. Bequa Girls High was, quite literally, using an actual school building as its guild lair. Congratu, Sio, University 2 admitted. Latians. The banner hung on the school gate was tattered. The character for Seoul and Seoul National University was completely worn through, although it could have been Seokang or Sukyang University, so it couldn't be confirmed without observation. The sports field looked as if it had been bombarded by meteors, deeply pocked here and there. The net of the football goal was so tangled that even Alexander the Great would shake his head in dismay. The highlight was the dormitory and school buildings, where the walls had crumbled down, exposing the bare steel framework. Isn't this just an abandoned school? I wasn't the protagonist of a horror game. Therefore, I hesitated, unsure whether I should really enter. Hello. What brings you here? Ah, well, as I stood awkwardly at the gate, the guards approached. And, well, the guards looked quite unique. Frankly, their heads were smashed in. In other words, zombies. The guard was exposing his skull to the world, yet his demeanor towards me was very polite. If he had been wearing a motorcycle helmet, I wouldn't have known he was a zombie. I'm sorry, but if you don't have business here, please leave. This is a private school. Outsiders cannot enter casually. Even as a seasoned regressor, I found it hard to know what to say in this situation. Were they not monsters? Should I attack them on sight? I'm here from the Sanchin World Guild. Sanchin World? Guild? The zombie guard tilted his head. Where is that? It's the most prominent guild in Busan, actually. Wait, why am I explaining things to a monster? Suddenly gaining insight, I composed myself. I'm here to see someone in charge. Is she available? Ah, the guild president's guest, I see. Guild president? She's in class right now, so she can't come out immediately. Class? Yes. It's a school here. Naturally, the students are in class at this time. At that point, I had an inkling. A very, very familiar sense of foreboding. It was similar to the unease that had crept over my entire body when I joined Samchin after Dang Siorin's recruitment proposal, only to find out, oh, by the way, anyone who joins our guild must wear a witch hat regardless of the place. Over my many cycles as a regressor, I had developed a sixth sense. The so-called twist sense, a sensory organ exclusive to regressors. Whenever a certain level of quirkiness was detected, a tingling sensation would shoot up from the coccyx to the cervical spine. Particularly now, the warning bells were ringing in the fourth cervical vertebra, whereas when I met Dang Siorin, it had only reached the sixth thoracic vertebra, indicating a seriously unusual level of quirkiness. Should I run? If I had been just a bit more experienced, I would have definitely retreated following my body's alarm. But in my fifth cycle, I was foolishly upright, clinging to a pointless justification that I couldn't just abandon a mission entrusted with full authority by Dang Siorin. I see. How long should I wait for the class to end? The guard turned to look at a clock. It was a giant clock installed on the school's outer wall, fitting seamlessly into the surroundings and design, which meant the clock hands were broken and it wasn't working at all. Yet, like me with a sixth sense, the zombie guard seemed to effortlessly tell the time from the broken clock. Just about 15 minutes until break time. It's a bit awkward to keep a guest waiting. Would you like to come in and wait? I'll just stay here. I responded immediately. I didn't want to step beyond this gate if I could avoid it. Although I didn't flee outright, I did take my spinal reaction into account to some extent. The guard shrugged. Sure? Well, suit yourself. It didn't take long for my judgment to prove very correct. Ding dong dang dong. I looked at the guard. Note that I just described the sound effect in quotation marks. This ding-dong dang-dong was not a bell sound. It wasn't a chime from a speaker or a bell tower. The guard, a zombie with a shattered skull, was making the sound with his mouth and throat. Ding-dong dang-dong. At that sight, my third cervical vertebra buzzed. Just as mice scurry about before an earthquake, my cervical spine's premonition was not wrong. From the school building, more accurately the abandoned school building, zombies swarmed out. Ding-dong dang-dong. Ding-dong dang-dong. The zombies, all in uniforms, specifically, Bekwa girls' high uniforms, were moving their lips and chanting ding-dong dang-dong. I shuddered. Run. But it was too late. Did you say you were looking for me? Among the hundreds of zombies, a perfectly alive human walked out, dressed in the same white uniform as the zombies. Her hair styled in a ponytail, dyed orange. Such a hair color would surely stand out in a traditional private school, perhaps even garnering some kind of support among the students, as if a student had been called out of class because a guest had arrived. Who are you? That was Cheon Yowa. Hello. I am the vice guild leader of the Sanchin World Guild from Busan. Huh? Guild? Vice guild leader? Cheon Yowa tilted her head, a reaction that could be seen as quite cute in isolation. The problem was in her eyes. Cheon Yowa's eyes lacked focus. It was as if her irises and pupils were indistinguishable, her eyes appearing like wells steeped in dark shadows. What's that? I've never heard of it. I see. Well, a guild is a group of awakeners. Awakeners? Awakeners, you know, are people with special abilities. Cheon Yowa blinked. In response, my third cervical vertebra also blinked, quite ferociously. Special abilities? What's that? Are you some kind of otaku? No, Excuse me, but may I ask your name? It's Cheon Yowa. At this, she bowed politely again, and I somewhat relaxed at this normal-seeming response. Inevitably, I've always had a soft spot for polite people. It was the same with Go Yuri. From there, a parade of verbal slip-ups erupted from me. At the time, I was blissfully unaware of them. I am the student council president here. Haven't you awakened any abilities, Miss Cheon Yowa? I'm not sure what they are, but the abilities of people here, like that guard or the zombies roaming the sports field, are affiliated with this place. Zombies? Fatal slip-up number 1. Yes, your ability is very powerful. Whether you've turned the dead into zombies or even the living into zombies, I'm not sure. Dead bodies? Fatal slip-up number 2. With your abilities and those of the guild members here, you could secure a much better environment than this. In Sanchin World, we don't make empty promises. You wouldn't have to struggle in this crumbling, wall-less, abandoned school. Fatal slip-up number 3. Of course, I'm not suggesting we do anything about it right now. Just sparing some time to schedule an appointment, we could arrange a proper visit from our side. Please leave. Excuse me? Leave our school now. Only then did I realize the silence around us. The guard who had reacted like a living person, the zombies that had gathered on the sports field, the real students mingled among them, and Cheon Yowa herself in front of me. All were staring blankly at me. No, don't leave. Cheon Yowa grabbed my wrist. We were actually short on guards. Yes, this is perfect. Sir, would you like to work at our school? As a guard? Yes, that would be nice. Or you could transfer here. The basketball team juniors were just complaining about the low number of new students. My second cervical vertebra jolted with a disc-like sensation. Even I, in my 5th cycle, naive as I was, could recognize that this was a dire situation. I promptly shook off Cheon Yowa's grip and fled without hesitation. I fully expected the enemies to chase after me. It was a rational judgment and thus a mistaken one. The entities affiliated with Bekwa Girls High did not pursue me. Looking back, they hadn't moved a step beyond the school gate. The fence that separated the school from the outside was partially broken down, but the zombies, as if facing an invisible wall, never crossed the boundary of the school. Just behind the gate, just beyond the fence, hundreds of gazes clung to the wall like cicadas, staring blankly in my direction. Ding-dong dang-dong, ding-dong dang-dong, ding-dong dang-dong. The sound of bells echoed across the schoolyard. The zombies turned back. Break time is over. Cheon-Yoa muttered expressionlessly and shuffled toward the school entrance with the zombies, a mix of actual humans and zombies, though honestly, it was hard to tell the difference. They seemed not so much individual entities as a collective organism. The sports field quickly returned to silence. Listening closely, I could hear voices leaking from the school building in the distance. English. In another classroom, the sound of a math lesson could be heard. Astonishingly, the members of Baekwa Girls High, including the zombies, were attending classes inside the school building. This is insane. That was my first encounter with Cheon-Yoa. First contact with aliens, failed. These kids are insane. Dang Seorin, having received my report, reached the same conclusion. Sometimes you get such crazies. How about it, Vice Guild Leader? Any chance they might harm civilians? If so, we might need to intervene. I can't be certain yet, but it seems we needn't worry about civilian casualties. They seem to be nesting in the abandoned school and don't venture out. Is that so? Dang Seorin made a perfectly rational decision based on my advice. Then let's not bother them unless absolutely necessary. No need to stir up a hornet's nest. That's a wise decision. Yes. I'm always wise. The conical hat. The perfect ornament to crown my profound wisdom. Sanchin World cleanly washed their hands of the matter. But the world wasn't made up only of rational humans. Human quirkiness was like the king of fruits, durian. No matter how tightly you seal it in a box, it asserts its overwhelming presence to everyone around. Not long after I had been thoroughly chastened and returned, awakeners across the Korean peninsula began to take notice of Baekwa Girls High. A necromancer? A magic user awakener, even controlling hundreds of corpses at will? That's an absolute superstar newbie. Recruit them. Whatever it takes, whatever the conditions, bring them over. In the era of human punk, where all resources are replaced by human assets, even if other resources failed, corpses were abundantly available, making the profession of a necromancer inherently attractive. Of course, I knew that this overflowing charm was akin to Pandora's box. That is, as soon as you open it, expect Santa Claus to deliver disasters worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, that place is as good as a den of the void. I strongly recommend against entering. Is Sanchin afraid of our guild's progress? Let them be. They failed to recruit, so they're just throwing shade at us. Ignore it, ignore. Foolishly, the guild leaders disregarded my friendly advice. Blinded by the emergence of a top-tier talent, they lost their senses. Wow! Not some fake virus, but a real necromancer controlling a legion of zombies. Move, everyone move. With a dark mage, we might even break Dang Seorin's monopoly. With the biggest guild, Sanchin World, declaring they'd sit out this free agent season, other guild leaders rushed in like mad. They carefully selected the most charismatic emissaries from their guilds and sent them off, furiously tapping the recruit button. The only difference between the other emissaries and me was the presence or absence of spinal nerves. Why aren't these guys coming back from Baekwa Girls High? Same for you? Our guild members have gone completely silent. No matter how long the guild leaders waited, their emissaries did not return. Exhausted, those who visited Baekwa Girls High in person witnessed a startling sight. Hey, why are you working here? What? I'm just a regular guard. What? The talents dispatched by the guilds had all been employed, in reverse, at Baekwa Girls High. Even during their job interviews, some had holes drilled into their skulls, and the new guards seemed to have discharged their cerebrospinal fluid along with their memories of their former lives. They didn't even recognize their former guild leaders. When you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes back into you. Sending new talents to recruit and instead losing existing talents is always a possibility. However, the guild leaders were too underdeveloped in character to accept such truths. What the fuck? No, this won't do. Destroy them. And those who seek to destroy others must always be prepared to be destroyed themselves. The guilds that vowed revenge and charged into Baekwa Girls High all succeeded in getting employed, thus significantly reducing the unemployment rate on the Korean peninsula during this job crisis. What the hell? What is that? It turns out Undertaker was right. They should never be messed with. Fuck, did you see what they eat in that school cafeteria? Human flesh. They're sitting there eating people. Crazy fucks. Fuck, they weren't unappetizing fruit, they were inedible zombies. But by then, it was too late. Pandora's box had been opened. Bekwa Girls High reached a temporary state of saturation. Suddenly having an influx of new guards made sense, even for a prestigious school boasting history and tradition. 136 guards felt a bit excessive. The unplanned personnel increase inevitably burdened Bekwa Girls High's financial operations. If Cheon Yohwa had been a typical corporate CEO, she would have implemented the three great swords of business: staff cuts, mass layoffs, restructuring. But Cheon Yohwa was anything but typical. She decided that now was the time to push an aggressive merger policy. Why are they increasing? Literally, the school was expanding. More precisely, the school's boundaries were gradually extending. The building that had been in front of Bekwa Girls High had become a tteokbokki shop and a convenience store. Not that they really sold tteokbokki there. Hello, boss. Please give me 2 servings of tteokbokki and 3 dumplings, a zombie student would say. Since our student is so pretty, I added an extra dumpling, the zombie boss would reply. No actual goods were exchanged. The zombie student handed over invisible money, and the zombie boss handed over invisible tteokbokki. And both were happily smiling. At least that was relatively normal. Sometimes, after handing over invisible money, they would receive human flesh tteokbokki. The snack bar in front of the school was always filled with the laughter of students. During lunch and after school, the shops thrived. This was truly creative economics. Hello. I'm Cheon Yohwa, the student council president of Bekwa Girls High. Eek. Save me. Wait a moment. Our students are very interested in off-campus experiential learning lately. Aren't you interested in working with our school? I'm not interested. Go away. Thank you. The guilds that had settled around Bekwa Girls High were gradually subdued by the school's educational fervor. Within less than a year, the Korean peninsula saw the birth of an unprecedented academy city. Footnotes. Chapter 50. Survivor 3. The academy city was both dead and alive. It grew voraciously like a gigantic zombie. In the past, I criticized the idea of an academy city in creative works as being utterly unrealistic. Now, I realize I was wrong. I had no choice but to deeply reflect on how narrow-minded I had been. Indeed, as unbelievable as it might sound, the academy city was real. Its economic power surpassed that of any other city, equipped with transcendental technology that could create something from nothing. At its helm was none other than the student council president of the academy. Yes, all these propositions were true. Is this even real? Dang Siorin herself was taken aback by the unexpected debut of the academy city. Vice Guild leader, is there something wrong with the energy of the Korean peninsula? Did Grandpa Dangun, 1, get conned into bad real estate when he settled here? As if battling the 10 legs wasn't headache enough, where did this crazy group come from? They sprang from the gate. Did you know? Bekwa Girls High swimming pool has no water, just zombies in swimsuits floundering on the pool floor. Let's pretend we didn't see that. Those with a semblance of brains adopted the same stance towards the academy city. Ignorance. Even in the cycles when I started acting independently from Dang Siorin, the basic strategy remained unchanged. Do not look. Do not care. Do not engage. The so-called 3 don'ts policy was indeed the proper way to deal with Bekwa Girls High. It was truly the best approach to keeping a durian-sealed Pandora's box intact. Even as other guilds were seduced by the prospect of an epic necromancer, I desperately cautioned against it. That thing will give you an upset stomach. What right do you have to block our guild? With a necromancer, we could defeat Dang Siorin. Of course, the guilds didn't initially heed my advice. Ultimately, some guild leaders didn't listen and ended up contributing to the establishment of the academy city. However, I wasn't angry. In the grand scheme of a regressor's long life, these individuals were like immature infants. Continuously cared for with love and attention, they would eventually come to realize the affectionate intentions of their parents on their own. Well, if it's from Undertaker. Think about it, a necromancer, right? Messing with corpses, what's that all about? Do you want to know how to subdue proud awakeners? It's simple. Become a regressor, defeat the 10 legs. Even the steeliest Sundara melts before me. Thus, From the 10th cycle, when the subjugation of the 10 legs began, the guild leaders also started to comply with my regulatory measures. Tapes crisscrossed the gate of Bekwa Girls High like a spider web. No entry, safety first, danger, cannibalism alert, controlled area. It was a simple solution, but astonishingly, these yellow tapes performed almost like absolute barriers. As long as no one from outside stirred things up, Bekwa Girls High was safe. It made one wonder what Cheon-Yowa and her student council were subsisting on behind those closed doors. Truly, very occasionally, when Cheon-Yowa herself went out to gather supplies, the saintess would whisper in my ear, "The student council president has been spotted." Yet, significant incidents were rare. Even as the 30th cycle passed, the 40th cycle flowed by, and even beyond the 50th cycle, yellow tapes still crisscrossed the gate of Bekwa Girls High. I assure you, unless I was on vacation during those cycles, the seal here was never broken. In other words, during the cycles when I took a break in vacation, a very high probability existed that the Academy City would emerge. After returning from a tour of Mount Hua with Sword Marquis in the 108th cycle, the same was true. The Korean peninsula was proving once again why this land had historically been called Hell Joseon, instilling fear in everyone. Dingdogdangdong. Immortal life. Radiant immortality. Sir, here's your order, 2 servings of tekbaki. Lonely gourmet of the 10 legs. The pseudo-religious cult of New Buddha. And now, added to that, the largest academy city in history, Bekwa Girls High. Such familiar old friends warmly welcomed me. I'm so touched by the nostalgia that tears almost come. If a meteor shower were to fall now, the 4 kings of the peninsula would truly be complete. It was better to regress quietly than to directly face this mess, which I did. Upon returning to Busan Station after one vacation season, a moment of enlightenment arrived. Indeed, the performance of a vacation was unmatched. It cured the unique occupational diseases of infinite regressors. Why only me? Syndrome, I'm tired of this. Syndrome, no one remembers me. Syndrome, and so forth. Instead, it reignited the typical chronic conditions of regressors. Still, I must solve this. Syndrome, I'm perfectly fine. Syndrome, even if everyone forgets, I will remember forever. Syndrome. Oh well. After all, isn't human life merely a record of struggling with diseases called happiness or misery? A regressor is nothing more than a long-term patient who experiences and manages the same diseases as everyone else, just more deeply and adeptly. I readmitted myself to the hospital I've long owed this world, and observed the political state of the Korean peninsula from an angle I hadn't considered before. Compared to Sword Marquis, maybe Cheon-Yowa is a very rational conversational partner. What a paradigm shift in thought. Only after serving Sword Marquis, an epical lunatic for 6 years, could such enlightenment have been possible. Indeed, compared to a dog smeared with feces, a dog with mustard stains was practically a cute Shih Tzu. High school student council president? Compared to some island nation's nobility, she's totally normal. The regressor of the 5th cycle, who trembled at the sight of student zombies, no longer existed. Only the awakener of the 109th cycle, freshly returned from experiencing the Marquis and sect leader of the Mount Hua sect of Yoldoguk, remained. Humans are meant to grow, after all. As Undertaker, I marveled at my own growth and began preparations. I grabbed SG-Man Seogyu by the nape to cure his anger management issues, formed an alliance with the perennial Hikikomori Saintess, defeated the 10 legs and Adumbra, and after pulling Sword Marquis out from his inner power training on Ulungdu, laid all the groundwork. Then, months later, I alone headed to Bekwa Girls High. What brings you here? An NPC stood at the gate, a familiar face among the guards. Like the inscription on Dante's Gate to Hell, abandon all hope, ye who enter here. This NPC manned the entrance to a terrifying dungeon. I'm sorry, but if you have no business, please leave. This is a private school. Outsiders cannot just walk in. Ah. Thank you for your hard work. I'm not an outsider. After clearing the entity known as Sword Marquis, to me, the guard was just another insignificant monster. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. I'm someone like this. What is this? I politely handed over a printout. The printout was kindly stamped with the seal of the Board of Education. Bekwa Girls High School 99th Alumni Meeting Notice. Oh. The guard's pupils wavered. I smiled. Hello. I'm a graduate visiting for the alumni meeting. I look forward to your cooperation. The zombie guard stuttered, frozen like an NPC that had encountered an unexpected player action. Of course, the document was forged. I had never studied education, nor had I ever heard of an actual teacher carrying such a document. But what did it matter? Who would call the Board of Education or a university to check if this was real? They had long migrated to Mars when half of Seoul had been blown away. But, this is a girls' school, isn't it? Ah. My gender transitioned. It's called TS disease, you see. I've awakened this ability. The zombie guard, unsure whether to react as if such a ridiculous ability could exist or whether he was committing gender discrimination, was caught in a cruel situation for a pattern-following NPC. No, well... Could you come in and wait? I'll call the manager. I had called earlier today to say I'd be visiting for the alumni gathering, but it seems the message didn't reach you. Let's go in and wait, then. Thank you. I entered Baekwa Girls High far too easily. See, this is the experience of a 109th cycle regressor. Is this really the best way? I ignored the Saintess's sigh in my ear. You're an alumnus of our school? Blink. Cheon Yohwa, meeting me in the student council room, blinked incessantly as she watched my every move. Even the world's necromancer couldn't hide her confusion in front of a self-proclaimed graduate claiming to have TS disease. Yes. I heard a lot about you from the kids. You're Cheon Yohwa, right? I treated her casually. They said an incredibly smart and quick-witted Hubie became the student council president. It even made the rounds in our alumni network. Thank you. By the way, I was part of the student council too, and now I'm the president of the alumni association. Oh. Cheon Yohwa shrank even more. This was the weakness of those awakeners who had created their own worldview settings in their skulls. They resist strongly against outsiders who ignore their settings, but they become infinitely weaker against visitors who faithfully adhere to them. We're planning an alumni gathering, and the friends want to visit the school they haven't seen in a while. Oh, I see. And this was exactly my intention. The natural predator of a lunatic is a lunatic with a higher level of madness. The truth of reciprocity proved itself once again. Why? You say you're a student, even the president of a historically prestigious school. Are you really going to refuse the Heavenly Sunbae alumni president? Right. We'll avoid disrupting classes, but could we possibly use a classroom after school? Just a moment, please wait. Cheon Yohwa stood up and went to a corner of the student council room. For reference, there were about a dozen other students in the student council room at the moment. They were not zombies. All were living, breathing humans. Perhaps these were the true members of the Baekwa Girls High Guild. What do we do? She says she's a Sunbae. The guild members of Baekwa whispered to each other. Doesn't make sense. Can gender really change like that? If you think about it, President Yohwa's powers are more amazing, so theoretically it's possible. But what if it's a lie? However, she knew the president's name without being introduced. Let's test it. What kind of test? If she really graduated from here, she should know things only someone from Baekwa Girls High would know. Let's ask questions that only an alumna could answer. They thought they were whispering, but I heard everything. Excuse me. Yes? Do you know what we call our dormitory? I knew this test was coming, and I had prepared thoroughly for this very situation over the past several months. It's called Baekwa Hall, but students usually just call it the dormitory. That's Saintess, an awakener with the ability called clairvoyance. She can observe any awakener as she wishes. You might not know, but I've been living side by side with you for more than half a year because I specially asked the Saintess to do so. Baekwa Hall, but we usually just call it the dormitory, you know. And where's our cafeteria? Go out here, down to the first floor, then a bit down the left corridor. In the name of our discipline director. Oh, the gorilla? He's been around a long time. When I was in the dorms, the dorm supervisor always had permed hair. Is he still like that? Cheon Yohwa's pupils wavered. As a last resort, she brought out a yearbook. She flipped to the section for my supposed graduating year, the 96th. Of course, when she looked at the yearbook, so did the Saintess. And could I possibly hear the names of some of your Sunbae friends? Han Yi-sol. I am Iri. Park Hyun. Kim Ji-yu. Kim Yerin. I stood up. Why do you keep asking weird questions? Huh, are you doubting me? Wow, Bekwa has really changed. In my time, we always send at least 2 to Seoul National University. Are you guys preparing well for the SATs? As student council president, you should at least be aiming for Seoul National, right? Yo-wa. Yes. Let's get along well in the future. Yes, Sunbae. That day, the regressor gained a well-behaved necromancer Hubie. Footnotes. 1. Dangun or Tangun, also known as Dangun Wangham, was the legendary founder and god king of Gojoseon, the first Korean kingdom, around present-day Liaoning province in northeast China and the northern part of the Korean peninsula. 2. Sunbae is the senpai/senior equivalent in Korean culture. Likewise, Hubie is junior.